Chapter 1703. Was 100 billion years a long time? This amount of time was equivalent to 1/10 of a star's lifespan, or tens of thousands of times longer. It was enough for life to go back and forth from the beginning to the end. For a world of light, 100 billion years was only enough for it to transition from the birth stage to the stable stage. There were many more things that needed more time to do. For them, 100 billion years wasn't a long time. However, for life forms with limited lifespans, 100 billion years was indeed too long. It was so long that they could only think about it and couldn't measure it. That was why, to eternals like them, 100 billion years was indeed just the length of a thread in their entire journey. They had walked side by side with time day and night, and had long since learned to get used to and adapt to the endless journey that spanned eternity. In addition, he was in a deep sleep. Every time he closed and opened his eyes, the traces of the passage of time would be imprinted on his life. It added an insignificant time mark to the already heavy history of time. Then, he woke up again. It was such an understatement. He couldn't feel anything at all. When he woke up again, 100 billion years had already passed in the world. However, for someone who was in the present world, experiencing every minute and second in the abyss of suffering, 100 billion years of waiting might be long and torturous. He wasn't too sure about this. Most of the time, others were waiting for him, and he was always the one who was waiting. Although he could guess from the expressions of the people who came to greet him that this long period of time had left a mark in their hearts, he didn't really experience it after all. Phew, that was what it meant. Actually, he just wanted to explain to himself why the two of them didn't want to let go after seeing him. Well, they really didn't want to let go. One of them clamped him on the left and the other on the right. The scene was too exaggerated, as if he was a seriously injured and paralyzed patient. Lord Hui, Brother Jing Yun, and Sister Jing have been pondering about something in the space of Little Star's power for many years. A long time has passed. How long has it been? Siyu held Yun Nuoxing's arm and muttered to herself with her head tilted. Feng Qinghuang thought about it and calculated the time. It's been more than 10 billion years. Ah, that's right, it seems that it has been that long, but there hasn't been any progress. Occasionally they would bring out something that is said to be based on your last words, the information that you left behind. Each time they would inflict heavy damage to the death fog of abyss, but that one when Yun Nuoxing heard the word last words. His face couldn't help but twitch. However, he was already used to dying and coming back to life, jumping between life and death, and then doing sit-ups in the coffin. Therefore, he only felt a little strange for a while and quickly got used to it. As for what Siyu said, they are studying origin energy and origin law? Or are you trying to make something out of it? It seems to be this. Siyu nodded vigorously. Then, she frowned and touched her chin with a slender finger as she thought hard. As for what they are trying to do, Feng Qinghuang saw that Siyu really couldn't think of anything, so she answered for her. They are trying to find a way to uncover some kind of law imprint or mark left behind after the chaos tide affected the void of order. That way, the people of the realm of gods and the beings of the realm of order can give birth to Yuanshi. Yun Nuoxing was enlightened. No wonder he had to use the origin energy. I haven't really thought about it. After all, I can't enter the realm of Yuanshi, causing me to subconsciously neglect the research of that realm. It's not that I've given up. It's just that I've reduced my attention to that realm when I know my limit. Instead, I'm tormenting my own current direction. But Yuanshi, the influence left behind by the chaos tide, the imprint of the law. In the past few years, I haven't found anything wrong with the concept level of the void of order. Maybe. I can't see it. Maybe it's because of other reasons. Anyway, let's go find them first. Siyu and Feng Qinghuang nodded and continued to walk towards the observer dimension. Fortunately, there was no one left in Zero City. If this scene were to spread out, this was the front line of the void. No one would have the time to pay attention to this scene. The origin dimension was originally set up in the realm of order at the front line. Because of its convenience, they could return to the observer dimension as soon as the war was over. However, after the realm of order was penetrated by the chaos tide, the observer dimension was affected. We moved the entire dimension to the node city. At this time in the observer dimension, Hui, Jingyun, and the others were still standing in front of the huge building. The 5 of them were doing the same thing. They were meditating with their arms crossed. Frost was holding her little head and was nodding off. It seemed that she was about to fall asleep. The huge building in front of them had also changed. It was no longer in the shape of a pillar that was strung with 9 cubes. Now it had become 2 huge pyramids, one on top and one on the bottom, forming a structure that looked like an hourglass. The 2 pyramids were engraved with origin energy runes, as well as various order and law runes. The 2 pyramids had different characteristics and properties, and they were exchanging with each other through the contact point. There was a sense of spatial distortion and law distortion around the pyramid. From time to time, energy condensed into thunderbolts and gushed out from the surface of the pyramids, pulling out a 10,000-meter wide electric arc and drilling back into the pyramid. It seemed that it was not stable. The 4 of them sighed silently in unison. Frost was snoring in a daze. This situation continued until a certain moment, when a breath suddenly touched the barrier of the observer dimension. The 4 of them suddenly turned their heads and looked behind them, dumbfounded. Looking at the scene of the space suddenly opening up, their expressions changed dramatically. This breath. Oh my God, is it finally time? Jing Yun excitedly threw away the origin energy runes in her hand and hurriedly walked towards the place where the light and shadow gathered. Hui was about to say something, but the little angel had turned into a light and rushed out faster than all of them. The light and shadow made the space vibrate. Master Feng. Jing Yuanji's breath froze. Mei Mao trembled for a moment, then slowly calmed down after a while. She slowly walked over with Jing Yun and the others. No, is this your reaction? Hui leaned close to her and whispered, shouldn't there be a more intense reaction? Jing Yuanji thought for a moment and shook her head gently. Looking at the little angel, who had already been waiting at the opening of the space, she chuckled and said, if there's a chance, let's talk about it. Hui was stunned for a moment, then he scratched his head and sighed. Phew, after this, you should understand some things. Don't wait. If you try to hold yourself back and wait, there might not be a better result. If you have something to say, it's better to say it early, Since the battle isn't urgent now, I'll find a chance to call Feng out at night, and then I'll give you a call. If you have anything to say it quickly at that time. If you hold it back, you'll never have a chance to say it. Well, that's it. But... Jing Yuanji replied blankly, but Hui ignored her and moved closer to the space door. She could not help but smile bitterly. Forget it, we'll talk about it when the time comes. It was the aura of the observer space, but it seemed to be slightly different from the one he created. It was mixed with the aura of the Guardian, probably because Hui was in charge of 2 priesthoods. He didn't know if there would be any abnormal changes in the observer space in this situation. Through the opening of the space door, Yun Nuoxing walked into the hidden space first. Siyu and Feng Qinghuang seemed to have thought of something at the same time. They hurriedly let go of his hand and stepped aside. Yun Nuoxing was stunned. Then, from the corner of his eyes, he caught a wisp of golden light. He instantly understood why the 2 girls suddenly ran so fast. That was, "You're back." A soft and gentle voice accompanied by a burst of light trembling with joy. The teleportation ended, and a young girl with a pair of wings appeared in front of him. Her beautiful face was filled with a joyful smile that came from the bottom of her heart. Her figure seemed to have a strange sense of holiness under the trembling light. Unlike before, that pair of pure golden eyes dazzled him. It had been a long time since they last met. No, it was just a dream. He knew that time had passed, but he could only clearly understand this from the changes in her aura. Yun Nuoshing stepped forward and lowered his head. He reached out and touched the silver hair of the little angel. He looked at the golden Mei Mao and said softly, "I'm back. Allah, although I'm very touched that we're reunited after such a long time. Phone, please come over. We need your help urgently." Huey's loud voice came from the side and interrupted the affectionate gaze of the two. The little angel couldn't help but roll her eyes and murmured, "You're ruining the atmosphere. If I had known earlier, I would have poured 2 buckets of cold water on you." Yun Nuoshing smiled bitterly. He pinched the little angel's pretty face and pulled her forward. All right. I've just finished my reconstruction. What new trouble have you left for me?" Hui stared at his colorful eyes and smiled helplessly. "Little troublemaker, I just need your help. Old buddy, welcome back. I wish you could say this to me while holding the head of the Lord of the Underworld. But, sorry for the wait. I'm back." Yun Nuoshing shrugged and said something that made everyone speechless. Then, he reached out his hand and gave Hui a fist bump. The two of them looked at each other affectionately. "All right, come over quickly. If you're a little later, we might not even be able to figure out what we were thinking just now." Jing Yun raised her hand to interrupt him again and shrugged. "I haven't seen you for 100 billion years. You look weirder. Are you sure there's no strange problem? There weren't any strange changes during the reconstruction, right?" "No, I woke up naturally. If it weren't for the rules left behind to tell me the passage of time, I wouldn't have known that such a long time had passed." Yun Nuoshing smiled and stretched. "As for the changes, I now feel extremely relaxed. Well, relaxed. The countless shackles that I used to torture myself and force myself to change and put on myself seem to have all been removed in this reconstruction. I now feel an unprecedented comfort and relaxation from the depths of my soul. If there's anything wrong..." He twirled his bangs and thought for a moment. "Well, every time I wake up, I want to find something to practice. This time, the feeling is even more obvious." Hui stepped back 1,000 meters when he heard that. He pointed at him with his trembling hand. You. Don't look for me. I won't do it. I definitely won't do it. If you want to fight, fight on the other side. These years, there are many more primeval derivations and primeval beings in the underworld. They're enough for you to fight with your life." "I didn't say. Forget it." Yun Nuoshing coughed awkwardly and waved his hand. "Anyway, it's just a feeling. But I can't tell where the change is." Jing Yun put on a standard posture and stared at him. "If I have to say, it may be that the excessive changes and derivations that you've been in contact with in the past have undergone a more comprehensive integration and reorganization during your long sleep. It's like tidying up a warehouse full of countless precious items and turning it into a museum with countless cultural relics in minute. But before the reorganization, it's just a warehouse full of junk. No matter how precious those precious items are, they only add to the congestion." Siyu, who was listening at the side, suddenly understood. He clapped his hands. "Little Star has been organized into a museum." Everyone was speechless. That was just a metaphor. But why did it sound so awkward when it was applied to a person? If they had to say it, the things on his body could indeed be. That. All right, the touching feeling of reunion after a long separation had been completely squandered. The atmosphere also changed from the initial excitement and relief to the atmosphere of busy dealing with the ancient relics in the warehouse. "Oh, this is the defective product that you've been working on for 10 billion years?" Yun Nuoshing placed his palm in front of his forehead and looked at the huge hourglass pyramid. He sighed. "Isn't this made in recent decades?" Jing Yun covered her face. "Don't mention it. We can't figure out the rules and whatnot. We've changed it back and forth so many times that I can't even count it." Hui smiled bitterly at the side. "Sometimes we just change the internal rules and the flow of order. Sometimes we even change the appearance." He paused and looked at Siyu quietly. It's mainly because Siyu said that it looked like a skewer last time. So, I pushed it away. Otherwise, I really couldn't bear to look at it. Yun Nuoshing, I think she also said that it was cumin-flavored. Yun Nuoshing, as they spoke, the three of them sighed deeply. What the hell is this? Tell me about the things that you've prepared. What are you planning to do with this? Jing Yun took out a crystal ball and gave it to him. She explained, remove the traces of the rules or some kind of imprint left after the influence of the tide of chaos in the void. I speculate that the existence of these things affected the birth of the Yuanshu realm. Reaching out to take the crystal ball, Yun Nuoshing was startled. Speculate? Not the truth? It's hard to say. Although the war is not so urgent now, we don't dare to leave the front line of the void to explore other places in the Order Void. We don't know if others can see what we want to see. So, we can only speculate. Jing Yun spread her hands and sighed. The reason is, when we were fighting in the void many years ago, we suddenly saw an energy imprint filled with the breath of chaos in the void. It was filled with the pure breath of chaos. There was no trace of the abyssal death mist coming into contact with it, and the abyssal death mist seemed to have run far away because of the imprint. It seemed to be afraid and then ran away. That's right, it ran away. That's really unusual. Yun Nuoshing's cheeks were red. From the very beginning, they had firmly believed that the Abyss Death Mist was a group of people who did not have brains or spiritual wisdom. They were brave and fearless people. How could there be a day when they would show such a fearful expression and even flee in a panic? Shouldn't those fellows be shouting slogans and roaring as they wiped out everything before them? To be able to scare a person like Shirliji to the point of mental illness, that… Yun Nuoshing scratched his head and could not figure it out after thinking for a while. And then there was the breath of chaos. So you're speculating that it has something to do with the tide of chaos? That's basically it. There are still many confirmations in between. For example, this was a one-time sighting. Also, following this sighting, we found something in the conceptual layer of the Void's rules that didn't make us happy. It seemed like the remnants of the breath of chaos, but it didn't exactly look like it. There were many traces, many things that couldn't be clearly identified. Jing Yun scratched his head in distress. It's weird. It's been so many years since we found so many things in the void, and now suddenly… Brother, did you check the situation in the void when you set up the second defense line? You might have encountered something unknown. I really didn't pay attention at that time. Yun Nuoshing frowned and shook his head. At that time, my mind was filled with thoughts like destroy everything together, play myself to death, play you to death, spiral into the sky with me in the void, die together, and so on. That was why I created the second and third lines of defense. I didn't think about the void. Everyone was speechless. Once this guy decided to play with his life, it was a matter of who would die first. But if you want to say it… Yun Nuoshing snapped his fingers to indicate that he seemed to have touched something. Then, he looked up outside and stared at the void for a while before lowering his head to look at everyone. His colorful eyes flashed brightly. If there was something worth paying attention at that time, perhaps the current void position was a little close to the Great Void Fissure. That's right, it's the position of Node 0 right now. Hui was shocked. His little angel wings straightened as he felt a chill run down his spine. What's the Great Void Fissure? Jing Yun scratched his head. Looking at everyone's gloomy faces, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Don't suddenly fall into this hopeless future, early death, early reincarnation situation. The Great Void Fissure is a general term. I should have told you once. It's the world that was torn apart by the power of the heavenly god of origin. I later called it the world of origin. That world is covered by a layer of barrier, a barrier that is filled with a never-ending storm of the void, the storm of divine destruction. It's all surging, violent, manic, and chaotic origin energy. Perhaps it's more friendly to the life of order, but, Yun Nuoshing said and shrugged. Jing Yun's expression also changed crazily within these few sentences. But what? Peak origin cultivators will die if they enter it. I went in by accident at that time. Because of luck, I escaped the fate of certain death. Now that I think about it, well, if someone below the middle level of Premier or even the high level of Premier comes in contact with it, he may be instantly turned into ashes. You can even go in there? Jing Yun was stunned. Isn't it instant death? Probably at that time I was already entangled by the spirits of origin. That's why I didn't die. Yun Nuoshing spread his hands and sighed. He looked puzzled. Anyway, I'm already used to it. Heh, so many things happen at origin, right? I've endured it so strongly. That's small. Ahem, forget it. That's not a joke. As he spoke, he sighed and reminisced. Back then, I wasn't afraid of death anyway. Forget it, forget it. Let's not talk about it. Everyone. This fellow had never taken life and death seriously from the very beginning. Yun Nuoshing coughed dryly. Anyway, this is the only thing worth paying attention to. The position of the void now is indeed closer to the location of the Great Void Fissure. Maybe it's the result of me adjusting the position of the second line of defense. But don't worry about that. Now, the Great Void Fissure has drifted along the void towards the chaotic void. It may be in the middle and lower planes now. Tossing aside a bunch of additional information and focusing on some of the more important things in the conversation, Jing Yun calmed her frightened face and said calmly, So, you think that the things I saw in the void might have been thrown out by the Great Void Fissures, God-vanquishing storm? Or it may have stirred up the void and pulled them out from the bottom. Yun Nuoshing shrugged. Anyway, you found an energy mark in the void that carries the breath of chaos. That's the only thing that's not fake. At this level, there's no illusion. A mark of chaos that could make the death mist in the abyss so scared that it turned around and ran away. Heh, I'm a little interested. Stop fooling around. Don't do those weird things again. We quickly pressed on his shoulder and shook him hard. You just got up from the ground. Don't lie back down again. By the way, keep your priesthood. Yun Nuoshing smiled bitterly. The condition to kill the enemy. If there is, why not fight for it? You didn't do anything weird with my priesthood, did you? You just came back to life. Can you not talk about death the moment you open your mouth? I just made the observer dimension and used it to learn your skills. Nothing else. All right. Yun Nuoshing shrugged. I'll listen to you for now. Huey's eyes widened. Are you still asleep? I actually talked you out of it? Do you want to go back and lie down for a while? Everyone was speechless. They felt that there were a lot of things to complain about in this conversation, but they did not know what to say. So, he came back to life just to think about how to die next time? The legendary death wish? Chapter 1704. There were too many strange things in the void. Life forms that could affect it could be found everywhere. The rules of the void had changed from a restriction to a cornerstone. Everyone could change the void as they wished to achieve their goals, or to make their world more convenient, or to allow themselves to see more clearly, or for other reasons. If these man-made changes were treated as garbage left in the void, then the void would be a smelly garbage dump filled with garbage. However, if the scope was expanded without limit, that's right, the void had no size in the first place. It was infinite. Then the garbage dump would collapse into dust in an instant. The influence of life on the void would still be negligible. Saying all this was just to express that the void had accumulated a lot of man-made things, especially in this era of constant war. The void was filled with rules, order, and concepts that had been modified. It was no longer possible to tell which things were created by the void itself, and which were man-made. The mark of chaos was also among the garbage that filled the void, although it was even more invisible than all the other garbage. It was hidden in an extremely deep place, hiding in a wretched place and not doing anything good. Other than Jing Yun, He and Hui had not seen the Chaos Tide's mark with their own eyes. However, they had seen the traces of destruction left behind by the Chaos Tide in the realm of the god. The chaos energy that filled the entire realm of gods and leaked out to the passageway outside had affected many things. It was very destructive to order. Once it broke into the territory of order, well, it would definitely cause some damage to order. But on the other hand, order was its natural enemy. Logically speaking, the power of the void of order should have completely disintegrated that part of the chaos mark. As for why it was not destroyed and instead, it seemed to have taken root in the void of order and caused trouble, this point was still unknown. It's probably like a fishbone. If it's left there normally, it can be digested cleanly. At most, it'll cause a little indigestion. However, you can't stop the fishbone from getting stuck in your throat or falling down and piercing a hole in your stomach. Siyu shrugged. Now that she was in the origin realm, the conversation between Little Star and the others was no longer difficult for her. Yun Nuoxing, Hui, and Jing Yun. This girl's words were always straight to the point, and it was very difficult for them. Alright. Let's use Little Yu's words as an example. Yun Nuoxing also spread her hands and sighed. The mark of chaos. Well, according to what you said, it should have undergone some abnormal changes, so it wasn't crushed by the rules of the order void. Instead, it stayed here and destroyed the rules of the order void. This should be the main reason why the rules of the order void are weakened. Unfortunately, we can't see the mark of chaos. At most, we can barely feel that something is wrong with the order void when we look at the void. Siyu nodded and crossed her arms. It's just like the itch in your body. Although it's not a problem, it's uncomfortable if you don't scratch it. Yun Nuoxing and the other two. Why did this girl always say such things that disturbed the atmosphere, even though that was the truth? At this moment, Yun Nuoxing suddenly realized that in the past, Siyu's realm wasn't high enough to hear some words clearly, so she didn't have anything in her mind and wouldn't speak coquettishly. Now, she could understand 80 to 90% of what they were saying, and he couldn't stop this girl from speaking coquettishly anymore. It's not as simple as an itch. Jing Yun glanced at the girl and shook her head with a bitter smile. That's chronic poisoning. It's destroying the order void bit by bit, and it's silent. Before anyone knew it, the order void had already become like this. If it continues to remain. Phew. Jing Yun let out a long sigh, which made Yun Nuoxing startled. In the later void, the ancient era, until the era that they had yet to name, the order void's rules could be directly observed to be weakened step by step. Could it be that the mark of chaos had not been completely removed at that time, and the order void had been weakened by the corrosion of those marks? This possibility did not feel particularly high, but it seemed to be quite high. The reason why he felt it was not high was because he thought that the mark of chaos could be removed, but the reason why he felt it was high was because, well, it might not be that easy to remove it. Perhaps when they were just about to remove the mark of chaos, the abyss of death mist had increased their firepower, and the strong army had suppressed the second line of defense so that they could not be distracted. Then, the mark of chaos was left behind, and they could not deal with this fishbone in the future. Anyway, this void was just that ridiculous. They were not just standing there and chatting. Even when they were explaining these things to the girls, he, Hui, and Jing Yun were not idle. They were also tidying up. Boom, bang, bang, bang. The hourglass-like pyramid was reduced to dust amidst a few destructive explosions. The entire upper half of the pyramid fell to the ground in fragments amidst the rumbling of rules and order. Then, it disintegrated layer by layer. The energy particles, the dancing energy, the fading light that, well, it was blown up. Yun Nuoxing sighed. The bottom layer of this thing is not bad, but the extension at the back is a little bad. Well, although I don't have a complete grasp of origin energy and rules, I don't have much confidence in saying that. But the basic situation can still be seen. Anyway, it's better to demolish the upper half and redo it. Jing Yun and Hui looked at the hourglass pyramid that had stood in the observer dimension for decades as it turned into dust with a blast of energy. They could not help but sigh with their hands behind their back. That rolling dust, it's a familiar scene. They had also exploded many times, sometimes more tragic than this. Moreover, blasting was also a technical job. If they did not figure out the traces of rules and order, the upper half of the pyramid would be destroyed by the explosion and half of the lower half. Seeing half of their efforts being destroyed by accident, they would occasionally destroy the remaining part in exasperation. Such things had happened many times. Looking at the two who had fallen into a gray state, Yun Nuoshing shrugged. He had gotten used to making things by himself, dismantling things by himself, going back and forth repeatedly. Anyway, this was the observer dimension, and it would not affect the rules of the void. It would not be a problem for him to do this thing as many times as he wanted. If he had to create it directly under the void, the rules and order of the void in the vicinity would have been riddled with holes in the last 10 billion years. It would make the void of order, which was not in a good situation and was struggling at death's door, even worse. Yun Nuoshing waved his hand and brushed away the rolling dust. It was just the product of the energy explosion, and not really the dust from the explosion of some substance. The base of the pyramid was still fine except for a little scorched at the top, and the internal situation was not affected. Yun Nuoshing waved his hand, and a magic circle appeared in the void, surrounding the pyramid. Some went to the bottom layer to adjust and convert. After all, there were still some flaws. Some went to the top layer to prepare the construction. Don't look at me as if I'm going to do it. I actually don't know what to do for a while. Yun Nuoshing smiled bitterly at the others who were looking at him. Hui. I understand. Just like when Jing Yun and I first proposed to do this thing, we stood here in a daze and thought about it for a few days before we started. At first, we had no clue at all. Everything is difficult at the beginning. Jing Yun smiled bitterly and covered her face. Unprecedented actually means that we don't even have a template, and have to work on the bottom layer ourselves. Anyway, let's create a carrier of rules. You have to use a high concentration of origin rules as the carrier's skeleton, or I'm worried that this thing won't be able to withstand the origin energy that you inject into it later on. Well, after all, it's a rule creation based on the power of origin. Yun Nuoshing nodded and waved his hand to activate the magic circle. Circles of magic circle began to spin, revolving around the space where the inverted pyramid was just a moment ago. The surrounding energy and rules were all sucked in, condensing into several huge energy vortexes in the air. The origin energy and origin rules were quickly released from the magic circle under his own control, and then began to condense into physical cubes under the control of special rules. The rules were the framework, and the energy was the filling to create the rule creation. The condensed energy was like a storm, rapidly throwing down energy cubes in the air. Everyone could only watch as the magic circle slowly revolved around the space, and a pile of cubes was piled up in front of them. It gradually took shape from a blur, and within a few minutes, the pyramid that had just been blown up was formed. Well, the color was a little different. The pyramid below was made by Hui and Jing Yun, and it was golden. The upside-down pyramid above was probably all due to the origin energy and origin rules, and it was a colorful white. The colorful energy flowed throughout the entire huge pyramid like ripples of water, and it looked like a dream. It was exceptionally beautiful and a little dazzling. Jing Yun looked at the colorful pyramid for a while, and suddenly said, "Little brother, are you getting better at mastering the origin energy and origin rules?" Yun Nuoshing was startled. Now that you mention it, it seems to be a little better. It should be because of the shackles that I told you guys just now. How much can you master now? Huey's breathing was a little faster. He took a few steps closer and stared at Hao Ren. Yun Nuoshing was startled by the stare. He rubbed his chin and muttered to himself. At the same time, he used the origin energy to circulate around his body. About close to 90%. I can almost fully master the power of destruction. If I use the first light, I should be able to take it one step further. What about the Yuansha realm? Both of them stared at Hao Ren. Can you climb up to the Yuansha realm? Yun Nuoshing smiled bitterly. He pressed his hands on their shoulders and pushed them back a little. He sighed and shook his head. No, this is not something that can be done just by saying almost, barely, or I think it will work. It's not that I can do it, it's that they have to say that it will work. And this method uses the origin energy and origin rules to stimulate the divine right of divinity. It's a little risky, but the risk is not a problem. At worst, I will die again. Seeing that both of you have held on for 100 billion years without any problems, I guess I can try dying again while the second line of defense is still around. Stop fooling around. The little angel quickly put her hand on Hao Ren's mouth and said with a little reproach, You have just woken up. Don't talk about dying or dying. Can't you just live for a few days? Hui and Jingyun were sweating as they heard that. They quickly waved their hands. Stop fooling around. Just pretend that we didn't say anything. That means that it is actually feasible, but the success rate is extremely ridiculous, right? There is a decimal point behind the 0, and the decimal point has the number of zeros of an army. Do you understand now? Yun Nuoshing grabbed the little angel's hand and pulled it down. He then shrugged. So I have no intention of carrying it out. The control of the origin energy and the origin rules can make the decimal point increase exponentially, but the base is too small to calculate to a certain extent. Let me see. Excluding the destructive energy that occupies the main body, I still need about half of the origin energy to be completely controlled. It's not as difficult as finding another way to reach the primeval realm. Hui and Jingyun sighed. They had already expected this outcome. How to make him reach the primeval realm was a persistent topic that had not stopped for hundreds of billions of years. It was almost a process of proposing a plan, deducing abnormalities, and giving up. They had been searching and exploring for hundreds of billions of years. They might have summed up about 1,000 methods, some of which existed in the mythological era, some of which were discovered at this time. All of them had possibilities, but they were only possibilities. The real success rate was not higher than 0.000. Dragging an army. It was very troublesome. Maple reaching the primeval realm was the fastest way to end this battle, and also the most stable way. However, this road was really as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Damn that guy, before the battle even started, he had already broken the most powerful lance of the Void of Order. I really want to curse his entire family. Hui could not help but grumble in his soul. He wished he could drag that guy out and whip him 100 million times, then press him into the road of reincarnation to hang him up and give him a good beating. What the hell was this? After continuing to discuss the primeval realm, and the primeval energy, and the primeval law, Hui and Jingyun gave up again after feeling that the future was still bleak. They looked at each other and both felt exhausted. Yun Nuoshing shrugged and spread his hands. He was already used to it. It was hopeless, and he could not see the road ahead. There was only a broken road in front of him, and below the broken road was a cliff. When others fell down the stairway to heaven, they would only scream or fall with a bloody nose and a swollen face. As for him, he did not take the first step well and directly fell into the bottomless abyss. Then, he would have to do it again after hundreds of billions of years. Back on the pyramid that was built was just a carrier used to carry the primeval energy and the primeval law. It was just a shell. The important thing was the things that were about to be stuffed inside. So, we can directly modify and transform these things that you have researched using the primeval energy and the primeval law? Yun Nuoxing looked at the things that Yu Hui and Jing Yun gave him projected in his mind. He looked at them for a while, then looked up at the two and said blankly, "Why do I feel that it is a little unreliable?" Ahem. Hui coughed dryly and turned his head guiltily. "If you have any good ideas, then, you can modify it yourself. We are just making a template for you to see so that you can gather your thoughts or something." Thoughts. Jing Yun nodded with her arms crossed. "We are not inheritors, right? The primeval energy and the primeval law are not easy to modify." "All right." Yun Nuoxing sighed deeply. He could not help but murmur as he worked, how good would it be to have another inheritor of the primeval origin at this time? Then I can think about how to die more gracefully. The little angel covered his mouth for the second time and stared at him angrily. He laughed awkwardly and said, "This is the last time. I will say it for the last time. The primeval energy and the primeval law were like a set of creations that operated their own laws. The things that others made might not be compatible with them. In short, the things that Hui and Jing Yun created had to be transformed into the primeval law, and the main body into the primeval energy. It was almost like a remake. However, looking at the two of them craning their necks to watch the show, perhaps that was their plan. It did not take much effort. Done. About half an hour later, Yun Nuoxing suddenly raised his hand and shouted. The people who were still craning their necks were stunned. At the same time, they were shocked. So fast? The little angel was also puzzled. When they were doing it, it seemed like it took a few hundred years. It's just a simple conversion. It won't take too long to transform the things that Hui and the others made into the primeval energy and the primeval law as the main body. Yun Nuoxing nodded and looked at the two pyramids that were about to connect. The problem is the latter part. I am confident that I can restore it 100%. However, whether it can be done or not depends on *clang. The top of the two pyramids slowly connected. The colorful pyramid made of the primeval energy suddenly shone brightly. The flow of energy and color inside it became very fast. It was like a turbulent river rushing toward the top position. The golden pyramid below also responded with the same level of energy. Even though Yun Nuoxing had adjusted its internal situation and strengthened its laws and structure, it still looked like, "Damn, this is not right. It must explode. Get down." Hui was shocked. He waved his hand and prostrated himself on the ground. The others thought for a moment and quickly retreated. The golden pyramid burst into a dazzling light. Hundreds of golden rays of light shot up into the sky from its cracked shell. The connected origin energy also surged into the golden pyramid and burst out from the cracks, dyeing the observer space with countless rays of light dancing in the air. And then, boom, an earth-shattering explosion suddenly sounded. The two energies connected and turned all the energy and laws inside the golden pyramid into pure energy for detonation. A golden ring of clouds burst out and then swept toward the sky. The energy at once released an extremely powerful destructive force. The shock waves swept toward Yun Nuoxing and the others and blew their hair into a mess. It exploded. That's expected. Yun Nuoxing calmly waved his hand to stop the storm. The golden energy that swept out froze at the edge of the sky. Then, as if it was flowing backward, it retreated and shrank in his palm. It looked as if the storm was gathering in his palm. In just a moment, it had completely shrunk into a thumb-sized energy cube. He looked at it for a moment, tossed it in his hand, and threw it into his mouth. As he sensed it, he said, Actually, it's a problem with the rules and order. The energy was just detonated because the most important rules and order went berserk first. This problem is bad. There are many situations that can cause this problem. We got up from the ground and saw this scene. He was speechless. Your construction speed and the speed of destruction are much faster than ours. Jing Nuoxing stood with his hands behind his back. The energy light that filled the observer's space had not completely faded. The golden light, the colorful light, pulled his figure into a long shadow. He looked at the empty space and could not help but sigh. Not even ashes are left. Well, let's put aside the sigh. Brother, what did you see just now? Yun Nuoshing pointed above. The laws and order are unstable. They are restless, which is why they are prone to riots. However, it's only on a small scale, a worldwide riot. If you were to sit on the throne and rule a world, you would suddenly receive news that the world under your rule is in turmoil. Every planet and every territory of life in the world is rioting. Moreover, it's only on the smallest scale, or a few people fighting each other. The largest is the scale of a brawl between hooligans, but the numbers are in the hundreds of millions. What do you think? I can't watch. Jing Nuoshing replied. So, they exploded. They can't watch either. Yun Nuoshing scratched his head. It was the simplest way to explain it. Either way, every inch of the laws and order are rioting to varying degrees, so that's the current situation. The reason for this is that the laws and order are unstable. They can't settle down. I'm referring to the environment. See, you looked up at the void and towards the conceptual layer of laws. But it seems very calm. It's all calm. Undercurrents are surging. Yun Nuoshing replied. Then, the little girl gave an oh and understood. Those were things that they couldn't see, touch, or feel. If that's the case, there should be something wrong with the circle that resonates and mediates order and rules. Is it caused by the current war? Or is it caused by the influence left behind by the tide of chaos? Jing Nuoshing frowned. I'm not sure, but it's all possible. Yun Nuoshing shook his head. He waved his hand and gathered the energy into a rhombus-shaped energy shard. It was the remnant energy of the second gathering, the part that had just calmed down. Through it, he could see some things that were naturally formed after the energy was destroyed without his interference. He then stuffed it into his mouth. However, the impact of the war between order and chaos is probably greater. The two forces of order are clashing without restraint, affecting too many things. The void in places that are difficult to observe has been destroyed beyond recognition. TSK, it's this damn situation again. Hui scratched his head. Then what should we do? Yun Nuoshing spread his hands. I don't know. Let's think about it. There's always a way. Anyway, let's sit down and think about it. The basic situation is very clear. Now, we have to think of a way to solve the situation of the environment. Chapter 1705. The void was the most unscrupulous thing in the entire Great Yuan realm. It used probability to play with life as if it was a dice game. Normally, it looks so casual and normal, but in some small places, yes, in some small details, it would cause some problems that would make people jump up in fright. Usually, the consequences of these problems would make people want to collapse the entire void. For example, right now, when they were about to set up something that could be used on a large scale in the void to treat this slightly broken void, it told them that it was unwilling to do so, and that the patient was unwilling to cooperate with the treatment. Then, all sides began to cause a ruckus, as if they were having a stomachache, causing them to want nothing more than to collapse the entire void. Damn it, it was a small matter that the patient was unwilling to cooperate. After everything was over, nothing would happen to the patient. At most, everything would return to zero. But for them, it was a matter of life and death. That was a matter that would take the lives of all life in the void of order. That is the truth. But even if you slash the void, there won't be a better result. At most, it will be temporarily stable. Then, it will come out from somewhere else to stab you in the lungs. When you hate it to the core, you can't do anything to it. If it has spiritual intelligence, it must be saying to us now, I like to see you guys hate me but can't kill me. Jing Nua's words stunned Hui, who was stamping with rage. He paused and his expression changed for a while. Then, he smiled bitterly and shook his head. He looked a little pale, and his sigh sounded like a young woman with hidden bitterness. Yun Nuoshing thought for a while and said, "But I can indeed destroy the entire void. It's a little difficult, but it's only a little troublesome. I think you all know the way I killed the high-level heavenly god of origin last time. Then, I expand the scope to the level of concepts and rules, and carry out a destructive attack on the entire void. Except for the high-level heavenly god of origin, no one can survive. You can treat it as a pseudo-void turbulence." Everyone. This guy is still thinking very seriously. And judging from his expression, he is actually very serious. He said this very seriously. Speaking of which, he is indeed the inheritor of origin. He has inherited the energy and rules of origin, and he can do something to this extent. No wonder the heavenly god of origin could destroy the void with a slap and split the Grand Yuan realm into 8 parts. They believed him, they really believed him. Given some time, he could also do something to this extent. However, they didn't want to see a situation where everyone died. Wasn't it because they didn't want to see the entire Order Void die? That was why they fought until now. Crushing the entire Order Void in a second. Although it was a little exciting, but forget it, let's not talk about this anymore. Jing Yun put on a bitter smile and looked ahead. The turbulent void was just a dark place where nothing could be seen, but it was indeed rolling. However, it was not a natural scene of the void. It was a storm in the depths of the void, where half of them touched the conceptual level of the rules. It was trying to condense all the void within the range into a point, trying to see its lesion clearly. Perhaps there was something else other than the mark of chaos. At least now, they could feel that there was a bad breath rolling in the void with the invisible void storm. It was a very bad breath, like the breath of vomit that had not been taken out for hundreds of years under the sun for a while, all kinds of inhumane breath. No, that was the most direct description. Siyu and Feng Qinghuang pinched their noses and looked pained. They could still bear it for a while, but the young man, well, as the master of the storm, he seemed to be fine. No, he saw the shiny netherworld ruin sword in the young man's hand. Coupled with the calm expression on his face, and the way he raised and lowered the netherworld ruin sword from time to time, was he considering whether it was worth it to cut down the void storm? We could not help but put up layer after layer of order barriers in front of them. He even opened the guardian barrier. The impact of the void storm on them was slightly reduced. No. This is too disgusting. Even the broken breath left behind after the clash of order and chaos is not as disgusting as this. After all, this is trash that has been accumulating at the bottom of the void for God knows how many years. This place has been completely occupied by this breath, and it is very evenly distributed throughout the void. If you don't use this method, you won't even be able to feel it. Yun Nuoshing was startled as he spoke. He turned his head and looked to his side. Frost was holding his shoulder and carefully peeking her head out from behind him. He was stunned for a moment and said subconsciously, "Frost, if you feel uncomfortable, you should go back to the spiritual world first. This breath may have a slight effect on you." Although she had become a complete life form of the origin, this breath that originated from the void origin might still cause her life structure to feel a little uncomfortable. Both of them were born from the same origin, so there would be a slight effect. Frost tilted her head and looked at his colorful eyes. She shook her head and replied softly, "It's nothing. I just feel a little, not very." The girl looked like she was thinking. Yun Nuoshing was startled. "Did you see something? Or did you sense something?" I think so." Frost nodded and carefully stretched out her little finger towards a place in the invisible void storm. There seems to be a solidified thing hidden under layers of wind. It seems to know that we are here. It seems to know that we are here. It seems to be a little uneasy when we see it, but it can't move. Hui and Jing Yun were horrified. They stared at the place she was pointing at with their eyes as big as copper bells. They pressed their senses on that place one after another, piercing through the barrier of the storm. However, they still couldn't sense anything. Feng, did you see it? Hui quickly turned his gaze to Yun Nuoshing. Yun Nuoshing shook his head. It may be some kind of instinctive talent of the life form of the origin. At least, I didn't feel anything there. However, if it is solidified and saw us, perhaps the target we are here to capture is already waiting there. Yun Nuoshing said. He waved his hand and changed the direction of the storm. It changed from the state of being condensed to the front to the spreading state. The storm that was facing them was gradually splitting and spreading to the two sides. It was as if a giant was tearing the solidified storm into two halves with his hands. Then, the two halves of the storm suddenly expanded and spread rapidly. It quickly spread over them and gathered behind them. When they stepped into the range of the void storm, Siyu had just let down her defense a little. A foul smell hit her face and almost choked her nose. She rolled her eyes and was about to fall. Feng Qinghuang quickly caught her. Feng Qinghuang smiled bitterly and quickly took her to Yun Nuoshing. Little star, let's go back first. The atmosphere here is not very good. Well, let's go in and take a rest. This place is really not suitable for you. After Feng Qinghuang and Hui hurriedly left, Yun Nuoshing waved his hand again and changed the storm. The closed storm surged all the pressure towards the place where Frost was pointing. He waved his hand and said to everyone, "Let's go. Let's go and see the true face of the lesion." If it is really the lesion, could it be some kind of void trash? Hui muttered. It is not surprising if it is. However, even if it is trash, it is definitely not trash from the order void. It is either from the chaos void or related to the death mist in the abyss. No matter what the result is, well, it should be able to help us figure out something. As Jing Yun said, his spreading soul touched something. His face stiffened. Brother, I saw it. Well, I saw it too. It was very clear, very clear. Yun Nuoshing nodded. His figure moved forward a little faster. To describe it in a unique way, there was a void storm that could not be seen with the naked eye in front of them. Their senses could detect the presence of the void storm, and it enveloped them. And inside the void storm, there was another gust of wind sweeping in from all directions, suppressing a place under the pressure of countless void storms. The place that was wrapped into a ball by the silky wind was like a core. Inside the core, there was a white spot. It was like the eye poop that was stuck on the eyes early in the morning, blocking their vision. However, the eye poop was not stuck on their eyes, but on the void. Yun Nuoshing glanced at Hui and said, "Can you not say such things that will ruin the atmosphere?" Hui shrugged and said, "Is there any atmosphere in this place?" "Alright, not really. Even if it was, it wouldn't be strong." Yun Nuoshing sighed, and his expression gradually became serious. The energy in his body began to be mobilized on a large scale, and a huge array appeared behind him. Then, like a bird leaving its nest, it rushed forward and surrounded the blurry white shadow in 5 directions. Only the side facing them was left open. The storm also stopped with the array's intervention. The blurry white shadow seemed to move a little. Yun Nuoshing felt that it should have sensed the pressure exerted by the storm and stopped. It wanted to run, but it felt another pressure stronger than the storm and did not dare to run. Does this thing have a bit of spiritual intelligence? Everyone could see the vague trembling clearly. Hui asked directly. Not really. Maybe it's some kind of stress reaction. I didn't feel anything that could be called the bottom line of life and intelligence from it. Little Purple Soul has a weak aura of intelligence and life, but this thing doesn't. There was a slight movement in the white shadow. Under the gaze of Yun Nuoshing and the others, it trembled slightly again. The layer of white fog-like thing faded little by little, revealing its true form. It was an unknown object with a solid gray spherical core that was about 1,000 feet in size. It was surrounded by layers of gray rock layers that were condensed by energy and wrapped around it. When Jing Yun saw its true form exposed, her eyes suddenly widened. she said excitedly. This is it. This is what I saw the other day. But the one I saw that day didn't seem to be this big? Jing Yun scratched her head and asked, has it mutated? It was sucked in from the void by the void storm. Maybe it merged with other things of the same nature. Maybe it was affected by the presence of chaos and expanded a little. Yun Nuoshing shrugged. You can explain it however you want. Maybe it's because there are many of them, sitting in different places in the void and of different sizes. Jing Yun nodded hesitantly. She pinched her chin and stared at the thing. But it's still a little different. The surface of this thing doesn't have the energy imprint that I saw the other day. But it's all condensed by the presence of chaos. This is exactly the same. The color is not the same. The one I saw that day was dark and white. Hui stared at the thing and suddenly understood something. He took a maple-shaped magic circle from the side and threw it over. A moment later, he handed the magic circle to the two of them. Take a look and you'll know. Jing Yun looked at the image projected by the magic circle and was stunned. It was gray because there were countless gray energy imprints on the surface, covering the original color. Looking at it from the magic circle, they could see that the entire sphere was covered by some strange, twisted energy imprint. They could barely see some clear lines, but they were all in the form of layers. There was no way to find a single complete energy imprint. So the whole body is engraved with imprint. Yun Nuoshing heard his bitter laugh and looked at it a few more times. After a moment, she said, in short, it's confirmed that it's this thing, right? Jing Yun frowned and hesitated for a few minutes. Then, she slowly nodded. If there's no other accident, it should be. It might be like what you said. Its size and shape are just different. Anyway, the presence of chaos on it is real. The presence of chaos is denser than the abyssal death mist. Only the thing left behind by the concept body of chaos can emit it. It's fine as long as it is. Yun Nuoshing nodded. The magic circle that surrounded it in all directions suddenly trembled. The abundant energy turned the whole magic circle into a colorful circle. The sword light that looked like a few divine swords circled around the sphere quickly. Thousands of energy threads suddenly appeared on the sphere. The dark energy threads were connected to the sphere at one end, and the other end was rooted in the void. They were very taut, and as the magic circle cut through them, they all fell and disappeared in the void. The moment those dark energy threads were cut, Shuang suddenly said, "That feeling has disappeared. There seems to be some movement in the void." Hui saw that scene and felt the change in the void. He seemed to understand something. That's the root that is directly connected to the void and used to affect the order of the void? I don't know. That's probably it. I just saw that it was very troublesome to take root in the void, so I cut it off. Yun Nuoshing calmly shook her head. Hui could not help but smile bitterly. Seeing that the void was gradually calming down, it should be so. Hui continued to look at the terrifying number of energy imprints projected by the magic circle. He could not help but say, I think that these imprints engraved on the sphere are the real chaos imprints. Its body is just a new carrier. Jing Yun replied, in other words, they are just small energy imprints scattered in the void. It's because they have gathered together that they become what we see in front of us? I'm guessing. The presence of chaos that we sense all comes from those imprints. The presence of chaos around its body, including the energy condensation that looks like a rock layer, is not particularly strong. Yun Nuoshing looked at it a few more times before waving her hand to close the last exposed part of the magic circle. The magic circle shuddered and moved the entire thing into the observer dimension. We're going to be busy for a while. We have to deal with this thing first. This is just a bigger or a smaller condensation of chaos imprint. The void is full of traces left behind by them. We have to find a way from this condensation, a way to solve it once and for all. Hui grinned. That scared the hell out of me. I thought we were going to go from place to place and pull the chaos imprints out of the void or something. Yun Nuoshing glanced at him. It's not that you can't do that, but I'm not going to keep you company. Based on the concept and the rules of the void, you won't be able to remove all the chaos imprints even if you use up all your strength. Have you forgotten how troublesome it was to make them manifest in the beginning? Hui scratched his head. He was just thinking about it. The essence of the storm was the product of the mixture of origin energy and annihilation energy. It took such a powerful force to gather them from all over the void, and the storm was so huge that he would not dare to make such a big commotion if he was not inside the void of order. One could only imagine how big the storm would be if he used ordinary energy to gather those imprints from all over the place. Yun Nuoshing waved her hand to disperse the storm, and all the storm and energy in the void subsided. She then opened a portal to the observer space and said to everyone, "Let's go back. We're going to be busy for a while. The essence of this thing that involves the concept of chaos is not much simpler than the origin relic. I think it would take a long time just to dismember it." Dismember it? Hui laughed bitterly. Why does it sound like you're catching a prey and then plucking it and heating it up in a pot of water? Well, it's basically the same. But that pot of water is no ordinary boiling water. It's a mixture of origin energy and annihilation energy. Would you dare to eat it if I cooked it? Yun Nuoshing said with a smile as she crossed her arms and stared at Hui. Forget it. I'm not hungry, I'm not hungry. I won't eat it even if I'm hungry. Hui smiled bitterly. He was afraid that he would turn into ashes with just one bite. Originally, the two types of energy were enough to kill a person. Now that he had mixed the two types of energy to cook something, he could see the reincarnation road open up in front of him in just one bite. Yun Nuoshing brought everyone back to the observer space. Hui and Jing Yun intended to walk around the void to see if they could find more traces. With such a wide range of the void storm, there must be more than just that thing. There must be something else left in the void. It could be the traces left by the sphere that destroyed the order of the void. It could be the traces of the void of chaos. It could also be some incomplete traces left by the chaos concept body. Or rather, that was what they thought. But after walking around the void that quickly calmed down after the storm disappeared, they did not find anything particularly noteworthy. If it was not only those things that were drawn up, it could only be that the chaos imprint was the only thing in the void, or that everything in the void had been swallowed by the chaos imprint and condensed into a sphere. Take a look at this. However, Hui seemed to have really salvaged something. Jing Yun heard his voice and leaned over. In his palm, she found a piece of something that looked like glass and obsidian. She didn't know what it was, but it should be a fragment. It's also tainted with the breath of chaos, but the breath is very weak. The essence has been distorted and blurred. Even if it was originally something of order, it is now an unknown object with the breath of chaos. Jing Yun took the thing from Hui and frowned. It doesn't look like a solidified law fragment. It also has something to do with the void, but not much. And then, I don't know. Take it back and let me have a look. Even if I know this thing, it has been distorted beyond recognition. It's hard to restore it. Guess what this is? Some kind of trash fragment of the chaos void. Hui shrugged. It's just a wild guess. All the things I saw with the aura of chaos were thrown into the order void from the opposite side. It just so happens that this is a special place where the bottom layer of the void and the conceptual layer of order are connected. Maybe it really floated over from there. I think it should be something that originally belonged to the order void. Jing Yun stared intently at the fragment that was slightly longer than her palm. She stared at it for a long while before she frowned. I feel like there's something about it. It might be related to our era. However, its essence has been distorted beyond recognition by the aura of chaos. It was either killed by the tide of chaos or by the aura left behind by the mark of chaos. However, if it is really something from the void of order, Hui thought for a moment, then it must have drifted from the center of the upper plane to this place. If it had been drifting since 11 eras ago, it must have gone through some difficulties in the middle to drift here at this time. Otherwise, its speed of wandering in the void would be too slow. If it isn't, it shouldn't be. It has existed for too long, it couldn't have been destroyed recently. It's like that. Forget it. I can't figure it out. Jing Yun frowned. The two of them gathered together to study for a long time, but still could not figure it out. They could only put it into their pockets, and returned to the observer dimension through the portal left behind by Yun Nuoshing. As soon as they entered and closed the portal, Jing Yun and Hui turned around at the same time. They were greeted by a colorful energy storm that blew their hair back. Their eyes stared ahead, as if they saw the light of a supernova explosion. Ah, that gorgeous, that bright. Damn it, they were just wandering in the void for a while. Was he planning to destroy the observer dimension? The two of them waved their hands to push the wind away, and quickly went over. Then, they looked shocked and shouted in unison, "What are you doing? Oh, you're back. Did you find anything?" Yun Nuoshing tilted her head and looked at them. She nodded and used her eyes to point at the iron pot in front of them that was condensed by the origin energy and annihilation energy. The colorful energy flow was releasing unparalleled energy, and a ball was floating in the pot, as well as the rock layer condensed by the ball. It looked like it had been dismembered by 5 horses. Boiling it in the pot. Didn't you say so? Hui. I was just joking. You were just joking. I didn't ask you to really boil the oil in the pot. I'm boiling water. It's not healthy to fry it. Everyone. No. This was not a question of whether it was fried or not and whether it was healthy or not. Forget it, they were too lazy to complain. Looking at his serious expression, as if he was really up to something. Maybe this was indeed a special way to deal with it, but they just didn't know it. Chapter 1706. Hui was a little confused. The observer dimension was now surrounded by all kinds of strange energy phenomena. Colorful light, unknown energy runes floating everywhere, the breath of chaos and the breath of order coexisting harmoniously in midair. There was no sign of conflict between the two, and even if there was a slight touch, they would separate immediately. Pieces of pure white, dark, and colorful energy cubes were moving up and down on the ground and the sky. The 8 corners of the cubes drew a different number of marks in the space, entwined with the energy runes, turning into charms, and then into magic circles, and then… he did not understand. But what made him feel the most confused was… He looked down at Maple, who was now poking the 7-meter-long netherworld ruined sword into the big pot in front of him like a stick. He kept stirring the thousands of feet wide mixed energy liquid in the pot. The strange phenomena were all coming out of the pot, and it almost filled the entire observer dimension. Hui swallowed his saliva and moved closer to Jing Yun, who was also confused but pretended to be very calm. He poked her and said, "Are we crazy now, or is there something wrong with Feng?" Jing Yun's calm face suddenly twitched a few times because of this sentence. He could not help but smile bitterly. "Don't ask me, I don't know. Hui looked at him in shock with a "you're joking with me" expression. Jing Yun glanced at him and smiled even more bitterly. He looked at the little brother who was stirring the pot very rhythmically and sighed. Well, I don't think the little brother would do such a prank, and the method he used is indeed analysis, decomposition, and dismantling. Now I can directly see the structure of the chaos ball, and the mark of chaos is fused into the liquid energy of the 2 breaths of order. It's just that. It's this technique that makes me a little confused. Well, a little confused. I don't even know where this technique came from." Jing Yun paused for a moment, and then looked at the little brother who was humming a little tune and seemed to be in a good mood. He gritted his teeth and said, "Although I think it might be a prank, the only thing I'm sure of is that there's no problem with the method. Anyway, let's observe first. Then what are those things floating in the space?" we asked. Jing Yun looked up at the countless abstruse patterns and runes floating in the air. He thought for a while and said, "They should be floating out of the chaos ball and the mark of chaos." After being dismantled and exposed in order, the space of the observer dimension processed them and then materialized in the space. Well, that's about it. You have to ask me what they are. He lowered his head and touched his chin for a moment. He even touched a piece of energy rune floating beside him and observed it in his palm for a moment. He then gently rubbed it a few times and pinched it again. Only then did he let go of the energy rune that had become wrinkled. It's just some runes with the energy of order and the energy of chaos. Well, individual runes don't mean anything. They probably have to be combined. In other words, they're just fragments from a huge body. Hui wrinkled his nose and listened for a long time with a puzzled and pained look on his face. A moment later, he was full of depression and doubt. He also grabbed an energy rune and pinched it a few times in the palm of his hand. A part of the doubt in his heart disappeared. Then, a bigger piece appeared. I don't think this is anything. It soaked in the void for a while before it was violently fished out by your storm. What we saw might only be its outer shell, the shell where most of its information has been erased. Even if there was something there before, now it's fine as long as you understand. Hui smiled bitterly. In other words, even if there was any information on the shell, it had been erased because of the processing. Then we can only wait for the thing in the center to come out. I forgot something after looking at it for a long time. Hui clapped his hands and quickly slipped to Maple's side. He put a piece of obsidian that they had just touched in the void in front of him. Maple, we just touched something in the void. Can you take a look and see what it is? You fished it out when you two were just staying here. Yun Nuoxing stopped stirring when he heard that. He turned around and glanced at Hui. He took the fragment from his hand. His colorful eyes jumped for a moment. His gaze focused on the fragment that was longer than a palm but thinner. After a moment, he narrowed his eyes and looked at it for a long time. Have you analyzed it? Although it's just a symbolic analysis. Hui scratched his head and turned to look at Jing Yun. The latter shrugged and spread her hands at the two of them in an exaggerated manner. Seeing his action, Yun Nuoxing also knew what it meant. She habitually twirled a strand of her bangs around her fingertip. Her eyes drifted between the debris in her hand and the chaotic ball floating in the pot. She grabbed the debris and pointed it into the pot. There was no response. She grabbed the debris with both hands and used a little force to break it. It didn't break. She muttered for a long time. I don't know what it is. You can't see it? Hui and Jing Yun were a little surprised when they heard it. It's not that I can't see it at all. There is still a way to get a result. But it's just a very vague result. Yun Nuoxing shook his head and waved his hand to take two pieces of the magic circle that were only the size of a palm. The magic circle covered his palms and his hands formed a triangle shape. The debris was pulled by the energy and floated between his palms. It was wrapped by the energy lines that extended from the magic circle. His colorful eyes flashed with energy lines, as if a huge amount of information was being extracted by his eyes. It's something of order. After a while, Yun Nuoxing blinked his eyes and the strange energy lines that were flowing quickly dissipated. The magic circle in his hand also disappeared. He held the debris in his hand. It's originally something of order, but it's been soaking in the void all year round. Well, if it's not because it directly came into contact with chaotic things in the void of order and was contaminated by chaotic aura, then it's because it's been corroded by the mark of chaos bit by bit until it's like this. It should be, Hui and Jing Yun were about to sweat when they heard the soft. They quickly focused and swallowed their saliva. What's wrong? What's wrong? Is there going to be an emergency again? Emergency? Not really. But I've got some unexpected information. Yun Nuoxing's eyes flashed. He held the debris in his left hand and used his right hand to gently scratch the surface of the debris a few times. It was as smooth as a mirror and did not leave a scratch. Nothing was suddenly revealed because of his movement, but he could clearly sense that there was an energy line that appeared under the surface of the debris that he scratched with his fingers. Then, it quietly disappeared. This thing is still active. We heard that and had goosebumps all over his body. This thing is alive? No, it's not alive. What you mean is that this thing is still active. Jing Yun went up to take a look and tried to respond. Is it a fragment from some nomological creation? Yun Nuoxing said, it's hard to say. But it's still active. Something is moving in the depth. This thing has nothing to do with that round thing. You can rest assured about that. Although both of them are in the same void region, because of the influence of the storm, they may have been very far apart before they were pulled over. Also, because it's at the bottom of the void, if the fragment exists on the surface of the void and just happened to sink to the bottom of the void and was pulled over a long distance by the storm, then the place where it originally existed on the surface of the void would be even further away from the place where we salvaged it. Siyu was completely confused by the previous words. Now that she picked a sentence that she understood, she immediately jumped out. When I was diving, I was swept thousands of miles away by a wave. Yun Nuoxing and the others. So this girl's summary was really accurate, but it really affected the atmosphere. Siyu shrugged. Anyway, the atmosphere is not very serious. Yun Nuoxing. This girl even knows how to complain in advance. Ahem. Yun Nuoxing coughed and glanced at Siyu. The little girl immediately stuck her tongue out and went to Feng Qinhuang to watch the show. Yun Nuoxing shook his head helplessly and said, that's what I meant. Anyway, it has nothing to do with the sphere. Even though the sphere was probably messed up by the mark of chaos. Also, as I mentioned earlier, the sphere was still operating. I sensed a message. A weak energy that pointed to the void. A very weak energy. Right now, the observer dimension is filled with the aura of chaos and order. That weak energy did not even last half a second before it was destroyed. If it was not for the fact that we were in the observer dimension, which is equivalent to an extension of my soul, I would not have sensed it at all. Hui and Jing Yun waved their hands vigorously. No, no, no. Not at all. Yun Nuoxing lowered his head and continued to stare at the fragment. That weak energy leak suddenly made him more interested than the ball of chaos. At this moment, he was staring at the fragment intensely, trying to find out something. Hui was also a little curious when he saw Maple's interest. They didn't sense anything, so they didn't know why Maple was suddenly so interested. If the fragment knew what kind of person was staring at it, would it immediately break apart to show its purpose? The weak energy pattern appeared again at the end of Yun Nuoxing's finger. It solidified for 5 seconds and dissipated again. Yun Nuoxing looked at the Netherworld Ruin Sword. Hey, hey, hey! Don't mess around. If the sword hits, it won't be as simple as dissecting and analyzing it. Hui saw that Feng's expression was getting more and more strange. He stepped in front of the Netherworld Ruin Sword and said with a face full of sweat, please use a normal method to deal with it. I haven't said what I'm going to do. Jing Yun expressed that she could not listen to it anymore. What you usually do is either bite, poke, or slap. Yun Nuoxing. But it's basically like this. The fastest speed is the most. I feel it again. It seems that the energy will only be released after I touch it. Hui was also very curious. Then how about you scrape it a few more times? Yun Nuoxing thought about it and felt that it was right. Then, he spread it flat in the palm of his hand. The middle finger and index finger of his right hand pressed together on the fragment. A gust of wind fiercely scraped left and right, leaving afterimages. On one side, he used all his strength to scrape while revealing an excited and ferocious expression. Seeing this, Hui and Jing Yun were sweating profusely and quickly retreated 2 steps. How can he go crazy just by scraping a fragment? Jing Yun looked at the violent energy storm around the little brother and smiled bitterly. Can't this guy be a little more normal? Hui smiled bitterly. I think Feng is a little too excited because he just climbed out of the coffin. That's why his behavior is a little strange. After a while, he should be back to normal. Jingyun hesitated and did not immediately agree. She looked at the little brother who was getting more and more excited. The storm was about to condense and take shape. She hesitated and said, I think the little brother urgently needs to vent the new energy form that he has suppressed for 100 billion years. Hui, Siyu, and the others were very much in agreement. He must be itching. Otherwise, why would he make such a big movement in the entire space? Buzz! While the few of them were busy guessing and ridiculing, a ray of dim blue light suddenly bloomed. First, the dim gray light that appeared seemed to have shrouded the space with a layer of haze. Then, the blue light broke through the darkness like the clouds and exposed the sun. The chaotic aura was suddenly cleared, causing them to be stunned. They hurriedly turned their heads and saw that Yun Nuoxing had stopped his crazy sweeping left and right. The fragment in his hand was the source of the light. The blue light soared into the sky and shone on the observer space. It was like a slow and tangible shockwave that swept across the entire space. The dark energy runes and dark aura that filled the entire space were swept away in an instant. Everyone was shocked. This was an extremely pure aura of order. This aura. It's the aura of order of our era. Jingyun suddenly opened her eyes wide. That's right, it was definitely the aura of their era. This was the strength of order that could only be born from the rules of the order void of their era. It was many times stronger than the current order void of order. Such a powerful purifying effect? Hui was also shocked when he saw the chaotic aura was swept away. After a moment, he calmed down and said to himself, well, it's probably because the chaotic aura is weaker? That's also the reason, but well, I'm not sure about the situation in the chaotic void. Anyway, the current strength of the rules of the order void and the strength of order are much weaker. It's basically impossible for the current level of rules and order to clean up the chaotic aura so efficiently. It's the problem of the order itself. Of course, it's also because the chaotic aura floating in this space is not strong enough. But no matter what, it's the aura that erupted from the chaotic void, and it should also be the chaotic aura from our era. The tide of chaos was directly caused by the eruption of the chaotic void. Hui quickly asked a question that he had not thought of at this time. It's just a speculation. It definitely has something to do with the chaotic void. But whether it was the chaotic void that caused this level of eruption, or the chaotic concept body that caused the tide of chaos, it's hard to say. Jingyun shook her head. That was already something that happened 11 eras ago. Compared to the void turbulence, caused by the origin heavenly god, I can't say if there was a delay, and I don't know if it was at the same time or caused by a delay in the eruption. At that time we were in a sealed space and lost track of time. Well, let's not bother about those things of the past for the time being. For the time being, let's assume that the tide of chaos only appeared some time after the void turbulence. The one who responded was Yun Nuoxing. He walked over from the side and interrupted Jingyun's thoughts. After the void turbulence caused by the origin heavenly god, the entire void would fall into a dead silence that was even more complete than nothingness. That is, the emptiness at the moment when the real Deyuan realm was first created, when order and chaos were still just concept. Different from the normal great samsara, the void turbulence caused by the origin heavenly god was complete destruction. It sent the 8 Yuan realm, no, the entire Deyuan realm back to the moment when it was still in its mother's womb. As for how he knew, it was of course told to him by those elusive fellows. That's right, she told him personally. It seemed that she had stayed for a short period of time after she caused the void turbulence before her soul dissipated. She only disappeared after she saw with her own eyes the Deyuan realm that she had destroyed. And the degree of destruction caused by the great samsara was on the same level as the false void turbulence that he could create now. It was not at the level of the real void turbulence. After all, that was just the aftermath of the destruction at the end of the God's era, even if the aftermath would cause a void turbulence once every 20 eras. When even chaos was just a concept. That should be the time when chaos was restored, but why? What happened at that time? Jing Yun was even more distressed when he heard that. They would always think a lot about things related to order and chaos. Perhaps it was the first cry of the chaotic void after it was restored. Perhaps it was the chaos concept body that yelled Motherf *Ker after it woke up and crushed the void of order that was still in its infancy. Yun Nuoxing shrugged. There are many explanations, but it's still the same. We can't come into contact with those things now because we really can't come into contact with them. So let's ignore them for now. Compared to that, let's take a look at this fragment. Oh? What's wrong with the fragment? Hui came forward curiously. The shard, which looked like it was made of obsidian, had now shed its darkness and grayness and turned into something like a blue crystal shard. It shone brightly and reflected the order energy and the colorful origin energy floating in the observer's space. This is such a pure aura of the rules and order. Is this the rules and order of the mythological era? Pure, untainted by dust. It was really pure. He could feel the flawless perfection when he first saw it. It was as if he had been living in a place where the sun and moon could not be seen. When the gray clouds in the sky completely dissipated one day, the air was no longer filled with dust, and the dazzling golden sunlight shone from the sky, forming a white and dazzling curtain of light. That was the feeling of being purified physically and mentally. Jing Yun thought for a few more seconds before coming back to her senses. The fragment, it was activated, and after the presence of chaos was destroyed, it returned to its original state. He took the fragment from the young man and looked at it in the palm of his hand for a moment. But he still shook his head. No, I still can't tell what it was broken from. I don't remember which world in our era had such a thing. Of course, maybe my brain hasn't recovered yet and I can't remember. I also told everyone, by the way. They also said that their brains were muddled and they couldn't remember this thing. Yes, we don't know, I don't. Yun Nuoxing and Hui were speechless. This guy was losing his mind as he talked. Yun Nuoxing took the fragment again and held it above her head. She focused the fragment against the sunlight of the node city and frowned as if hesitating about something. What's wrong? Hui poked Feng. Did you see something and plan to do something? Then, because of something, you're stuck? Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes at him. She put her hands behind her back and pointed with her thumb. Can't you see that pot of stuff is still soaking? Hui and Jing Yun were both stunned. Then they smiled bitterly. They had really forgotten about the pot of soup, the chaos orb. That won't run away. We can deal with it at any time. Hui poked Feng Luo's head and said, Tell me, are you going to the void again after a long time? It just so happens that the second defense line can still be defended. Let's go and come back early. Yun Nuoxing was stunned. I haven't said anything yet. How do you know what I'm going to do? Let's just guess. You're showing such a curious and troubled expression. It's obvious that you're worried about both sides. Something happened to the void? Yun Nuoxing shook his head. He handed the fragment forward and said, Energy. Well, didn't it just emit a light? It pointed to the void of order, towards the upper plane. I used the tracking of the Temple of Origin to find the place where the light pointed. There seems to be a weak response there. Hui heard that and rubbed his handsome face. He took a deep breath. It's here. It's been a long time since I went out on a mission. The last time was Black Nest. Where is it now? And this time it may be related to the mythological era. The fragment emitted the aura of order of the mythological era. It must have something to do with them. Wait a minute. Could it be related to the god of origin? Yun Nuoxing saw the change in Hui's expression. He was also stunned. Although he did not know what Hui was thinking, he tried to respond. It's related to the previous era. If it still exists, it's most likely related to the god of origin. Phew, I've seen too many ghosts. I'm not afraid now. I'm going to go. What about you guys? Jing Yun touched his chin. If it's related to our era, I'll go if the second defense line is fine. Well, don't be in a hurry to go. I'll sort out the situation of the second defense line. After that, you can take your time to deal with the Chaos Orb. We'll go in 2 days. As soon as he finished, he was gone. He rushed from the observer dimension to the front line. Yun Nuoshing scratched his head. That's fine. I'm not in a hurry. He glanced at Cu and the others. The little girls were also excited. Well, there was no need to ask. They would probably follow. Yun Nuoshing sighed and lowered his head to look at the fragment. His eyes flickered. There are still many secrets hidden in the void of order. This is not a lie. The things that the origin heavenly gods did, just like this endless void, would always appear from time to time and make him tremble. This time was probably no exception. Chapter 1707. Limitless Chaos. Well, that was not one of his ultimate moves. He was referring to the scene where he saw the abyssal death mist spawn form a dark tide rushing towards the realm of order from the front. It was like an endless tide rushing towards a high cliff, repeating the cycle of madness, charge, and annihilation. The defensive line of the realm of order had held on for 100 billion years without retreating. However, that was just a small number. With the second and third defensive lines he had built back then, they should be able to hold on for 7 to 8 eras if they were unintentionally added together. If they were to go all out, they should be able to hold on for 10 eras, provided that the other side did not throw out a bunch of mid-tier primeval heavenly gods right off the bat. If that were to happen, they would not be able to fight. That would be pure nonsense. However, since the dream told him that the scene happened at the end of the 59th era, the enemy should not be so shameless. It could not be that they were forced into a corner in the dream and had no choice but to throw out a team of high-tier primeval, right? Then what could he do? Do it again? He did not know if he could kill a team of high-tier primeval by detonating the light of chaos origin. One of them would definitely die, but when they were piled together, well, it was hard to say. When they were piled together, their combat power and defense power would be multiplied exponentially. After all, they did not have such a level of life form on their side. Feng, are you done with your side? How's the chaos ball? Huey's voice came from the side. Yun Nuoshing turned her head and saw Huey's head popping out from the space beside her. She thought for a moment and replied, "There's no special reaction. The mark of chaos is wrapped in layers and layers. It's hard to peel off the surface all at once. Now I've thrown it into the observer space and slowly boil it. Let's see when the thick layer of mark of chaos can be completely boiled off. The whole process will take a long time." Boil. Huey's cheeks twitched. Although it's a liquid formed by order and chaos energy, do you really think it's boiling medicine or soup? Yun Nuoshing looked at him in surprise. Didn't you say that first? Hui was speechless. Forget it. A certain someone had just been resurrected and obviously had not recovered from the excitement and agitation. Let's not talk nonsense with him. Yun Nuoshing stroked her long hair and tilted her head. How is the void frontline? I've just restored all the soul seeds, and I haven't taken over the things that once belonged to me. I haven't talked to anyone, so I don't think anyone knows that I've crawled out of the graveyard. Crawl. Forget it. The situation at the void front line is still fine. The second line of defense has 1 trillion formations left behind by you, and over the years, we've been thinking of ways to strengthen the defense of this line of defense. Now, there are many formations that can be used to strengthen the effect of the Origin Energy Tower, and some others. Well, I'll let Jing Yuanji tell you about them. I don't really remember what I've dealt with. But it was not a big problem for him to forget. Jing Yuanji, I Ching, and Qing Jun would not forget the records. Well, it was hard to say for Qing Jun. Anyway, the first two would never forget. If that was not the case, Jing Yun should be able to find the recent memories. Probably. What about the frontline world? As for the frontline world, they've used some of the things you left behind. Their growth rate is still relatively fast, but… Hui scratched his head with a headache. When this topic was brought up, he was not just talking about the frontline world. He was talking about the growth of the worlds of order. Talking about one topic could affect all of them, and he would not stop talking. However, the birth of the origin realm is still very, very slow. Originally, the primeval realm should have appeared in 500 or 600 million years after we dealt with the world core of the gods, or even 10 billion years at the extreme, but due to the influence of the chaos tide, it still hasn't appeared. Phew, there's still not much light ahead. Fortunately, you've come back early. In the past 100 million years, I've burned my brain, and it's all thanks to a certain observer who didn't care about anything. Yun Nuoshing stretched out a finger and twirled her bangs. She glanced at him and said, "What happened that day was… I know that I had no choice but to do that day, but I'm just a little resentful. I'm a little talkative. Let me talk a little more." Yun Nuoshing. Fine. Go talk yourself. The two of them looked at each other, and then looked at the abyssal death mist on the opposite side. Then, they sighed and shook their heads. Jing Yuanji, who was wearing a light blue robe, came to the front of the realm of order from behind. She subconsciously wanted to greet them, but when she saw the two of them suddenly fell into a strange resonance and sighed with emotion, she was stunned. Thinking about it, she did not want to disturb the two of them, and carefully stood behind them. "Oh, you're here." Yun Nuoshing felt Jing Yuanji's aura when she came over. She waved her hand to clear the low aura that surrounded here, and turned to look at her. "The void frontline and the other nodes, it's all arranged, Lord Feng. There won't be any problems during your journey to the void of order. This place will be guarded until the day you return." Jing Yuanji smiled and nodded solemnly. "Only this, there won't be any accidents." Familiar words had different meanings in the perspective of the speaker and the listener. Yun Nuoshing, as the listener, did not feel much. He just left temporarily and entrusted his position to another person. Well, he was not really back yet. At this time, no one in the void frontline knew that the observer had climbed out of his coffin. Even if he was standing in the realm of order of Node 0, no one had the time to look at him. That was nonsense. The realm of order where the battle was taking place was hundreds of thousands of miles away from the city walls of the Node City. Who would have the time to turn around and take a look? Even if they did, they might not be able to see a tiny, inconspicuous person standing on the city walls. Yun Nuoshing sighed softly and reached out to touch Jing Yuanji's head. She hesitated for a moment, and several words were tumbling in her stomach. After a while, she chose a sentence and said, "I'll leave the void frontline to you." Jing Yuanji nodded respectfully. "Yes, God." After Jing Yuanji came over, Hui hurriedly ran to the side and hid, deliberately leaving the two of them alone. Now that he saw the atmosphere between the two of them and heard the content of their conversation, he really felt a toothache. Well, although it was not realistic to want to hear them talk about those small things, and there was no way to create that kind of atmosphere now. How could it be romantic with the void frontline as the background? But if he did not say it this time, he might not have the chance to say it in the future. This time, it might take a few days to go there and back, and then he would have to guard the void frontline again. If he continued to fight and cause trouble, who knew how many? Forget it, he probably couldn't handle it. This girl, you should learn from little you and the others. It's not good to always hold it in. It's a waste not to say some things. Bah, if you don't say it, you really won't have the chance to say it. Hui felt that he was more anxious than her, but she did not seem to intend to change anything. She always said that it was fine as long as she stayed by his side like this. Silly girl, this bastard void was a place where countless people would be separated by life and death in the next second. That was not a stable world where you would accompany me and I would accompany you for a lifetime. This was not the kind of place to put on a warm show. This was a damn place for bastards. What are you muttering about here alone? Suddenly, a voice sounded from behind, scaring Hui to the point that he jumped up. He quickly turned around and saw Jing Yun staring at him with a strange look. The latter looked in the direction that he was staring at and saw that the little brother and Jing Yuanji were talking. Combined with Hui Jun's disappointed expression and his uncontrollable muttering. Oh, he seemed to understand something. Phew! It's useless for you to be anxious about this. Jing Yuanji herself is not anxious, and there are some things that she doesn't intend to say, so no matter how you try to matchmake her, you won't be able to get together. As for the little brother, Jing Yun's cheeks twitched. After thinking about it, she felt that it was best to use a sentence to describe it. She imitated the tone of the little brother and said lightly, "The great cause has not been accomplished, and you want to talk about other things? Unless this void collapses." Hui smiled bitterly. This was a simple and easy to understand sentence. It was the only thing that Feng had to do at this moment and at all times in the future. Push the underworld into the samsara, and then collapse the whole samsara. After all this was over, he should be able to calm down and rest. At that time, they would want to gather one from the east and one from the west, and then he would start to slowly think about these things. But this goal was too difficult. As far as the current situation was concerned, the possibility of them being pushed into the samsara was much simpler than their goal. It's too difficult. Jing Yun shrugged helplessly. The little brother knows, there are some things, a lot of things that he knows. After all, he didn't hide it, so it's impossible for him not to notice it. But with such a big stumbling block as big as a mountain in front of him, with his temperament, he really won't have the heart to do anything else. This, if it were someone else, it would be the same, right? Hui smiled bitterly. That's hard to say. Jing Yun shook her head vigorously. Among those who became the inheritors back then, there were one or two who didn't really care about the so-called order and chaos. They only cared about their own things. But that's understandable. No one said anything back then. Jing Yun paused for a moment and smiled bitterly. The little brother is different. This is not his own matter in the first place, but he knew that it would definitely come to him in the future, so he treated it as his own matter and did it by himself. You two have known each other for a long time, so you should understand, right? Of course. Hui continued to smile bitterly, so bitterly that his entire face looked like a bitter gourd. He treated it as the first thing that by himself had to solve, and he wanted by himself to solve it, one person to end a war that would affect the entire void, but how could that be possible? So, his stubbornness compromised in this aspect. He knew that he couldn't do it, so he didn't say anything. From then on, he began to strangle himself, thinking about how to twist the world of order into a force, and how to let others. To put it nicely, he was saving the entire void of order, but to be honest, the little brother just wanted to shatter the other side into pieces, although the results of both are actually the same. Hui scratched his head and sighed bitterly. Yeah. Maple's stubbornness. Sometimes these words were really not just words. If one were to divide it into levels and then take into account the upward motivation, with Maple's stubbornness at the moment, there should not be many in the void who could go to such an extent. That stubbornness that was willing to twist himself into an unknown thing to achieve a crazy stubbornness. He knew that he himself could not do it, and he did not dare to imagine what it would be like to turn himself into a strange being, as if he had crawled out of a dye house. On the other side, Yun Nuoxing and Jing Yuanji had finished briefing some things and turned around to see Hui and Jing Yun performing a face-changing performance. Their facial expressions were like the changing of the wind and clouds in a Sichuan opera, and he was stunned. "Why are you two standing so far away?" Hui took half a second to adjust his expression, and waved his hand as he walked up to them. Hey, isn't it because you two haven't met for a long time, and I'm giving you some time to whisper to each other? I really didn't eavesdrop. I didn't even hear a word you said just now. Yun Nuoshing glanced at the indecent fellow, and then looked at Jing Yun. Have you taken care of the situation at the other nodes? I've told everyone. When I'm not around, the old buddies will hold down the troublesome fledglings. Jing Yun nodded, and then turned to look at the roaring magic circle in the void, and her face twitched. Although I think that, after coming to the second line of defense, there's basically no need for such an arrangement, it's just some safety measures. Yun Nuoshing nodded, and took out the blue shard from his pocket. Then let's go, we'll go and come back early. Jing Yuanji looked at them from the side and said softly, Lord Feng, Lord Hui, have a safe trip. A teleportation door was opened in the void. Yun Nuoshing waved his hand in response, and walked into the teleportation door. Hui and Jing Yun followed closely behind. In the dark void, the surroundings were completely empty, and there was no sign of the world's light cluster, and there was nothing tangible, and it was difficult to find anything even by spreading out their souls. There was something, such as the omnipresent void energy, but they were not here to look for that. A colorful trail stretched out in the void, and a big hole opened in the middle of the colorful trail. A moment later, a group of people filed out of the hole, and the girl in white, who was at the front and walking the fastest, quickly looked around and then froze. Is this the place? Little star, you didn't find the wrong place, did you? Well, according to the shard's guidance and my tracking through the Temple of Origin, this should be the place. Don't go too far and be careful of bumping into something. Yun Nuoshing walked up and held Si Yu's hand and looked around. Anyway, it should be in this void region, but it might not be in this small place. Let's look around. Things from our era, Most of them are related to the Origin heavenly god. So, I understand. Those strange things, right? Be careful and don't touch them. Just let little brother deal with them. Jing Yun also reminded the girls. Yun Nuoshing, who was about to lead Si Yu and Qing Huang in a direction, paused when she heard that. Speaking of which, the thing left behind by the Origin god, do you remember what they said about the 771 measures? Jing Yun paused. Yes, we heard it in the model of the continent of Origin. That, little brother, your Origin god also said that all roads lead to a dead end or something. Wait, that's not the point. Are you saying that the shard might have been exposed by a certain measure? Yun Nuoshing nodded and narrowed his eyes. Now that I think about it, I might be able to understand that the so-called 771 paths are nothing more than the paths to resist the power of chaos. They are used to prevent the void that once belonged to the endless chaos from being beaten back by them when they die. Perhaps this is the same as what we have been in contact with in the past. It is just one of the paths. Now that he thought about it, the Origin god had put in a lot of effort to obtain this hard-won order. She fought for more than 300 eras during the Chaos Era, and then fought for 40 eras during the Mythological Era, which was the era before order came into being. In the end, she had sacrificed herself to hold down the void. It was a pity that, forget it. It's just tears to talk about the future, but then it has something to do with the Origin god. We had just taken a few steps when he immediately turned around and came to Maple's side. He looked at him and said, That means you need the power of Origin to find that place, right? Or the Order of Origin. Why don't you try it first? Well, I'm already trying it. Yun Nuoshing turned around and waved the blue fragment in her hand at them. The colorful power of Origin and Order of Origin circled around her palm and came into contact with the blue fragment, releasing the aura into the void at a uniform rate. Help me look for any movements. I'll continue to increase the range of the resonance. Hui turned around and slipped into the void. Si Yu looked around for a while before she ran out of patience. As she ran, she used her power of Origin to cause trouble in the void. Frost carefully emerged from his spiritual world and looked around. Have we arrived? Not yet. Now. Yun Nuashing thought for a while and nodded. We're in the front yard now. We're looking for the door to enter that unknown space. As he said that, he was stunned. He lowered his head and thought, that should be a space, right? I don't care. I'll just take it that way. Frost looked around and saw that it was calm. She walked out of the spiritual world and landed beside him. She looked around carefully. Suddenly, she raised her hand and patted him on the shoulder. Xing, look at the void. There are stars. Stars? Yun Nuashing was stunned. How could there be stars in the void? He casually looked back at the place where Frost was looking. There was indeed a cross-shaped star hanging high in the void. It was a little dim. After all, the colorful light emitted from him was too bright. He could not see the light source in other places. Ah, there really is. No. That shouldn't be a star. It should be the door we're looking for. We've found the place. Come over quickly. Yelling at the top of his voice, Yun Nuashing hurriedly pulled the girl towards the place where the blue starlight was shining. Hui and the others were startled when they heard the noise. As soon as they turned their heads, they saw the extremely conspicuous energy trace he deliberately left in the void rushing towards the distance. Looking in the direction he was heading, they observed a starlight in the distant void and hurriedly chased in that direction. You found it so quickly. Hui hurried to the front and then propped up a barrier to release energy that slightly condensed the void. Frost found it. I didn't see it at such a distance. Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly. It's shining all day long. Other than the light it emits, it can't see any other light. Siyu thought for a while and could not help but say, it's been hanging on the front line as the morning star to guide the way forward for others. In the end, it can't find the way. Yun Nuashing said, That light spot seems to be moving? Jingyun opened her mouth to interrupt their interaction. Everyone looked forward. They were indeed approaching the light spot, but it felt like there was no way to get close no matter if they used concept movement or void teleportation. Well, it seems that it should be the first threshold to prevent people from accidentally entering or being found easily. Yun Nuashing waved his hand to stop everyone. No matter how much he urged the origin energy and the origin rules, the blue fragment in his hand could only release this level of aura. It was difficult to increase it any further. It seemed that it had reached its limit. The door is running on its own. What should we do? Hui scratched his head and put down the guardian shield. Even concept freeze can't close the distance of this thing. This thing made by the god of origin is really troublesome sometimes. After all, it's something left as a backup plan. If it's too simple and accidentally let others touch it, right? Jingyun spread her hands, then touched her chin and muttered, I remember hearing about this thing before. Well, it seems to be some kind of energy rune that affects this part of the void. As the young man just said, we are now in the vestibule. The energy rune is in the vestibule, protecting the door. As long as we are still inside and affected by the energy rune, there is no way to touch the door. Hui heard that and breathed a sigh of relief. So, are we going to tear down the door or smash it this time? Yun Nuashing's fingers crackled as vast origin energy gathered wildly. Can we take down the foundation and run with it? Everyone! No. That's obviously not going to work. TSK. Hui smiled bitterly. This guy had not recovered from his excitement and was probably thinking about how to open a hole in the void. Jingyun frowned and thought for a moment, but nodded. Seems possible. Everyone! This thing's effective range is this part of the void. As long as we take down the void and destroy its conceptual integrity, the energy rune will lose its effect. Of course, this is just a way. Don't think that it's easy. How could a defense set up by the heavenly gods of origin, boom! Vast origin energy burst out in the void, suddenly bursting into dazzling light. For energy torrents like swords cut out a square area in the void. Energy runes of different colors suddenly appeared in the void, quietly dissipating as the multicolored energy approached. An energy door made of multicolored energy suddenly rose from the ground in front of them, and opened to both sides in a very human-like manner. Everyone was stunned at the sight. Jing Yun coughed dryly and finished the second half of her sentence. Normal people don't have to think about it. Origin energy, right? That's the key to opening the door. Yes, the door is open. Let's go. Siyu thought for a moment, and her brain suddenly spasmed. Before she could recover, she blurted out, self-moving humanoid key, the origin key. Everyone! Girl, you will really be beaten up by him if you say a few more words. Chapter 1708. It was as if they were walking out of a mirror. Well, they were walking out of the water. They should be in a place that could barely be called a passageway. The speed was not fast, and it was still unknown how much distance they had actually crossed in the real world. The passageway did not look very wide. It should be a mirror passageway that allowed 3 or 4 people to walk side by side. An underwater passageway. In fact, he could not tell whether this was a mirror passageway or an underwater passageway. There were 5 or 6 complete reflections around the passageway, and behind the reflections there seemed to be something like a scene, but it was so blurry that it was like ripples on the surface of a lake, causing the scene to be turbulent. Order. No abnormalities. The power of the rules is also not abnormal for the time being. We should still be in the passageway. We can ascertain from space and time that we are indeed moving forward, and the concept of the void is fading little by little. Well, after falling from the passageway, we should go to the real world. Jing Yun reached out and touched the wall of the passageway. Her eyes rippled, and then she nodded. Will we go to a space or a world of light? We looked around but could not find anything that could be used as a reference. He shrugged and asked. Yun Nuoxing thought for a moment and said, I think it's normal to go anywhere. For example, to go to another part of the void that is isolated for some reason. After all, it is a place left by the heavenly God of origin and the others. After all, it is a place left by the heavenly God of origin and the others. Everyone could not help but sigh. Since it was related to these words, there were some things that had to be said in advance. For example, they should give up their own worldview, and there was no need to make a fuss when they enter this space, and even if there was an origin specter, there was no need to be too shocked. After all, this was, well, is it not good to talk about the origin specter in front of people in this place? Forget it. Anyway, they were as elusive as ever, the kind that could not rest in peace even after death. If they had the ability to cause trouble, why not come out and fight the underworld? Well, they were just complaining. The spatial fluctuations are stabilizing. Yun Nuoxing suddenly raised her head and stretched out her arms. She stretched her entire body, and a series of energy explosions sounded all over her body. The laws and order are also returning to normal. We're here. Let's get ready to go. Hui Jingyun and the 2 little girls also moved around. Feng Qinghuang moved for a while and suddenly screamed. No. Let's go back first. We'll come out later. Sigh. Why? Little Star didn't even mention this. Don't. I'm not going back. Seeing Siyu being dragged back to the soul world by Feng Qinghuang, Hui and Jingyun could not help but laugh dryly. This was a common practice. Every time they arrived at a new place, especially a new place related to the origin, Yun Nuoxing would let the 2 little girls go back first. She would only let them out after they finished exploring the place. If there was an accident, she would not let them out for the rest of the journey. For example, when they were in the Cloud Continent, the little girls were moldy in her soul world. As for Frost, after staying in the passage for a while, she felt bored and returned to the soul world early. Now, she was looking at the 2 little girls falling from the sky in the soul world with her little angel. Yun Nuoxing glanced at the soul world, then scratched her head. If Qing Huang didn't mention it, I would have forgotten. Hui continued to smile bitterly. She had not recovered from the excitement of being resurrected. After preparing for a while, the scene around them suddenly changed from a blurry state to a normal state. Their reflections were still around, but there were only 2 reflections left. The scene behind the reflections was still like the ripples on the surface of the lake. They could not see what was behind the reflections. After a while, a white circle of light about 10 feet wide appeared in the passage ahead. Yun Nuoxing took the lead and touched it. After confirming that there were no problems or traps, she turned around and made a gesture. Then, she immediately went into the circle of light. It was as if his body was submerged in the lake water. The clear lake water did not affect his visibility too much, and he did not feel uncomfortable even with his eyes open. Just like that, he looked at the sky and the lake's reflection. Then, he slowly floated up and walked out of the water. The sound of water splashing echoed in his ears. A cool breeze blew past, but it did not feel cold at all, it was just a strange feeling. She came out of the circle of light and stood firmly on a solid ground. When the strange feeling faded away, Yun Nuoxing slowly opened her eyes. Her colorful eyes captured the scene in front of her. It was a clear sky. The sea of clouds in the distance was rolling with the wind and the clouds. The place where she stood seemed to be close to the top of the clouds. High up in the sky? Well, there seemed to be a building under her feet. She lowered her head and looked behind her. She was standing on a small platform, about 4 or 5 meters square. It was the top floor of the tower that had been lifted up. The tower did not look very tall. Looking down from here, it was only about 10 meters high. She could see the ground in an instant. Surrounding the tower was a group of dilapidated buildings made of white jade and gray stone. Looking at one building alone might not be a big deal, but all the buildings in this area, which were thousands of tall, short, fat, and thin buildings, were all dyed with white jade and gray stone. It looked like a painting that an artist had forgotten to color. This tower was not in the center of the building complex. In terms of position, she did not know whether it was slightly to the north, south, east, or west. The degree of destruction of the buildings in the complex was different. In some areas further away, there were only 1 or 2 piles of broken stone materials left in some areas. There was also fine powder on the ground that was fluttering in the air with the wind. Then, approaching the tower from afar, the degree of preservation of the buildings was about 30 to 40%. Once she stepped over the tower and looked behind her, the buildings behind her were slightly more complete. Most of them might only be missing a corner, a collapsed wall, or the roof was lifted up, or the door was torn down, or something like that. Oh, the strong smell of time. The ancient buildings are really dilapidated. Did we teleport directly into a ruin? Hui and Jingyun came out a few seconds later. The former looked down and took in the whole picture of the buildings. Then, she could not help but exclaim, we didn't directly break into some forbidden area, did we? The word break into crashed into Yun Nuoxing's mind and made him blush. He immediately thought of the time when he illegally entered and trespassed in the void. It made him look into the distance. In the range of a rough scan, the rules and order are in a normal state? Strange, the normal state is about the same as the void now. The rules are not even as strong as some of the upper planes. Jingyun noticed something else and immediately frowned. Did we go to the wrong place? God knows what's going on, but we have plenty of time to slowly explore. Yun Nuoxing shook her head and stood on the broken tower to look for a while. Then, she waved her hand. Anyway, let's leave first. No matter what this place is, it's better to leave first. Hui quickly nodded. He had really had enough of being treated as an uninvited guest the moment he came in. Then, he was suddenly attacked and accused of a lot of things. Before anything happened, it was better to run quickly. After a short teleportation, they came to the outside of the building complex. It was more than 100 meters away. The surrounding was a rather flat mountainous area. There were slightly undulating arcs, but it was not big. The ground was khaki-colored and the faint green grass alternated with the building complex. However, excluding this area, The mountains in other places had obvious ups and downs. There were forests and valleys. It seemed that this place was relatively flat and spacious. Right near the periphery of the building complex, they could see some short building fragments on the ground. It was a bit like there used to be something like a city wall, but now it had been torn down and not even the wall was left. War? However, the man-made destruction rate in the ruins is less than 30%. Those more obvious traces of destruction were all left here to be washed by time. Which war would only tear down the walls and not the city. Hui replied with his arms crossed. Yun Nuoxing looked into the distance. Don't ask me, I don't know. Jing Yun scratched her head and muttered. Strange, the rules and order here don't look right. Brother, can you take a look around? I've already looked around. Generally speaking, I've looked around the surroundings. Some information flashed in the colorful eyes. Yun Nuoxing nodded. Although he looked like he was looking at the ruins, he did not forget what he came here for. Okay, now let's start to move away quickly with them as the center. First, they left the mountainous area and saw another cluster of buildings with signs of life in the distance. A little further, there was an obvious arc on the ground. They were on a living planet. Let's speed up and move back. The vision rushed into the vast starry sky. The passionate fiery sun tried its best to squeeze into the vision first. The light of the stars had become clear in his vision. He could find their exact positions in the starry sky. Based on what he saw so far, it was a cluster of light of a world. Let's continue to move back. Well, then there was a strange place. This was a star system with a sun and a living planet. Well, there was nothing else. This living planet did not have any neighbors. It was still shrouded in a thick nebula, but it was in a corner of the nebula and was not affected at all. Ignoring the situation in this star system, their nearest neighbor, well, it was not that far away. There seemed to be signs of life in a place millions of light years away. Then, further away, the presence of life was like finding a small spark followed by signs of a spreading fire, expanding rapidly. The entire starry sky was filled with the presence of life. But that was normal. According to the same rules and order here as in the upper planes, people could fly and burrow into the ground and adjust the level of the world. As long as there was a place in the starry sky, there would be an unaffected and stable zone. The situation in the starry sky is quite good, except for this place. Yun Nuoxing looked up at the starry sky outside and pointed at the land under his feet. This place is an orphan in the starry sky, far away from all the places where life converges. The nearest place with life is 1,000,000 light years away. And there seems to be no sign of life. Yun Nuoxing and Jing Yun were stunned. They turned to look at Hui, who had just spoken. He was standing on his tiptoes and looking around. Then, he inexplicably turned around and shrugged. I've looked around. There's really not a single living person. This planet is full of relics. Although some buildings are quite new and are not at the level of relics, they seem to have been placed here for many years. There are no traces of people using them at all. But look, there are really a lot of well, with just a glance you can see a lot of very traces. It seems that people have been active here, as if there was a war over there. The walls of this relic, which has been settled for the longest time, seem to have been demolished. Something strange seems to have happened. What I mean is, this planet seems to be full of traces of people living here, and all the decorations are quite neat. I can't see any traces of disaster, escape, or anything like that. Yun Nuoxing understood. There used to be people living here, and then suddenly, they were all gone in an instant. Be it people or other life forms, they were all gone. Only grass and trees were left floating and surviving on this planet. But so far, no traces of destruction, war, or destruction had been found. That was what he was trying to say. Hui suddenly stopped and turned his head with a pale face. This place is not haunted, is it? Yun Nuoxing waved her hand vigorously. No. Jing Yun could not help but smile bitterly. This is a place left by the god of origin. How can it be haunted? You see, it's just like that. It's usually decorated like a place for decorations. It's completely silent. Only during festivals will people come to visit this place. Moreover, once they arrive, there will be countless people. Some worlds have such a custom. I've seen it before. And Jing Yun smiled stiffly. Yun Nuoxing looked at Hui, and then looked at Jing Yun's stiff face. She sighed and was about to take 2 steps casually. Her expression suddenly stiffened, and the energy in her body almost burst out in an instant. When he moved, Hui and Jing Yun's expressions also changed dramatically. The 3 of them turned their eyes to the grayish-white ruins in front of them at the same time. In the air, a light blue and orange-red intersecting portal suddenly opened, as if the space had been severely punched, and hundreds of cracks appeared. In the middle of the portal was the portal. Intruders! Your arrogance will bring you destruction. A low voice, a language from the mythological era, hollow as if it was echoing in the void, with some kind of restless energy aura and energy fluctuations that made them look serious. Origin energy! Bang! Before the broken portal could solidify, tens of thousands of energy light beams suddenly burst out from the cracks and the portal, covering a large net and falling on the 3 of them. The surging origin energy made the 3 of them feel a little numb. Huey's hair almost stood on end. He quickly took out the guardian shield, broke it into 4 parts and threw it forward. Then he waved his hand and pulled Yun Nuoxing and Hui back quickly. The violent energy roar dyed the whole world gray. The roar of the destructive energy behind him shattered his energy barrier in less than half a second. He was sweating profusely. Did we poke a hornet's nest? Jing Yun waved her hand and threw out energy runes and charms in the space. Then she rolled her eyes. We didn't even see a hornet's nest. They must have eaten gunpowder, or we've run to the wrong place. The sound of energy buzzing came from the sky, accompanied by the sound of rocks and space breaking. Yun Nuoxing and the other 2 quickly looked up. A magic circle, something like a magic circle condensed in midair. The energy was surging wildly, and the edge of the magic circle stopped rotating. A moment later, the energy lines in the center of the magic circle shrank. A burst of energy light fell from the sky, like raindrops falling on the ground. Go, you bastard! Jing Yun lightly shouted, and the energy runes and charms she had just condensed were all thrown out with a slap. They condensed into huge energy runes in midair. The raindrops of destruction light heavily hit the runes, and all of them were deflected, pouring down in all directions. The destructive energy fell on the ground in the distance, and the bursting energy light seemed to reflect a distant place, as if a new star had suddenly erupted, blinding the eyes of the 3 people. Bang! Hey! Run! The sound of the energy runes being broken made Huey's hair stand on end. He didn't need to look back to know that the energy light beams that were going to kill them were falling from above. Left! Left! Jing Yun's scream made Huey's eyes widen. He quickly looked to the side. The mighty golden light came from the left with a scorching light like the sun. The dazzling golden light made Huey's pale face even paler. It was as if the original aura of the Deyuan realm had suddenly descended, accompanied by a light that was so weak that it could be extinguished at any time. Hui and Jing Yun felt that they had sunk into a silent domain. Their consciousness and soul reaction had decreased a lot because of this. They became bystanders, watching the scorching golden light rumble to the other side from where they were. Then, the destructive energy burst out like a new energy star, blowing the grayish-white ruins into smithereens. However, they didn't feel the slightest bit of emotion, just watching all this with cold eyes. After the mighty golden torrent swept by, their perception of the space of the Deyuan realm quickly recovered. It was as if they had just flown thousands of miles away, and now they were being dragged back quickly. After a while, they suddenly appeared from where they were. They didn't leave from where they were originally, but were just dragged into another layer of space under the cover of the original light. Now that they had returned, They had already dodged the sure-hit attack just now. Cold sweat appeared on their faces a few seconds later. However, they didn't expect that they could even dodge the destructive power of the original energy. It seemed that there was something wrong. Damn it, you're even more unreasonable than me, Fall. Nihility, boundless chaos. The energy storm that was surging like the collapse of the void suddenly expanded and exploded in the shape of a gray ball. The chaos energy that cleansed the order of the world suddenly burst out like a violent storm. The gray light of the energy that soared into the sky smashed the hundreds of things that looked like magic circles above their heads. The mighty chaos impact directly defeated the original energy that was rushing towards them in the entire space. Even the original energy that had erupted into countless strange phenomena was all annihilated by the shock wave. Yun Nuoshing, whose upper body was dyed gray, waved her hand and swept away all the energy storm, allowing the remaining power of the nihility, boundless chaos to burst out in one go. Space, void, and time were all turned upside down. After that, she suddenly reached out her hand and grabbed Hui and Jing Yun. Let's go. The gray energy collapsed into a crack. Yun Nuoshing waved her hand and threw the two of them into the crack. She looked back at this peaceful place, frowned and looked at the sky. She snorted coldly and threw down a ball of pure black energy that was only the size of a thumb. After that, she rushed into the crack without looking back. The pure black energy ball instantly expanded after he turned and left. As the local energy screamed and howled in pain, it expanded crazily. In the blink of an eye, it had expanded to the size of a planet. A ray of gray energy burst out from the center of the energy ball, erupting to the top and bottom of the energy ball. The uncontrollable chaos energy was completely released in an instant. Millions of light years away, Yun Nuoshing and the other two looked at the image in the magic circle. It had been completely covered by the gray light of the energy, and nothing could be seen. They didn't know what the damn thing that made the sound was, and whether it had any defensive measures. Anyway, that's not the Empyrean god of origin, definitely not. None of the 147 origin energy in my body reacted. If one of them hesitated, I wouldn't have attacked just now. I've checked it several times, said Yun Nuoshing. Hui wiped his sweat, and his pale face slowly regained some color. I was wondering why your reaction was so slow. It's not your style to just take a beating without greeting. It turns out that you went to confirm the source energy's movement. Phew, it really scared me to death. That source energy is really scary. It didn't even greet us before pressing us to death. Jing Yun pinched her chin. But that is indeed the origin energy. Is it really not the shadow of the Empyrean god of origin, or something like that? Yun Nuoshing shook her head. If it was the origin energy in my body would be very excited. But even when they encountered the origin energy just now, they didn't feel anything. Even it, which is of the same origin as the energy that attacked us, did not react at all. As he spoke, he spread out his right hand, and a wisp of golden energy with dots of fluorescent light appeared on his palm. This energy seemed to look like this, as if there were dozens of fireflies flying above his palm, emitting a warm golden light. Jing Yun got closer and sensed it for a moment before nodding. Yes, it is indeed the same as the origin energy that attacked us. And that origin energy doesn't seem to be as powerful as Maple. Well, it is indeed very powerful. If I were to deal with it, it would probably take me half a year to figure out a way to deal with it. But that means that origin energy. The one who used it, yes, the one behind it is definitely not as proficient in controlling the origin energy as Maple. Otherwise, it would have been really dangerous just now. Speaking of which, could it be another inheritor? Jing Yun scratched her head and shook it hard. I'm not sure. Yun Nuoshing frowned and sighed. Right now, I don't know what's going on in this world. I won't use the origin energy for the next part of the journey. First, let's find another place to observe. Wait a minute. If you don't use the origin energy, isn't that Oh, that's fine. Hui Gang panicked for a moment. But when he saw a faint golden and gray light emanating from Yun Nuoxing's body, he immediately calmed down. Without the origin energy, there was still the first light. Although this thing was not directly used in combat, it was not weak. Chapter 1709. Looking back at the distant scene, he stared at the space covered by the nebula ruins. He could vaguely see a ball of light floating in the center of the ruins. It was a little dim, but he could still observe it stably. The energy explosion did not destroy the place. By the way, if he looked closer, yes, past the current distance, he would feel a weak pressure. It was as if something was waking up little by little, and was about to notice him. It was something that he did not feel when he was standing directly at that place. What kind of life was that? Or perhaps, God knows what was there. Anyway, there must be something nesting there. It could be nesting on that planet, or in the void of that place, or in the conceptual layer, or… in short, there was something there. Considering how it had slapped them in the face without saying a word, he decided not to treat it as a human. When the time came, he could be more ruthless. Anyway, if there were no accidents, he would definitely have to go to the nebula ruins. The nebula emitted light blue and orange in the night sky. It looked like a sauce for barbecue skewers, or a slightly spicy pepper. Wait, barbecue skewers? Pepper? Little star, try this, and this is delicious too. I will go buy more. See, you suddenly raised more than a dozen long grayish-red carbon strips and put them in his mouth. Then, she put a bunch of strange round objects, strange cylindrical objects, and strange square objects in his hand with barbecue skewers on them. Then, she jumped and ran away. Yun Nuoxing. These things did smell quite good, but what was this red strip? Why was it soft and slightly burnt? What kind of strange smell was it? It smelled like pepper mixed with stinky sauce. Forget it. It was already in his mouth. He could just chew it and swallow it. Anyway, he wouldn't die from eating it. Well, although it will not kill me, this soft and hard texture is really like chewing a strange thing that cannot be distinguished. The taste is barely acceptable. Speaking of which, what are the things in other people's houses made of? Being able to eat and not being able to eat were two different things. They would cause different degrees of damage to his mental and psychological state. He looked up and saw that 1/3 of the people on the street were holding the same grayish-red carbon strips in their hand. A young man was holding dozens of skewers. Well, they should be edible. Phew. Why did you suddenly? Did she buy them because they looked fun or delicious? When Feng Qinghuang squeezed through the crowd, she saw that Yun Nuoxing was holding a bunch of things and had one in his mouth. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She hurriedly went over to save him from the colorful and fragrant scene. Then, she put the bunch of things and the bunch of things she bought beside him. She turned around and said, "I'll go and buy some more. It's not bad. I feel good." Yun Nuoxing. The stone platform and stone chair that were shrouded in green shade were the best places to enjoy the shade at the end of this bustling street. The lush foliage spread out like a large umbrella that covered more than 10 meters of land. The trees swayed with the wind, causing the spots on the ground to disappear and reappear. There were many people who took up positions to enjoy the shade. Some leaned against the stone platform, some squatted on the stone platform, some sat on the stone platform with half of their body leaning forward as if they were thinking, and some simply lay down under the trees. The stone chair was a little hot after being exposed to the sunlight for a while. Even though it was under the shade of the trees, not many people were willing to sit down. After a while, there were more than 10 stone chairs and stone tables, and only he was sitting there. Someone came to test the stone chair just now. As soon as his butt touched the stone chair, he jumped up with a hiss. Now, he was lying under the tree where the roots and grass grew together. He seemed to be snoring at the moment. Looking at the people coming and going on the street, playing out the drama of their lives, Yun Nuoxing let out a sigh of relief against the hot air. He picked up a skewer placed in a box created by some kind of energy and stuffed it into his mouth. Then his face turned green. He was a little absent-minded, so he didn't see what it was at all. In the end, it was still that strange thing that was soft and hard in his mouth. Although the taste was not bad, he felt that the texture was a little bad. It was burnt and soft. Irritating. This was a living planet located in an unknown direction and which galaxy it belonged to. 2 hours ago, they fled from the uninhabited planet that was full of traces of life everywhere. After standing in the starry sky for a while, they randomly chose a direction and finally came to this living planet. Then, for some reason, he was already sitting here. Hui and Jing Yun strolled around here, and at the same time, they looked at the situation of the neighboring galaxies and neighboring planets across the starry sky. He sat for a while and then let the 2 girls out. At present, they were safe and sound, so there was no big problem. It was just that the things they bought and piled up next to him looked a little strange. He did not know if it was because he was used to living in his spiritual world, but it felt like they had bought things and piled them up in the courtyard to be cleaned up later. He was the courtyard. It seems that you guys are having a good time. Huey's stiff voice came from the side. He had just returned from a stroll and saw that Maple was surrounded by a pile of things, and there was enough fresh food on the stone table in front of him to eat a meal. His expression became a little strange. While tidying up the strange things that the 2 girls bought, she picked up a skewer and stuffed it into Huey's mouth, without turning her head. That thing that was both hard and soft was burnt. Then, she sighed helplessly, "Can you really tell that I'm the one who plays?" Hui casually finished the food in his mouth, and did not make any comment. He could not help but smile bitterly when he heard that. "Well, you're the passive one. But why did you let the 2 girls out? Aren't you worried that there's something unusual in this place that's beyond imagination?" Yun Nuoxing's hands did not stop tidying up the gifts. She sighed. That day. Well, more than 100 billion years ago, on the day the abyssal death shroud retreated, didn't I promise you to take her around the realm of the gods? But there was an emergency and I had to cancel it. Oh, you still remember. So this is a compensation? Hui replied with an oh. He glanced at Yun Nuoxing and frowned slightly. Although it's not a problem when you talk about it and it's not a problem when you listen to it, you don't look that old. Is something wrong? Are you doing something? At this time, Maple was shrouded in a thin layer of golden light under the green grass, but it was too similar to the colors of light spots and scattered sunlight that it was difficult to notice that something was wrong. He was used to Maple's energy presence, so he could sense it when he used it. He knew that this guy must be doing something that did not require much energy, but had to be handled and paid attention at all times. Yun Nuoxing, who was tidying up the gifts, pointed to her temple and said softly, "I'm looking at the situation in the void frontline, the situation in the entire realm." What the hell? Yun Nuoxing nodded. Part of my reason for coming to this place is to find out if this place has anything to do with the primordial god, and try my luck to see if I can touch anything that can help us. There's also a little bit of selfishness, which is to bring the 2 girls out for a walk. In any case, the whole incident is my willfulness, and I naturally have to pay the price for it. Whether there will be any accidents at the front line because of our trip, I have to keep an eye on it. Hui nodded. This guy is not acting like a human from the beginning to the end. He has already come to someone else's territory and still accompanied the 2 girls here. Well, although he was just sitting there, Hui did not expect that he still had the energy to keep an eye on the entire void frontline, and he felt that he must also be looking at this inexplicable space at the same time, as well as waiting to trigger the plot at any time. Well, they had been here for 2 hours and it had been calm so far. Aside from being blasted by the primordial energy cannon the moment they came in, it was still quite peaceful. The plot had yet to unfold, but we felt that it would happen soon. Judging from the effect of the 2 of them being together, something would happen soon, and even if nothing happened, something would happen. Hey bro, you said that it's rare for you to come out to play, right? Well, although it's not really a serious trip, you should put aside the things over there for a while. Just relax and have fun, and we'll keep an eye on things over there. How about that? Jing Yun's timely voice came through a spatial fissure. Everyone was stunned when they saw the fissure on the street, and quickly moved away from it. When they saw that it was a person who came out of it, they looked at him curiously for a while before calmly walking forward. Well, as far as the situation is concerned, I've rested for 100 billion years. It's time for you guys to relax. Hey, if something really happens over here, we'll need you to take the lead and solve it. After all, you're an inheritor, and your ability to decrypt all the primordial events is increased by 100 million. Hui Jun and I together might not be as useful as you. Yun Nuoxing. Although he claimed that he was not a human, this was a collective agreement that he was not a human, right? From the key to the decryption, what did he become? Well, let's not talk about this for now. Let's take a break from work. Now let's take a look at the situation of this world. Seeing the gloomy look on the bro's face, Jing Yun snickered and then coughed lightly. Her voice was slightly serious, and then she sat on the stone chair. Yun Nuoxing waved his hand and put everything into the spiritual world, leaving only a table of barbecued skewers. Hui sat up slightly and asked, "Tell me, what did you find?" Jing Yun's expression was solemn, and she nodded slightly solemnly. She pressed her hands on the stone table and said in a serious tone, "I found nothing." Yun Nuoxing and Hui. Are you kidding us? Ahem, well, actually, there's really nothing too big or too special. Jing Yun saw that the two of them were staring at each other with slightly dark eyes, ready to explode at any time. She quickly laughed dryly and waved her hand to reveal some real information. About the situation of this world, I'll say two things first. You guys can guess for yourselves. One is that the existence of the primordial deity, and the second is that the evolution around this point is the core of this world. Well, that's the main point. Hui was stunned for a moment, and he pressed his head with a headache. Yun Nuoxing frowned slightly and thought, the existence of the primordial deity in this space, in this world, was something that everyone in this world knew. He had thought about this before. After all, they deliberately left it behind, and it might be one of the 771. Regardless of whether the life that existed here was a later evolution, in the form of the cloud continent, or passed down from the mythological era, they all knew of the existence of the primordial deity. And from what Jing Yun said, it seemed that they also called it the same. Evolving around this point. In other words, the existence of the primordial deity was the core? A world that evolved with this concept as the core, Why couldn't he imagine what it would be like? Could it be that there was a religion here? Religion, huh? It doesn't exist. Oh, by the way, I didn't tell little brother and Hui Jun. Although the primordial deity was a household name in the void at our time, they didn't evolve into something like a religion. It's probably because this is the eightfold realm, Jing Yun said. Then, the situation here is the same. Yun Nuoxing fiddled with a strand of his fringe, and squinted at Jing Yun. Her half-smile gave him a flash of inspiration. But, although there is no religion, this world is divided into different areas by the footprints left behind by a few primordial deities, or even dozens of primordial deities, and developed and evolved on their own? Clap. Jing Yun clapped her hands heavily in her soul to avoid attracting the attention of passers-by. Then she said, "Correct, but there's no reward." Yun Nuoxing's eyes flashed. Then, are there dozens of primordial deities, or just a few primordial deities, who left enough footprints in this world to evolve into what it is now? Jing Yun smiled and slightly restrained her expression. As far as I know, there are a total of 9 primordial deities. This world, this part of the starry sky, is divided into 9 regions. But, although they are divided, they are not independent and hostile to each other. They are just divided into different regions. Daily communication seems to be normal, and there are not too many conflicts. As for the small conflicts in small areas, they are all indispensable drama as this world is moving forward. Yun Nuashing crossed his arms and said with a serious expression, "What about the power of chaos in this world? Peaceful coexistence. A world that was relatively peaceful on a large scale but was not in a state of great unity. Then, there must be another level of trouble that consumed the excess energy of this world, so that it would not evolve into self-disintegration and civil wars in this situation where it was leaning toward saturation. I have not found this for the time being." Jing Yun scratched her head. "At the moment it does not seem to exist. At least, I have not found any traces of fighting with the power of chaos in this world, nor have I seen any traces of large-scale battles. I guess that either there is no such trouble, and the world is still united and peaceful, or," Hui scratched his head. "Trouble that erupted in other places? Theoretically, that is the case." Jing Yun grinned. "But look at this peace. Peace is just an illusion." Yun Nuashing shook her head. "For example, now, as long as I release my aura here and let it spread throughout the entire starry sky, do you think the rulers of the 9 regions will do something? Like when we came in and were blown up as soon as we came in?" This. Jing Yun and Hui were both stunned. They looked at each other and looked at each other. This was really a rather difficult result. So, what is the situation with the rulers of this world? How much do they know? Have they shown their faces or not? Or other what? Is there any useful information? Yun Nuashing narrowed her eyes and said, "Rulers, there is no specific information about the rulers, but, yes, about this." Jing Yun stopped smiling bitterly. She thought for a while and said seriously, "I heard that there is an arbiter in each of the 9 regions. If I am not mistaken, they should be the rulers that we are talking about." Hui held his cheek and thought for a long time. "Arbiter, what is the possibility that the arbiter is the inheritor?" Jing Yun was about to answer when Si Yu and Feng Qinghuang came back happily and put the things next to Yun Nuashing. Seeing the serious look on the 3 people's faces, they slightly restrained their slightly excited expressions and whispered, "What are you talking about?" "We are talking about some stupid things about this world." Yun Nuashing stood up and put away the things of the maidservants. She pulled the 2 girls and shook her head. "Let's go." The 4 of them were stunned. "Where are we going?" "Among the 9 territories, the closest rule is to go to the center of the territory. If we are not on the first star, we will go to the first star. If we are on the first star, we will go to the center of the palm. The closer we are, the more information we can get." Yun Nuashing said and added, "Although I don't think it would be so easy to." That means we are indeed on the first star of a territory." Jing Yun raised her finger and exclaimed. Yun Nuashing, "Well, although we randomly chose a place based on the closest rule, the first star of the 9 territories is indeed the closest. It is the closest to the nebula ruins that we sneaked out from. It is like a bridgehead. There is a certain distance between each other. The land behind is the territory of the territory." Jing Yun said as she tidied up the skewers on the table and looked into the distance. "As for the center of the first star, go that way. It is across a plain. It is not very far." Yun Nuashing, Hui shrugged. That was really convenient. They just happened to land in such a close place. It was estimated that they would be there by taking a step to the side. What did he just say? The plot was about to be triggered. It was guaranteed that they were in that city. The interior of Lui City is under lockdown. Don't stay here and watch. We also want to know what is going on inside. We have been standing guard here for 3 days. Madam, you really can't enter this place. We don't have the final say on this door and the barrier. Even if you lie down and make a scene, we won't be able to open the door. We don't have the key to open the door. We're just here to watch the door and explain it to you. If you understand, then pack up your things and go back the way you came. I don't think you'll be able to open the door for a while. You can't get in even if you climb so high. Come down. No, no, no. That's why the key to the gate is not with us. We can't open the door. You can't get in even if you turn me into ashes today. The city just now was indeed very close to the center of the first star. It was so close that they reached the gate in less than a minute. However, when they reached the gate, Yun Nuoshing and the others felt that something was wrong. Something was very wrong. A huge khaki-colored energy barrier shrouded the unusually spacious city and the wilderness outside the city. At this moment, they were stopped at a sentry post. There were a lot of people who were stopped. Some seemed to be cultivators from other places, ordinary people from other places, tourists and businessmen. They were all blocked in front of the gate. The two guards guarding the sentry post felt miserable facing hundreds of people. They repeated some words of comfort and explanation, but the people around them obviously did not buy it. Yun Nuoshing and the others stood outside the crowd and looked at the barrier. They looked at each other in silence. Hui shrugged and spread his hands. Let's put aside the plot that is about to be touched. Maybe we can go through the small door first? The barrier is made of origin energy. Let's give up on the idea of sneaking in. Yun Nuoshing sighed. We fell into a ditch at the beginning of the game. Hui smiled bitterly. They were really at their wits' end. The strength of the barrier made of origin energy could be seen from the strengthened void seal. Even if a high-level yuanshi sneaked in, the entire void defense line would be notified in an instant. Although the barrier in front of them was not as strong as the void seal, they were not high-level yuanshi either. My head hurts. Jing Yun scratched her head with one hand on her waist. Looks like we can only wait here. Yun Nuoshing sighed and nodded. That's the only way. Let's wait. Siyu waved her hand and quickly pulled Yun Nuoshing to a higher ground. She sat down on the grass and gestured for everyone to sit down. Let's have some tea. Yun Nuoshing and the others were speechless. This girl's mentality was not bad. Well, at least her mentality was not bad. In the dark space, souls gathered together with some kind of strange energy aura. Strands of information were exchanged rapidly. After the waves passed, the dark space became slightly brighter, reflecting the dark starry sky. The galaxy and the stars flowed in the place where billions of light gathered. In the background of the starry sky, there was a very eye-catching light blue and orange background, the nebula ruins. How's the holy manifestation? The last riot was heard 2 hours ago. The energy was swallowed by the shattered nebula, and there was no further movement. Things are not normal. 3 days ago there was a riot in the holy manifestation. At that time, the riot only lasted for a while. Why would there be a sudden abnormal movement 2 days later? And it lasted for so long. There has never been a precedent. What about the astrology? The position of the stars changed. The vision of the throne pointed to another route, a route with an unpredictable outcome. A new vision. Yes. The stars flickered for a moment with a faint commotion. The first voice coughed a few times to suppress the other voices. When it quieted down, it said, "The holy city can't be sealed forever. Try to find any abnormalities that may be related to the change of the astrology and the position of the stars as soon as possible. By tomorrow noon at the latest, if we can't find any abnormalities, we can only open the door first. If we seal the city for too long, there will be people who will be restless." Understood. The galaxy continued to churn as the voices fell. Everything that was illuminated in this space quickly dimmed. A moment later, the ebb and flow of the tides swallowed everything, leaving only the light blue and orange nebula that corresponded to each other still shining. Chapter 17:10. In the night sky, there was a star that was particularly conspicuous and unusual. It was a pattern of light blue and orange-red, hanging high in the sky and about the size of 2 thumbnails. Compared to the other stars in the night sky, it was a very unusual big block. Those who did not know might admire the beauty of the nebula ruins and stop to take a second look at it. Of course, they might also walk past it because others mentioned it. To the people of this world, it might have been an astrological sign that they were used to and would not stop to take a look at it. But those who knew about the anomaly would know that it was unusual for this thing to be so big in the sky. It's a million light-years away, and the nebula ruins itself is not that big. The size of this landscape is not right no matter how you look at it. It's normal if you say it's a dim orange star hanging in the night sky. Shoo, this is someone else's home. There might be some normal anomaly. No matter how unusual it is, it might be normal. At least the people here are used to it. Oh, that seems to make sense. No. Don't you think that maybe no one has been there before? Just a little closer and you'll feel the pressure of being watched. If you get close to the critical range, you'll get hit by the origin energy. Who could stand this anomaly? Ah, that's true. On the outskirts of Lui City, there was a grassland about 50 meters away from the sentry post. Well, it could probably be called a temporary place to spend the night, but it did not feel like a real camping in the wilderness. People who came from all over the world and were rejected at the gate of Lui City had built a camp in this open grassland. There were also some carriages with exotic beasts parked in each camp. They did not know the beasts anyway, so they all called them exotic beasts. The scale of this encampment was not small. Lui City was sealed off 3 days ago. 3 days ago, people had gathered here since the city was sealed off, and the number accumulated was not small. It was said that people who came from all directions chose to gather here. The other directions did not seem to be so beautiful, but the grassland facing the east gate of Lui City was the flattest. Therefore, the rows of camps set up here might be 300 or 400 meters away. The lights lit with energy illuminated the grassland, like the reflection of the starry sky in the night sky. Some of the neighboring and farther away were probably the stars wandering between the galaxies. But there were also people who did not prepare tents. In addition to the 5 of them, there were some who were lying on the grass with their bags in their arms, or sitting cross-legged with their arms crossed, and then falling asleep with their heads down. There were no other companions around them. It seemed that they were some lone wolves. Speaking of which, when night fell, he also walked around this camp. Because of their strange clothes and unknown identities, they settled down in a place far away from others. They were separated from others by a galaxy. When he walked to the camp, it took him a few minutes to get bored, so he directly teleported there. When they were strolling around at night, they had a faint awareness, so even if they were dressed strangely, they did not attract too much attention. Everyone in the camp had been talking about the matter of Liu Yeqing being sealed. This topic occupied more than 30% of the conversation in the camp. Although they did not care about it to the extent that they were dying, they were obviously a little resentful that they had been left here for 2 or 3 days without any preparation. Other than this resentment, they were seriously pondering about what had happened to Liu Yeqing. Yun Nuoxing felt interested and went over to listen for a while. Unfortunately, he did not come to a conclusion, but he more or less knew some things. In this place, Lui City should be regarded as the holy land of the first star. At this time, because of the barrier, it was difficult to see its true appearance clearly. It was said that its true appearance was more glorious and sacred than what he saw at the moment. Well, he stared at the barrier for a long time. He did not know whether it was a cognitive problem or the barrier was not even for him to look at. Anyway, he could not see anything else. It was said that the matter of the city being sealed off had not happened for hundreds or thousands of years. The so-called sealing off of the city did not necessarily mean that something had happened in the city. But more detailed, the person could not explain it clearly. It seemed that he did not quite understand the situation. He only had a rough idea, but it was not so clear when he wanted to say it. Anyway, when these words fell into Yun Nuoxing's ears, it meant that something had happened. It was just a matter of what happened. Since it happened 3 days ago, it should not be blamed on them. No matter how abnormal the physique of a troublemaker was, it was impossible for it to affect this place 3 days in advance. At that time, they had not arrived yet. He did not wander too far. He only circled around the campsite that was relatively close. There were 2 other campsites in the distance that he did not go over to. At this moment, it was very lively. The fragrance of wine and meat was especially strong under the night sky. It was as if the 2 girls beside him could not help but want to go out and wander around to see if they could buy something to eat. Oh, they had already gone. Yun Nuoshing sat up helplessly and looked at the 2 girls running around the camp like the wind. She sighed. So where does the money in this world come from? Is it also energy currency? Oh, it's about this. We sat up quickly and threw out a bag of coins. It is said that the currency in this world is a special commodity. Well, other than daily transactions, what else can it be used for? I have not found out about this. As for where the money comes from, Jing Yun raised her hands and cracked her knuckles. Go through small alleys. You can have as much as you want. Yun Nuoshing. These days, if a hooligan met these 2 guys, he would lose his job anytime and anywhere. He casually opened the bag of coins. The size of the space inside was not as small as it looked from the outside. It was made with the rules of space. It was also common. As for the currency, he casually took out a gold coin. There was a coat of arms on one side of the gold coin, which seemed to have some symbolic meaning. On the other side there was a very blurry figure. It was a side profile, and half of the figure was covered by a cloak. How is it? Is it some kind of energy currency? We also got up and looked at Feng and asked. Yun Nuoshing's eyes glowed brightly. She stared at the currency in her hand and said softly, well, energy occupies most of it. It can be considered a kind of energy currency. There is also a very small part of the power of rules mixed in. Power of rules? Hui and Jingyun were both surprised. The former could not help but exclaim, damn, the energy currency in this place is so advanced? Aren't they afraid that something will happen if this thing is circulated in the market? Yun Nuoshing shook her head. It is not as powerful as you think. These traces of the rules seem to have been imprinted without consciousness. There should be 1 or 2 steps in the manufacturing process that will cause the power of rules to condense. Whether the maker knows the power of rules or not, it will not have any effect. This level is understandable. But why do they have to make it like this? Hui scratched his head and took out a gold coin from his money bag. He looked at it from both sides for a while, and also stimulated it with the Guardian's energy. There was no reaction. This. Yun Nuoshing raised her head and her eyes flickered. Then, she clenched the gold coin tightly in her right hand. A weak energy surged. Then, she gently punched the ground. The surging energy flowed out from her palm and drilled into the ground. Then, she quickly moved her hand away. A moment later, Hui and Jing Yun saw a crack in the ground where she had just punched. It expanded to a foot wide in a few seconds. Then, a pillar made of rock emerged from the crack about half a foot high. Jing Yun narrowed her eyes and quickly understood the reason. Oh, it is the influence of that weak power of rules. In other words, this kind of currency can be used to carry out some kind of special ritual? A small-scale ritual used to modify and construct the world? Hui also understood. Probably a characteristic of this world? Some kind of special change after being in contact with the origin energy for a long time. The colorful luster in Yun Nuoshing's eyes became brighter. That strand of rule is the origin rule. The energy core of the currency has a weak strand of origin energy. Hui and Jingyun were both stunned. The latter was a little surprised. Then this is a little strange. A world where everyone can come into contact with the origin energy. Well, how should I put it? It feels a little hard to imagine? No, it is because it is this world that it can be imagined. Have you forgotten that we have seen this world divided into 9 territories because of the 9 origin energies? Hui shook his head. Perhaps it is because the 9 places circulate separately and gather different origin energies. That is why they need to be divided into 9 territories. At this moment, after being in contact with the origin energy for a long time, even the ordinary life forms living here have gotten used to it. Because of them, they have adapted and made changes. Do you believe that not only the currency, but also some serious daily appliances can also sense the presence of origin energy? Hui replied with his arms crossed. Upon hearing the words daily appliances, Yun Nuoxing's brain twitched. She could not help but think of the origin relics that she had come into contact with before. That was really unbearable to look back on. Well, it should not be that exaggerated. But it is true that origin energy does exist in these small details. It is unlikely that everyone can come into contact with the origin energy. It is more realistic that most people can come into contact with it. Jing Yun shook her head. She then waved her hand and a strand of energy drifting between heaven and earth was sucked into her hand. Also, have you noticed that there is no origin energy in the air? Ah, I wanted to say that just now. Hui nodded vigorously. The energy floating in the air is pure ordinary energy. There is no origin energy. Then in these things, how do you explain it? About that, that's because we're outsiders. It was not the voice of Maple or Jing Yun. When the voice sounded with a hint of laughter, the 3 of them were stunned. They turned their heads and saw Siyu and Feng Qinghuang, who had been strolling around the campsite, returning with a bag full of food in their hands. Their lips were full of oil. It was obvious that they had a good harvest. Siyu put the things on the carpet on the ground and sat down beside Yun Nuoxing habitually. She stuffed the food into his mouth and replied, "That is something that Qinghuang and I have just found out. I think it is probably because we are outsiders, so we can't sense the origin energy in the air." His mouth was stuffed with strange but tasty food. Yun Nuoxing forced himself to swallow it before replying, What is going on? Is it related to the ritual we were talking about? The ritual. Siyu bit on a stick and looked at Feng Qinghuang. Feng Qinghuang shook her head helplessly and said, as Little Star said, this energy currency and ritual are very important in this world. Let's not talk about the complicated and specific explanations. To simplify it, this special energy currency can strengthen everyone's sense and communication with the power of God that exists in this world. That's about it. Huey's face twitched. What is this? This is, Yun Nuoxing frowned and began to think about how to explain this. If that's the case, then there must be a reason behind it. Let's not talk about whether it's the ritual itself, or the currency itself, or the origin law and origin energy in the currency. In short, the life of this world can come into contact with the origin energy that we can't come into contact with through a special method, so the problem should be. He pointed his finger upwards and pondered for a moment. Before he could say anything, Siyu quickly said, On the moon? Yun Nuoxing said, The concept of the laws. Let's not talk about the laws of this world, the structural laws and some other things. These things are the most important cornerstones that affect the development of life in a world of light. Basically, it is the kind that cannot be violated. At least, before this body transcends the influence of the laws, it cannot be violated. And the life that lives in these laws will naturally develop in this vague direction. It is not a completely defined path, just a vague guide. As for the wrong path, well, it does not exist because the wrong path has been blocked. The space that the heavenly God of origins left behind, there is a high chance that they left behind this space must have used origin energy and origin laws to create some kind of restriction, or the origin energy and laws left behind had imperceptibly modified and corrected this space, turning it into a cornerstone. Then, the development of this world began to evolve in the vague direction that the cornerstone pointed out, and became what we see now. Jing Yun was the first to react. In other words, origin energy and origin laws are of the utmost importance, and could even affect the daily lives of people. Even if it is not to the extent that everyone can control it, it is to the extent that everyone can come in contact with it. And the people could even very well grasp the origin energy and origin laws. What the hell? Doesn't that mean that everyone in this world is a remnant of the gods? Hui inhaled sharply to express his shock. Theoretically speaking, that is the case. Jing Yun nodded as she tossed a gold coin up and down with her right hand. Suddenly she paused. If that is the case, this world must have a successor. Whether it is an adjudicator or not, there must be a successor. Hui scratched his head in puzzlement. Why? Because origin energy alone cannot be controlled? Does it need a successor? If that's the case. Yun Nuoxing once again finished off the thing that Siyu stuffed into her mouth. She gulped down a mouthful of water before she coughed softly. Probably because the origin energy itself has reached a certain level and needs to undergo a successor. Hui put on a serious face and muttered. Put it simply. Yun Nuoxing scratched her head. I am a new student who has just started training. You are a mentor. That's it. Huey's veins were popping out on his forehead. His face was covered in cold sweat as he grinned dryly. Could you please elaborate? All right. I won't tease you. Yun Nuoxing shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. First of all, there are two situations. The first situation is that the origin energy that can be sensed by life in this world is ownerless, unconscious, and unmarked origin energy. That is, it has become a kind of existence that has become pure energy. However, this kind of energy itself is not as simple as pure energy. Even if you have the origin energy, you can't understand it just because you want to. I'm an example. Just like how we will hit a bottleneck, the control of this high-level energy will also be the same. And it is a bottleneck. Unless the God of Origin personally gives you guidance, it is absolutely impossible to break through because it is essentially their energy. No matter what kind of self-evolving changes there is, it is still the same. We understood. So, Maple, your control of origin energy, apart from your own exploration, is also because you have come into contact with enough origin relic. That's why, that's right. If you're paying attention, you'll notice that every time I use origin energy, it happens after I come into contact with something related to them. Some things may have their energy imprint, or a part of the origin law, or a part of the will, or even fragments of the divine right of divinity. Through these, I can partially complete them and gradually reach this level. Yun Nuoxing nodded. This is the first situation. All life in the world, except for the newborn part, are left behind from the mythological era. They have explored the path of origin energy through some fragments that have yet to disperse. There is no inheritor. Everyone has reached their own limit, and that is it. What about the second situation? After Hui asked this question, he suddenly realized something and could not help but smile bitterly. Then the second situation is that there is a real inheritor. Yes, this situation is more reliable than the first one. Yun Nuoxing and Jing Yun nodded together. It was more difficult to achieve the first situation than the second. They just happened to leave some things about origin energy, but there was not a single inheritor? This was a little unreasonable. After all, this was a dimension left behind by the god of origin. How could the preparations be so incomplete? Then, there was only the second scenario left, and it was also very consistent with the current situation where there were 9 territories and 9 adjudicators. In this case, the possibility of the adjudicators being the inheritors was higher. Siyu stopped eating and thought for a moment. But why is the first situation not reliable? The origin energy is the most important thing in this world. This is a big premise. Under such a big premise, there is no need to say what the ruler, who stands in the clouds, needs to achieve, right? Hui Huang said. When he saw Siyu nodding vigorously, he could not help but smile bitterly and let out a dry cough. Ahem, that is to say, the ruler must be far superior to others in terms of attainment or understanding of origin energy to be able to stand in that position. This is a little biased towards faith, but not to that extent. After all, this is related to the God of origin and the others. Moreover, this world is relatively peaceful, at least on the surface. It is definitely not the kind of world that is full of void, where the strong have the final say. Since origin energy is the most important thing, then there are many mechanisms in this world that revolve around this thing. If the person who sits at the top is someone who knows nothing about origin energy, he or she will be kicked down in minutes. If it is a time of war, then the situation will be different. But it is not now. So, this is the situation. The first situation is the just right situation where there is nothing else. Obviously, there will be a lot of people who stand at the same level at the same time. Moreover, the thing about fragments is that you have one in your hand and I have another in my hand. Everyone is eyeing the fragments covetously in each other's hands. Then, if they don't like each other, they will expiate each other's souls. Hui Huang smiled bitterly as he spoke. It is very difficult to usher in a more unified situation under such circumstances. Siyu thought for a long time to get her train of thought back. So, if there is a proper inheritor, an inheritor who can pass down the inheritance step by step, then this world with origin energy as the center can steadily develop. Is that what you mean? The three nodded, and Yun Nuoshing continued. Unless the Sanguine Massacre really did stabilize the world over the past 11 eras, that is basically the case. But the possibility of that is very low. As for why, after all, the demon world and the divine realm had been at war since ancient times. Even after dozens of eras, the war had not stabilized. In the 139th era, they were still throwing bricks at each other's faces. And that was because there was a wall between them and the war had stopped. On the other hand, in this world, all the good guys were connected together. Why would they not fight to the death until they were annihilated? Also, it was because this was a territory created by the heavenly god of origin. No matter how they thought about it, this place could not be stabilized in the name of war. Yun Nuoshing looked up and rambled on for the entire night. She did not notice that most of the fires in the camp had been extinguished. Only a few scattered energy lights were still shining. In that case, she had more or less guessed the structure and situation of this world. Though it was just a guess, they could fill in the gaps on their own as long as they had the information and information. Basically, there would not be any serious mistake. As for the use of filling in the gaps in the structure and situation of this world, of course it would be useful. At first, they had gone with the intention of finding the inheritor who might possibly exist. Now that they knew the situation of this world, they only needed to look for the 9 rulers of this world. As the core of the core, it would be much more convenient to find them directly if they wanted to know anything or make any changes than to wander aimlessly in the stars. 1/straight to the main line. At the moment, the void front line was still causing a ruckus. But how to directly contact them was still a problem. Should they just charge into their faces? Anyway, they should find a chance to enter the city and take a look. It would not do to keep being shut out here. Chapter 17:11. The next day, the city gate opened wide. Well, it was the sound of the dissipation of the energy barrier. There seemed to be the sound of rising tide permeating between heaven and earth. Looking up, the momentum was ebbing. The energy barrier solidified like the energy tide, and finally returned to heaven and earth in the form of ebbing tide. The layer of golden energy barrier suddenly dissipated in the morning, which made a group of people who had nothing to do in the camp to chat or laze in bed stunned. Even the guards at the sentry post were puzzled. Last time, there was an emergency order to seal the city, but this time, the gate opened there was no sound at all. However, since the main gate had been opened, the notice from above should be coming soon. Now they had to deal with the group of people who were about to flood into the city and had been shut out for 2 to 3 days. Good heavens, look at their red and green eyes. Hiss, they might get up and run them over later. The gate opened all of a sudden. With his back facing the morning sun, Yun Nuoshing stretched and yawned as he stared at the city. Without the barrier, his gaze on the city was finally completely unaffected. He hurriedly took a look inside. Then, he hurriedly retreated with a black line on his face. Oh my God, are these people on duty early in the morning? What? What do you mean by on duty early in the morning? Hui yawned from the side and came over. Seeing Feng's face darkened, he could not help but ask, Did you make trouble? I took a look inside. Yun Nuoshing reached out and pointed to the inside of Lui City. He sighed with one hand on his waist. Then I felt that I was looked at. It's really early. He thought for a long time but did not know what to complain about. He had no choice but to say that it was early. We patted him on the shoulder, shook his head and sighed. It's not fun to spy when you can't do whatever you want, right? After all, we are here to make trouble. No, I mean we are here to make trouble in other people's territory. Something like that. For the time being, it's better to keep a low profile. After all, there are 9 guys who are more than 90% likely to be inheritors. Yun Nuoshing grinned hard at him. Originally, they just came to this world to investigate. But what he said made it sound like they were here to wreak havoc or something. But that might be the case. If they found something in this world, if the 9 guys were confirmed to be inheritors, they would not just leave them here. They would definitely be abducted to the Void frontline. Well, they had already begun to do whatever it took. Yes, King freedom of choice, King fight or not. I'm going to abduct all of you guys who don't do anything to the Void frontline. Jing Yun had just come back from washing her face in the nearby river when she saw her brother's hot-blooded appearance. She was so scared that she sobered up a little. She hurriedly looked at Hui Jun, who was laughing dryly, and asked, What happened? Brother, you are. Hui stiffly took a small step to the side. Then, he stiffly turned his head and smiled at Hao Ren. He stiffly pointed to the place under his feet. Come and listen. You'll know when you hear it. Jing Yun went over in confusion. Then, she understood in an instant. When she was less than a meter away, she heard Hao Ren mumbling, Pack them all up and take them away, leave none behind, coolies, all coolies, bring them back to the Void front line and train them hard. Manpower is scarce now, precious resources are even scarcer, none of you can escape. I'm starting to freeze all options related to freedom of choice in the Void. I don't want to be a god anymore. Join the chaos and do whatever you want. Bastards from the world of order, come. And suffer for me. Suffering alone is better than suffering together. Die for me, hiss. Jing Yun sucked in a deep breath of cold air and moved closer to Hui Jun. The two of them looked at each other and sighed, shrinking their bodies and shivering. Although they did not know what Yun Nuoshing was thinking of, but this resentment, this angry look, this dark face, this was the sign of the morning star turning into the Death Star. This was the sign of the world of order. Those fellows who did nothing but watch from afar might be in trouble now. Would it start with this world? However, other people might be trapped here. Jing Yun tilted her head and glanced at the young man who was rambling on and on. She raised her head and swallowed her sigh. Then, she let out a long sigh. Forget it. Don't say anything. He won't listen to anything I say now. I can only hope that he doesn't kill me when he starts to attack. Hui and Jing Yun sighed. They put their palms together and faced Lu Yeqing. I hope this world is fine. By the way, where did Siyu and Qing Huang go? Yun Nuoshing suddenly recovered from the state of nagging and resentment. He couldn't help but be startled for a moment. He looked at the open grassland around him. The camp over there had already begun to tidy up. 50 to 60% of the people were ready to go to Lui City. When I woke up early in the morning, I found that the 2 girls were gone. I didn't pay attention to that. Did you really fall asleep? Jing Yun scratched her head and looked at him. She felt a little unbelievable. She didn't expect that Howren would sleep. Yun Nuoshing scratched her cheek. I feel quite at ease here. Maybe it's because of the origin energy? Although I can't feel it, if it really exists, it may make me feel a little more at ease. Although I really fell asleep, my soul has been watching the situation on both sides. Nothing happened for the whole night. Hui and Jing Yun were speechless. This person might be addicted to schizophrenia. He could keep an eye on the front line of the void even when he was asleep. After looking around and not finding anyone, Yun Nuoshing used the soul seed to find the two girls. Just as he touched them, the two girls slipped out of the other people's camp hand in hand. Yes, they were even carrying breakfast this morning in their hand. I just went out for a walk. Before Yun Nuoshing could speak, Siyu quickly put something that looked like a bread in his mouth to cast a physical silence. Then she smiled and scratched her head. I had breakfast and went for a walk. Here, I brought it for you. Yun Nuoshing and the other two were speechless. Feng Qing Huang shrugged. I was dragged there by her. By the way, I heard a news about Lu Yeqing. Little star, you should be interested. News? Feng Qing Huang nodded. Those who entered the city first were waiting for their men to tidy up the place. They brought back the news. Lu Yeqing seems to have something called something sacrifice, something. She scratched her head embarrassedly and stuck her tongue out at Yun Nuoshing. I didn't hear it clearly, but generally speaking, it's related to the news we heard yesterday. It seems to have reached a place called Sacred Place. Siyu threw the things in her hand to Hui and Jing Yun. After finishing the rest of the skewers, she quickly corrected them. It's not Sacred Place, it's Sacred Place. It's something related to the primordial god. Anyway, it uses the primordial energy and the primordial precept. As for that, sacrifice, well, I think it's related to something like a sacrificial ceremony. I heard that it's Lu Yeqing. No, I heard that it's an event that the 9 domains occasionally hold in the First Star and the Holy City. It only appears at certain times, such as festivals or important occasions. Festivals, important occasions. Yun Nuoshing and Hui murmured. They turned their eyes to Jing Yun and asked in unison, was there such an event in the mythological era? Well, Jing Yun was startled by the stares. She frowned and pinched her chin for a moment. She even took the time to finish the breakfast in her hand. After swallowing it, she muttered to herself and shook her head slightly. I'm not sure. But if it's related to the primordial god, and also involved a sacrificial ceremony, the only thing I can think of is the ceremony of divine omens. It's similar to the feeling of being summoned by the beings of the divine realm. Hui thought for a moment and snapped his fingers. Ceremony of divine omens? Yun Nuoshing and Jing Yun were speechless. No. Obviously, it couldn't be that crude thing. If the primordial god was really summoned by this thing, well, they were already in hibernation. How could it be summoned? If it's modified according to the situation of this world, I think it should be a ceremony and sacrificial ceremony that they use to strengthen the connection with the primordial god. If it's real, their prayers should not be met with any response. As for the reason, we all know that. As for whether it's true or not, let's go and see. Siyu saw that the 3 of them were almost done talking. She finished 2/3 of the food like a whirlwind and put the rest in Yun Nuoshing's hand. Well, let's go. I also want to see what the host of the ceremony looks like. I heard that he's quite an important person. Yun Nuoshing had just taken 2 steps when she stopped. I have a hunch that the primordial god will appear directly. We followed behind her. Then, when we went to watch the fake ceremony of divine omens, something went wrong with the ceremony. Jing Yun crossed her arms and followed quickly. The reason for the problem is that a certain person who inherited 147 types of primordial god was present. Feng Qinghuang looked at Yun Nuoshing's cold sweat. She thought for a moment and said, could it be that little star will be summoned directly? The sudden speech made several people stunned. Hui and Jing Yun thought hard for a moment, suddenly turned their heads to look at each other, and then suddenly pressed their eyes on Yun Nuoxing's face, solemnly saying, "This is really possible." Yun Nuoxing, who was already sweating, jumped in fright. "Don't make trouble. Don't scare me. I'm not afraid of the primordial god anymore. See you look down." Then, she bent down and gently poked Yun Nuoxing's trembling legs. Yun Nuoxing screamed and almost fell down. It's mainly because you're now. Well, it's like this. In the void, if there's anyone who is closest to the primordial god, I'm talking about essence. That's right, you've come into contact with countless primordial relics. You've even come into contact with a huge amount of the primordial god's remaining fragments. You've even met and talked with them. You've even eaten the divine vessel of the god of destruction. Your essence has changed from the root. You're changing bit by bit toward the primordial god. However, you've not reached the point where there's a quantitative and qualitative change. So you can stand up now. Don't stare at me with those pale eyes. You're not a primordial god anymore. Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly as she stood up with Siyu's help. Is it better if I don't join in the fun? Hui scratched his head in puzzlement. Phone, didn't you say that you're not afraid anymore? Why are you getting nervous? Yun Nuoxing glanced at him and let out a long sigh. If it's just about them, well, I'm not nervous. But if it's about secondary products, such as their heirs, their inheritors, or the remnants of the gods related to them, I'll have to get used to it again. He paused for a moment and suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. I'm afraid that they'll fight. And no matter how they fight, it doesn't feel right. Don't worry, little brother. Jing Yun smiled and waved her hand. The relationship between the inheritors is just like the relationship between the primordial god. It's very harmonious. They won't fight over anything. Yun Nuoxing glared at him. I'm carrying more than 100 primordial relics, and the world core of the primordial world. Are you saying that they won't react? I'm telling you, I just have to get a little closer and their senses will automatically scan the things on me. This is not a reaction that I can suppress. This is the automatic attraction and resonance between the same origin energy and the laws of origin. Jing Yun smiled bitterly. This had never happened before in history. As for the inheritors meeting at this time, would they really fight? In the past, the primordial gods were still alive, so of course, nothing would happen between the inheritors. But now, the primordial gods had fallen into eternal slumber and left behind a portion of their primordial relics in the void. And now, the inheritors who treated their own primordial gods as their spiritual support had appeared. This matter was a little strange. The atmosphere gradually became a little strange. Anyway, we still have to go first. Hui patted Maple's shoulder and smiled unscrupulously. Look, we're already in front of the gate. What should go in will still go in. Didn't you just say that I'm going to take them all back? You can't back down now. And really, you're the closest person to the primordial god in the void right now. You don't have to be polite with those little things, right? Just beat them up until they're fine. Jing Yun grinned hard. No, I don't think that's good. Yeah, that's true. Let's go. Yun Nuoxing nodded and strode swiftly with her long legs. Huh? It's decided just like that? Jing Yun paused and her body stiffened. Looking at the young man and the others rushing into Lui City, her cheeks twitched for a moment. She shook her head hard, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Hey, it's the rule of violent diplomacy, as always. Forget it, it's not good to be indecisive now. Let's just go straight to their faces. Anyway, when the time comes, they would just be supporting. Even if the 9 guys were really inheritors or primordial gods, unless they were all mid-level primordial gods, they might not be able to beat the young man who was risking his life. Speaking of which, what was the confrontation between the primordial energy like? Thinking of this, Jing Yun could not help but twitch the corner of her mouth. Things seemed to be getting interesting all of a sudden. There was a show to watch. Following a small group of people into Lui City without any obstacles, they thought that they would see a lot of traffic, or that the situation was urgent and the whole city was on alert and tense. But when they really went in and took a look, they found that it was very relaxed. There were not many people, not crowded, and the atmosphere was not serious at all. Although it was lively, there were occasional topics of discussion about the 3-day lockdown, but they were just talking about it in a casual tone. Compared to that, the something ceremony that was going to be held later was the most important thing. Looking from the entrance of Lui City, the whole Lui City presented a 2-level arrangement of a high platform and a flat ground. The place where they entered was the flat ground. As for the architecture, they had never seen it before, but the architectural style was slightly familiar. Oh, this is the architectural style of the realm of the gods in our time. How nostalgic! This simplicity with obscurity seems to be the convergence of faith, but also the convergence of the mind. I suddenly remember the time when I stayed in the realm of the gods. After I was sent to guard the void, I have not seen such a scene again. Jing Yun suddenly took a deep breath and fell into an atmosphere of sighing and nostalgia. Her eyes were full of memories of the lost era. Well, but without the temple, I feel a little uncomfortable. Hui scratched his head. There are more temples in the realm of the gods. Is it because of the primordial god? Jing Yun nodded. It's the same as all of you. Be it the inheritors or the life of the realm of the gods, at first it was to worship. Well, it's the kind of formality, leaving temples or statues as symbols to prove their existence in the world. After all, not everyone can come into contact with the primordial god. Sometimes, even the inheritors have to wait for many years to see the primordial god. At that time, if you encounter the primordial energy that you mentioned before, what should you do? Huey's cheeks twitched when he heard this. Are we going to look for the temples and statues erected all over the realm of the gods that have a faint connection with the primordial god? Yes. Jing Yun nodded. The reason why there are temples and statues in the realm of the gods is because the primordial god and the others did not immediately decorate and organize the realm of the gods after they created it. The remnant aura of the primordial god left in the realm of the gods was detected by the life of the realm of the god. Then, some of the forerunners gathered the aura that had not dissipated and built temples and statues that had a faint connection with the primordial god. Gradually, this style evolved. As he spoke, he suddenly paused and reached into his spatial array for a while. Then, he took out a book and flipped through it. Nodding, he said, "Excerpt from The Origin and Evolution of Temples and Statues in the Realm of the Gods." Everyone was speechless. This is the second time that he flipped through a book while talking, right? Yun Nuoshing looked at the book and seemed a little interested. Jing Yun grinned and handed the book to him. He took a look and could not help but facepalm. Damn it, the original language of the gods. I can't understand it. Jing Yun shook his head helplessly. Brother, you have come into contact with so much origin energy and origin laws, but you still can't master the original language? Yun Nuoshing shook his head vigorously. No. But I know some other things. The original language of the gods was actually the original language of order. That's right, it was the language used in the world of order during the Chaos Era. Counting the 40 eras during the mythological era, it had been used for a total of 366 eras. Then, the era suddenly broke and no one knew about it. Jing Yun shrugged. After all, there were other languages in our era, as well as the common language of all races. The predecessor of the common language of all races was the language of the mythological era that you are talking about. Well, it was said that because too many lives were born in the void of order, they had no choice but to use a language that everyone could understand mentally. It took 1 or 2 eras for the common language of the mythological era to be completely popularized. As for the common language of all races, it came a little later, but now the common language is used all over the void. Yun Nuashing interrupted. Except when we encounter worlds related to the primordial god and the others, it is all in the language of the mythological era. That's true. The size of Lui was about the size of a medium-sized city in the realm of the gods. The streets were very wide and there were different shops on both sides of the road. They were all about the same, so they skipped all of them and went straight to the most important thing. The platform at the highest point of Lui, which was also where many people were gathering at the moment, was probably the most important place in Lui. It was so conspicuous and deliberate that no one would believe that there was nothing there. The carefully scattered souls could also glean the information they wanted from the excited conversations of the passers-by. The whatever god ceremony was indeed being held on that high platform. At this moment, many people had already gathered there. They also followed the flow of people and headed in that direction bit by bit. The name of the ritual is Holy Show. This name, coupled with the Holy Show, feels a little thought-provoking. Hui clasped his hands behind his head and followed the others. It can't be that we can really summon something from the heavenly origin god, right? Feng, do you feel anything now? Yun Nuashing shook her head. Not at all. The origin energy is very quiet, the origin laws are very lazy, and the void frontline is still fighting. Everyone! Only the last sentence left them a little dumbfounded. However, Yun Nuashing raised his head and reached out to stroke the bangs on his forehead. His gaze followed the flow of people and the streets of the spacious road. The corner of his eyes swept across the scenery of the small bridge and flowing water, the grassland under the buildings, the road made of stone, and the long and winding heavenly road. Finally, his gaze froze at the center of the high platform that was blocked by quite a few buildings. I feel the momentum of origin energy gathering. Although I don't know what they are inviting or showing, it definitely has something to do with origin. Yun Nuashing said with a smile, but then her smile suddenly collapsed. I hope that nothing unexpected happens because of our appearance. Hui, pfft. Jing Yun smiled bitterly. The number one matter of the void had forced the number one prophet of the void to come together, and it was also related to the primordial god. Even if nothing happened in the first place, something might happen. Chapter 17:12. The city of Lui was divided into two levels from the top to the bottom. The most important level was the highest platform in the entire city, where the sacred manifestation ceremony was held. It started from the periphery of the lower level. A long, winding spiral road that encompassed half of the edge of the city stood in the form of a towering copper wall. Moving along the entire road, one could clearly see the dynamic vision that rose from the ground. The top was where the platform was located. It was a large platform that covered a very wide area, with 1/3 of it protruding out of the air. As for what it looked like, well, they were still walking on this huge, winding spiral road. The slanted buildings on the road blocked most of the view, so it was not very clear. They could barely see a very tall thing, probably a statue or something like that. As for the lower level, it was where the main body of Lui was located. This level, well, there was nothing to say. It was just ordinary shops, pavilions, palaces, and what-not. They ignored this part and continued to focus on the platform in front of them. As they walked along the wide, winding road, they didn't forget to listen to the conversations of the people on the way. Ignoring the questions like, "Have you eaten?" and "Have you eaten?" and "The price of the Li family's pork has increased," the rest of the conversation was about the news that they wanted to hear. The sudden sacred manifestation ceremony seemed to be held because the city had been sealed for 3 days for no reason. There were also some who said that it was because of the issue of the sacred manifestation ceremony, as they kept talking about the sacred manifestation ceremony. It was all hearsay, and it was not easy to distinguish which was true and which was false. Well, it should be said that all the information was true, but it was not easy to judge which more accurately pointed out or guess the reason for this sacred manifestation ceremony. In short, they listened to half of it first. But the scale of this city's construction is really big. This heavenly path, alone, is estimated to account for 80% of the efforts of the entire Lui city. Hui looked around. Quietly, he used a little bit of strength and put a foot on the ground. Then, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Hey, look. When I put my foot down, the whole place didn't even tremble." Yun Nuoxing and the others. This guy kicked hard. They did not forget what happened to the things that this guy kicked. That planet, other people's planets, and other people's planets were all crushed by this guy's foot. In the end, the scene of the planets rushing towards their own sun was tragic, and the stars were all shattered. We saw the frightened eyes of the people and grinned, waving his hand. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. And you see, there's no movement in this place at all. Don't worry." Don't worry, where there was movement, there was not even a last word. Yun Nuoxing glanced at him, sighed softly, and did not pay attention to him. Hui would only make a fuss for a while, and it would not cause any big problems. We're here. After going around the last curve, they crossed a huge building that looked like a memorial arch in front of them. Then, the atmosphere suddenly changed. The number of people around did not decrease. Because they had reached the end, there were more people huddled together, but they could not hear the hustle and bustle of too many people. A strong atmosphere shrouded the place, forcibly suppressing the noise and clamor here. The people who arrived at the high platform arranged themselves in a corner of the wide platform according to their own habits or the habits of others. Yun Nuoxing and the others also found a corner with fewer people to rest in. Only then did they have time to look at the high platform. In the center of the high platform was a small platform stacked with square steps, covering an area of about 1,000 feet wide. In the center of the platform was a very tall thing that they saw on the winding road just now. Unsurprisingly, it was a statue, a vague humanoid statue. The body proportion was normal, and they could not tell whether it was male or female. There was only a general vague outline of the face, and the facial features could not be seen. "It's their statue." Even though it was only a very crude statue, Yun Nuoxing still recognized it at a glance. It was indeed a statue of the heavenly god of origin. There's their aura. It's remnants of a very weak aura. However, it shouldn't be left behind by them. The origin energy essence did not have much of a reaction. It just trembled slightly, indicating that although it was related to them, it might not be related to them personally. Jing Yun stroked her chin and nodded. "Well, it's no wonder. The method of making this statue is the same as what I just told you, using the remnant aura of the origin god and the others." "You can recognize it?" "Yes, and I'm 100% sure." Jing Yun nodded. "Maybe the origin god and the others. Well, when they were making this world, they left some energy behind, or they threw people in here right after they finished making this world. If that's the case, doesn't that mean that there are real descendants of the gods here just like us?" Hui tapped his hand. "Then they're the true inheritors? Not the successors? That's even more exciting. Do you think they're at the origin realm or the origin realm?" "Well," Jing Yun hesitated when she heard that. "Theoretically speaking, they should be at the origin realm, but this place was personally made by the origin god, so it's hard to guarantee that there won't be other situations. For example, this space has its own immunity ability. I don't sense the remnant aura of the chaotic tide here. Perhaps something like a world barrier is stopping the aura of the chaotic tide from spreading here. Anyway, it's hard to say. We might see one primeval heavenly god or 9. But looking at the current situation in the void, I hope we can see 9 primeval heavenly gods." Yun Nuoxing and Hui both crossed their arms and nodded at the same time. Conflicts between people, right? Conflicts can be solved. If words can't solve them, they can use body language. That's also a kind of language. It's just that the body language here refers to smiling, shaking hands, or rolling up your sleeves to slap the other person's face? That's hard to say. It's really hard to say. But the conflict between order and chaos is a dead knot, a knot that can't be untied. It's a war where both sides can't sit down and talk until death. There's no such thing as peace, only battle. So in all fairness, the stronger the descendants of the gods here, the better. If there were 9 primeval heavenly gods, they would be more motivated to move later. Well, things haven't even started here, and they're already thinking about moving. Are you newbies? Is this your first time participating in the sacred ritual? A kind and friendly laughter suddenly sounded, and it was obviously directed at them. In addition, they had indeed just arrived to participate, causing Yun Nuashing and the others to subconsciously turn their heads, and saw a tall young man looking at them with one hand on his waist. He had a handsome face, short black hair, and was wearing probably this world's style of gray and dark clothing. His kind voice and bright smile made him look very energetic. Hui quickly glanced at Yun Nuashing and Jing Yun from the corner of his eyes. Seeing that they were silent, he quickly spoke up and pointed at himself. Are you talking to us? Of course. The young man smiled and nodded. He then turned to look at the huge statue with him. I would come to visit every sacred ritual, and every time I basically recognize everyone. Although there are thousands of people here, I do recognize their faces, or at least have a faint sense of familiarity. Moreover, this kind of uncoordinated timing is considered an emergency, and the people here are not as many as the previous sacred ritual. Hui scratched his head and looked around suspiciously. Even if I look back and forth for tens of thousands of people, I might not be able to recognize them all. Forget it, that's not the point. Well, we are indeed newbies. Hui shrugged. Why are you looking for us? That's not it. I just saw newbies and came to say hello. The young man grinned brightly and then cupped his hands. I'm sorry if I disturbed you, but I wish you all the best in fulfilling your wishes in the sacred ritual. The young man smiled and waved his hand. He walked to the side and soon disappeared into the crowd. Hui and Yun Nuashing looked at each other and scratched their heads. They ignored him. Making a wish? Can we make a wish in the sacred ritual? Siyu looked around and thought for a moment in front of the biggest statue. Then, he put his hands together. Yun Nuashing looked around and saw an incense burner, an incense burner, an incense burner, and an incense burner. Why did he mention the incense burner so much? Because the design was too familiar. Damn it, wasn't that the incense burner he saw in the Cloud Continent? It was at least 80% similar. The only difference was that the incense burner here was a little bigger. Making a wish? Making a wish in front of the origin heavenly god? Seeing the two girls' pious expressions, he put his hands together and bowed to the statue of the origin heavenly god. Then, he looked around and saw many people doing the same. It seemed that the young man was right. Many people liked to make a wish in the sacred ritual. It was just like how people liked to make a wish when they saw a shooting star. However, in most cases, making a wish was a form of psychological comfort. Perhaps with this psychological comfort, they could really do what they wanted to do. Well, in that case, shouldn't they make a wish as well? Yun Nuashing scratched her head and turned to look at Hui and Jing Yun. Coincidentally, they also turned to look at her. The three of them looked at each other and then put their hands together and said to the statue of the origin heavenly god, I hope that the underworld will die a horrible death. They really said it out loud. Siyu and Feng Qinghuang almost spat out a mouthful of water when they heard it. They didn't know whether to laugh or cry when they saw the serious expressions on the three's faces. It was a strange feeling to say something like this to the origin heavenly god. In a place where they couldn't see, the gray-robed young man continued to walk through the crowd with one hand on his waist. He arrived at the small stage that was 100 feet wide. At this moment, there were many people standing on the small stage. It wasn't a place that couldn't be approached. However, there was an obvious empty space near the statue in the center. A figure covered in a black cloak stood at the bottom of the statue. The cloak covered her graceful body, but from the exposed area, one could vaguely see a beautiful face. A pair of deep blue eyes were also revealed. She looked up at the huge statue with reminiscence in her eyes. If one looked closely, one could see some white light in her deep blue eyes, mysterious and profound. The young man quickly walked behind the woman and said casually, "Sister, I'm back. Guess what fun I saw when I went out for a stroll?" The woman lowered her head slightly. After a short pause, she said as if she was talking to herself, "The position of the stars is still abnormal. A new storm is forming. The thing that caused the change in the position of the stars seems to be under the sun." The young man's mouth stiffened. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. If it's possible, I hope you can say something normal. Please take care that your brother's perspective is different from yours." The woman continued to speak softly. "Abnormal. The element is very close, but it's hard to find a clear trace." "Oh, it's what you said a few days ago after the night observation meeting. Do you want to say that it's dark under the light? Did we go in the wrong direction? Or something else?" The young man scratched his head. Knowing that he couldn't understand what his sister was talking about, he simply ignored all these things and said directly, "Let's not talk about that. Let me tell you, I actually saw some new faces in this impromptu sacred ceremony. Oh right, the aura on their bodies is a little strange. If it wasn't for the strange aura, I wouldn't have gone over. It's a little familiar aura, just like the burnt eggs you fried last night." The woman calmly pinched the young man's waist fiercely. She glanced at him and returned to the bottom of the statue. Her eyes that flickered with white starlight continued to flicker. After a while, she suddenly paused and quickly turned around to walk in front of the young man. "What did you say just now?" The young man held his waist and grinned brightly. "The fried eggs last night." Looking at the pair of deep and mysterious eyes staring at him unceremoniously, the young man finally succumbed to his sister's abuse of power. Wiping the cold sweat on his forehead, he laughed dryly. "I saw some new faces, so I went over to say hello. It shouldn't be a big deal, right?" "The latter part. Familiar aura? Oh right, speaking of which, that aura really felt strangely familiar. It was because of that aura that I went over to say hello out of curiosity. But nothing happened. The communication was normal and we didn't fight. What's wrong?" The woman tiptoed closer to the young man. Her eyes flashed with a shocking light as she stared straight into his eyes. The energy in her body slightly surged. Looking at her, the young man held back for a while and finally couldn't help but complain. "Sister, if you're not tall enough, you should just float. Why do you have to tiptoe? It hurts." The woman rolled her eyes at him in annoyance. She turned around and walked towards the statue again. This time, she didn't suddenly turn her head back. She looked up and stared at the statue for a while before slowly saying, "You talk too much. So what did you see with my eyes?" The young man curiously moved closer and asked softly. "Nothing, I don't know." The woman replied softly. She looked down at the table that was floating in front of her. Her jade-like hand gently stroked the gilded table as she said softly, "Perhaps there is something that cannot be known. Perhaps there is a connection, but it is a single line of guidance. Perhaps it is a storm, a calamity, or perhaps it is guidance and the truth." The young man's bitter smile became even more pronounced. This time, he was really done for. He felt that he was done for. He had been listening to his sister rambling on about some strange things all day long. Most of the time, he couldn't understand it because he couldn't understand it. But this time, he couldn't even figure out how to arrange that sentence. Was his brain damaged? A mysterious energy rune floated over the gilded table. The faint radiance was reflected in her mysterious eyes. "Time's up." The young man hurriedly put on a messy expression. Then, he stood a little closer and looked up at the huge statue for a while. Unhurriedly, He took out something that looked like an incense burner or a hand warmer from his chest, and placed it on the gilded table. It passed through the energy rune that was emitting energy that he could not decipher until now. At the same time, the huge statue of Origin suddenly began to shine with golden light from the bottom, climbing towards the top bit by bit like a vine. It should be about the same in the other places. We have to be a little faster here, but it shouldn't be a big problem. The young man nodded and then breathed a long sigh of relief. I wonder if there will be a day when the phenomenon will descend. The woman stared at the statue expressionlessly. She closed her eyes slightly and waited. Oh, it's starting, it's starting. The uproar in the crowd repeated this sentence. Yun Nuoshing, who cursed the underworld millions of times in her heart, came back to her senses and looked at the statue. As soon as her eyes fell, she saw a large string of energy runes forming and spreading inside the statue. Jing Yun instantly perked up. It's really the same statue as our era. Even the usage is the same. This is really a statue used to have a vague connection with the god of Origin. I wonder if there is a shrine in Lui City. Hui scratched his head. So this statue is used to give the god of Origin a squeak? Jing Yun nodded. It's a little more vague than your summon, because it's only a one-sided wish and wish. It may not be delivered to the god of Origin, and there may not be a response. Whether you can come into contact with it or not depends purely on, it depends on luck. Hui! To hell with luck. At this moment, the word he hated the most in the void was luck. This thing is not really used to inform the primordial god, nor is it really a conceptual creation for making wishes. Anyway, it's just something for spiritual sustenance. What do you think it's used for? Jing Yun stared at the statue. At this moment, the golden energy patterns had occupied the entire statue, exposing the power of Origin that had concealed them earlier. He could feel the presence of the power of Origin in the air. It's really not that useful. This saying corresponds to the incense burners in every household. You say it's useful, just like what we just said, isn't it just for psychological comfort? Jing Yun said as he stared at the statue. This explanation was really easy to understand. Hui smiled bitterly and shook his head. He looked at Maple and then at the statue. As he looked, he could not help but curse in his heart. He angrily scolded the underworld for being shameless. He hoped that when they rushed into the realm of order, all of them would be able to break through the defense so that it would not be so difficult to fight. As he muttered, Hui suddenly felt that something was not right. A dim ray of colorful energy was suddenly released from the corner of their eyes, startling them. This ray of light was not very strong. At this moment, the sun was high up in the sky, and the golden light on the statue of Origin was very strong. It was enough to cover this ray of colorful light. It should be so, but for some reason, it burst out so strongly that it attracted their attention. Many terrible thoughts flashed through Huey's mind in an instant. The figures of various worlds that were destroyed because of various accidents appeared in Huey's mind like a merry-go-round. After a while, he quickly woke up. When he turned his head, he saw that Maple's heart was the source of the light. Seeing this, he could not help but cover his face. I can't watch this anymore. Yun Nuoshing glared at him and gave Huey's head a hard knock. Then, she quickly pressed down on the light in Maple's heart. That was the world core of the world of Origin. Since the fusion, it had been placed in this position. Anyway, there was not much difference between putting it in the body and putting it in the soul or the brain. So, she found an important place to put it. After that, there was no movement. Who would have thought that this unknown sacred ritual would cause some slight movement in the world core? Press down, quickly press down. Jing Yun waved her hand, sweating profusely. She quickly stood to the side and blocked the light. Siyu and Feng Qinghuang also quickly moved closer to block other gazes that might be directed at this place. Siyu whispered, "Is it still affected?" "A little." Yun Nuoshing nodded and took a few deep breaths. Slowly, she suppressed the light bit by bit. It seems that this statue is communicating with the heavenly gods of origin through the origin energy. It's using its own energy to communicate with itself. That's roughly what's going on. Unfortunately, I have both the origin energy and the origin relic that they left behind. With these two added together, and with the heavenly gods of origin collectively doing that, that's it. We could not help but murmur, the person you are calling is currently in the cycle of reincarnation. If there is anything, please speak to the representative. That's more or less what I mean. Yun Nuoshing grinned dryly. After the gods of origin passed away, he had forcefully taken over the position of representative. And now, the things that should have been directed at them were directed at him. As for why he was fine before, it was probably because there was a world barrier between them. But now he had walked right into the trap. It was very awkward. It's nothing. The strength of the energy calling is about the same as the summoning. The only difference is that there is an additional light to remind me. The multicolored light, which had gradually dimmed and seemed to be fine, suddenly expanded violently. The expanding momentum, the irrepressible light, and the light that was as bright as a supernova explosion shocked the four people who had formed a circle to block the light. They screamed in their hearts at the same time, "It's over, something big is going to happen." Yun Nuoshing's face was covered in cold sweat as she laughed dryly. "Go to hell, Buzz." Intense colorful energy light erupted from the statue of origin right in front of them. Then, it soared into the sky and lit up the entire sky. It was as if billions of rays of light had gathered and painted the sky together. At the same time, although it was clearly daytime, 8 cross-shaped stars that could be seen with the naked eye appeared in the sky. The huge stars were arranged in a straight line in the sky, and they were also flashing with colorful light. There's no movement at all? Hui grimaced and waited for a while, but he did not see any earth-shattering explosions. He hurriedly opened his eyes and saw Maple raising his head with a face full of cold sweat. He looked safe and sound, but the place he was looking at. Hui also turned his head suspiciously, and his face instantly stiffened. The colorful sky reflected the other 8 colorful stars on the other side of the sky, as well as the light blue and orange-red star cluster. It looked even bigger than it looked at night, as if it was right in front of them. It was like a big hole, and they were slowly falling into that hole. Chapter 17:13. The colorful sky was like a silk hanging with all the colors of the world floating in the sky, setting off huge waves that were hundreds of miles high and low. The gorgeous sky reflected 8 identical stars, and a huge cloud of light blue and orange-red mixed with clouds and mist. The clouds and mist on the edge, the aura and the colored gas, seemed to be slowly released toward them, slowly expanding, as if they were falling toward it with the planet. After the clouds and mist expanded to a certain extent, they would return to their original form in an instant, as if nothing had happened. It was an abnormal astronomical phenomenon, or a celestial phenomenon. In short, it was an abnormality. The abnormality was obvious from everyone's movements. The guests on the high platform were shocked, their eyes wide open, as if they had never seen such a phenomenon before. Then, they listened to the noise in Lui City, the strange movements, the commotion, and a faint thought. Wait a minute thought? Hui was startled. His eyes quickly swept across the high platform, the entire Lui City, and the first star. Then, he slapped his face. How could such a large number of lives cause a thought? This shouldn't be. However, it seemed that the range was indeed in the first star, and it was quite weak. Was it because of the origin energy? After he muttered in his heart, he quickly looked back at Feng. He was fine at the moment, and the bright light in his heart was suddenly extinguished. Hui was relieved. He thought it was going to explode. It turned out that it had caused a vision. However, the source of the vision was not him, but the statue. Maybe it was related to the origin god or something, and that… he didn't understand. Let the professionals explain. But now, shouldn't it be better to run away first? Feng, you're in trouble. Poking Feng's arm, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Seeing that they were also stunned, he quickly reminded them, should we run away quickly? Look over there. After being reminded, Yun Nuoshing and the others quickly came back to their senses. They lowered their heads and saw that on the wide road, there were people wearing light armor who appeared to be guards. They were nervously adjusting their positions, and rushing toward Lui City. Some of them stayed at the gate, and some walked toward the statue. Yun Nuoshing's eyes flickered. She was about to nod, but suddenly stopped. She changed her mind and said calmly, Run? Run to where? Let's just stand here. If they can find us, then they're good. Later, when we talk, I'll be more patient. If they can't find us after a long time, then there's nothing for us to do. We'll go find them in 2 days. Anyway, it won't make much of a difference. Moreover, this phenomenon hasn't caused any disasters. At most, it's a little bigger. We thought about it and agreed. Then, the 5 of them looked at each other and tacitly walked towards the platform on the protruding edge of the high platform. They turned around and leaned against the railing, crossing their arms and looking at the scene with a gaze of watching a good show. Next, it was up to them to clean up the mess. To be honest, they were looking forward to someone coming to their door. That would be more convenient. As for why they didn't take the initiative to look for them. Are you stupid? Taking the initiative to find them looks like asking for punishment. Instead, they'll just say, this vision was caused by us. If we cause any trouble, we'll take full responsibility. Jingyun grinned and shrugged. Let's wait for them to come knocking on our door. There's no need to be weak. Although the truth is that little brother's existence has distorted this sacred ritual, as long as you act a little calmer, and more forceful, the other party will definitely not be able to be forceful. And Yun Nuoshing twirled her bangs and nodded. Just act like you can fight. Hui! Here it comes. One is refusing to take responsibility, and the other is twisting the truth. It sounds terrible no matter how you look at it, but he liked it. On the other side, below the statue, the woman and the young man raised their heads in a daze. The statue in front of them was covered in sacred golden energy runes just a second ago, but in the blink of an eye, it was completely occupied by gorgeous patterns. There was also the dazzling energy light that burst out from the statue. This was the same energy, but it made them feel incomparably majestic and sacred, as if it was mixed with something even more sacred. For a moment, they were at a loss for what to do. Something happened, right? The young man swallowed his saliva and laughed dryly. All these years, I've never seen anything wrong with their statues. Why would it suddenly? Quick, take a look and see what's wrong. Do you need my eyes? The woman was still looking up. Her eyes that reflected the starlight trembled a few times. The white stars trembled slightly, and it took her a full minute to recover. Then, she slowly opened her mouth. The stars have changed. There's no more vision. She waved her hand and suddenly said, Go. Go find the thing that caused the change. It's in the place where the sun shines. It's in our line of sight. The young man looked around and saw that there was no one around. All the guards had just been sent out. When he heard his sister's words, Suddenly, he pointed at himself blankly. You want me to look for it alone? The woman turned around and glanced at him. The young man trembled violently, then hurriedly laughed embarrassedly and blurted out a bunch of words. Sis, you know, I don't understand what you're talking about. I'm not your god of inheritance, am I? We're not even talking about the same thing. Generally speaking, you're talking about the east wind, but I'm talking about the south wind. Besides, I only have a pair of good eyes, but if I don't have a clear, designated target, these eyes are more or less doomed. I'm not saying that I'm lazy and don't want to find that thing. What I mean is, ouch, 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 my ears. My ear. It's falling off. The woman pulled his ear fiercely and dragged him to the back. You talk too much. Go find it, let's go together. Oh, I know, ouch. Ear. There was some movement on the other side of the statue. Yun Nuoshing and the others were standing behind the statue, so they could not see what was happening on the other side. They could vaguely see the guards walking towards them, and then taking people. Well, they should be evacuating the crowd, one by one. There was a similar movement in Lui City. Some soldiers and guards had already rushed in to explain the matter through direct narration or mythological explanation. In short, they were just fooling around first, and suppressing the matter so that other things would not secretly get out of control. In short, this method was still very effective. The weak thought did not exist for more than 6 minutes before it disappeared. The panicked people seemed to have been suppressed and pacified. Then, the people on the high platform, why did they leave so fast? Hui Gang moved his attention back from the distance, and saw that half of the people near the high platform had left. There were only a few people left on the protruding edge of the platform like them. The others were either around the statue or had already left. Well, let's go then. Yun Nuoshing stretched and waved her hand. Let's go, they can't find us. We don't have to deliberately put ourselves in a particularly conspicuous position. Our existence is conspicuous enough. Look at this exotic style of clothes, it's very eye-catching. See, you shrugged. I've been wearing this set of clothes for tens of billions of years. We're all the same. The few of them sighed and shook their heads as they followed the rest of the people towards the entrance of the high platform. When they approached the front of the statue, Yun Nuoshing paid a little attention. There was a group of people gathered there. They seemed to be a little nervous and a little pious as they approached a certain position. They seemed to be surrounding a person and asking about something. Vaguely, he seemed to hear a name that was repeatedly mentioned. Suifeng. Hui Gang was walking slowly with his hands behind his head when he suddenly heard Feng speak. He could not help but be startled. What did you just say? Suifeng? A place name or a person's name? Probably a person's name. Yun Nuoshing looked at the place where there were still a few dozen people and shook her head. It had nothing to do with them. Now, it had nothing to do with them. In the middle of the crowd, the young man was sweating profusely as he dealt with the people around him who kept asking questions. He was worried that this unknown phenomenon would affect his normal life. His mouth was dry from all the talking. He quickly used the hand behind his back to poke his sister's arm. However, the latter did not seem to care about him at all. She even calmly took a step back, making him miserable. A moment later, the woman in the cloak suddenly turned her eyes in a direction. The twinkling light penetrated the crowd and looked in a direction. What she saw was still a group of people. She was a little stunned. Suddenly, she turned around and rushed out of the crowd. The young man was stunned. Hey, where are you going? Under the white jade-colored memorial arch, there were only a few people still wandering around. With every step she took, she would turn back to look at the statue that was still emitting light. The woman scanned her surroundings, but she did not see the thing that gave her the illusion just now. Her pair of delicate eyebrows slightly furrowed. The hand that was kept under the cloak slowly slid down. A weak energy surged in the palm of her hand and swept around the area where she was standing. Ah, it's finally done. Suifeng, how's the situation on your side? The woman's hand paused for a moment when she heard the voice in her soul. She slowly withdrew her hand and replied faintly, It's stable. Oh, that's good. It's really a headache. Why did it suddenly? Even the holy manifestation is hanging so clearly in the sky. Oh my God, I'm afraid that I won't be able to sleep well at night. I'm afraid that when I wake up in the morning, I'll see that I'm only a sun away from the holy manifestation. That's really going to kill me. The voice that continued to pour out his grievances in her soul made her put down what she was about to do. Listening to his constant nagging, she finally could not help but whisper softly at the same time. The position of the stars is changing continuously. The thing that caused the change is under the sun. It's right here. It has just been here. We still have to deal with it when the time comes. What did you say? What did you just say? The voice in her soul was startled. A moment later, there was a hint of hesitation and a hint of consternation. However, there were also some sounds that seemed to be preparing to go out. Say it again? My brain didn't work well just now. The thing that caused the change, the person that caused the change is here, in Lui City. It has just been here. The woman repeated softly. The search was interrupted by you. Anyway, it's confirmed that the thing is with you, right? Then it's all right. Let's find the guy that caused the holy manifestation to go crazy every few days. Hurry up and come with us to arrest him. Sui Qing, keep an eye on Lui City. We're coming right away. The woman calmly suppressed some of the noises, and her soul became much quieter. She calmly looked down the sloping road, and then at the entire Lui City. However, the pair of eyes that shone with white starlight could not focus. Really, an inappropriate interruption. She was just a little bit away from finding the thing that caused the change. The other party did not seem to have any intention of hiding himself. Instead, he carried with him something that could eliminate his own existence. There was also a very familiar feeling, a familiar scent, just like the burnt eggs she had yesterday. Well, Xiaofeng needed to be taught a lesson. It seemed that she could only wait for those noisy fellows to come over. It had been a long time since she had seen them. Ignoring the high platform that had a special purpose, Lui City occupied a larger part of the main part of the city. It was a normal city with shops and strange pavilions where people lived. Of course, there were also restaurants, tea shops, taverns, and some underground things that could not see the light of day. Although a sparrow was small, it had all the essentials. Moreover, Lui City was not small. Perhaps because it was related to the origin heavenly god, Jing Yun kept saying, "This looks familiar. I think I've seen that before. I feel like I've been to this place before. I must have seen this before. Look, I've even entered that pavilion before. I didn't go in just now." Finally, she clapped her hands and concluded, "Oh, I know. This place is completely in the style of the realm of the gods of our time. So I can feel a sense of déjà vu wherever I go. It seems like I'm not that old. I still remember a lot of things. This place, that street, that building. This is the taste of the realm of the gods, as expected of the world created by the origin heavenly god. Now I declare that I'm sure, there must be descendants of the gods like us here. I'm sure." The next moment, the city was under martial law. Guards and light-armored soldiers appeared out of nowhere as if they had crawled out of the ground. They stood guard at the intersection of the streets in a not very serious and not very threatening manner. They quickly blended into the shadows, and only their eagle-like eyes stared in all directions. Their weak soul power swept in all directions, but they did not affect anyone. Not many people noticed the passers-by coming and going, and even if they did not pay much attention. That was only part of it. The more important part was that the barrier that shrouded Lui was once again raised. The gilded transparent barrier shrouded the entire magnificent city in it. There were pieces of what looked like energy circles branded on the inside of the energy barrier. There were also faint energy thunderbolts streaking across the sky. They were very conspicuous, but they did not seem to have any impact. But every time the energy thunderbolts swept across, it sent chills down people's spines. It was a sign that the airspace was locked down. The city itself was prohibited from entering or leaving, the soldiers who blended into the shadows, and the patrols on the road. Then there was the barrier and the circle that surrounded it. No matter how one looked at it, it looked like a surging energy that could push people into the cycle of reincarnation in a second. It was no exaggeration to say that the state of martial law in Lui was probably a state of emergency during a time of war. Jing Yun was speechless. Yun Nuoxing glanced at him. "Is this also the taste of the realm of the gods of the mythological era?" This is a little. Jing Yun could not help but smile bitterly. This 1 second of martial law was truly unexpected. Moreover, this was too exaggerated. With this formation, even if one said that they were facing a great enemy, he would believe it. Hui touched his cheek. Wow, they managed to pin Lu Yeqing down in an instant. I thought they wouldn't deal with the phenomenon anymore, but the way they dealt with it. Feng, do you think we've been discovered? Yun Nuoxing glanced at him. They did not hide their aura at all along the way, and even deliberately left energy traces. It is clear that they are telling others that we are here. Hui froze for a moment and touched his cheek. Ah, that was deliberately left behind. I habitually erased it. Yun Nuoxing and Jing Yun were speechless. Seeing their dark faces, we couldn't help but laugh dryly. Awkward, subconsciously. TSK. Isn't it because I felt a little guilty after causing some trouble in someone else's house? I didn't expect you to be so straightforward, planning to lure them here. The high platform is also locked down. Feng Qinghuang looked back at the high platform behind her. It was barely visible, as if it was hidden in the mist. The only thing that was not locked down were the shops on the street. Also, there were people who glanced at them, but either they did not feel anything unusual, or they did not feel that there was anything special about them. They just glanced at them for a while and then moved on. All right. I am used to this kind of thing where we can cause a huge commotion wherever we go. Hui turned his eyes away from the high platform, put his hands on his waist and sighed. He looked at Feng and Jing Yun, who were still calm. The two even had the mood to walk forward, and it seemed that they were going to wander around Lui City. So, what should we do now? Jing Yun snapped her fingers and said calmly, find a place to sit down, have some tea and eat. Yun Nuoxing, wait for them to come to us. Hui smiled bitterly and helplessly followed behind them. He sighed as he followed. The two of them refused to admit their guilt and then resisted to the death. A dead pig is not afraid of boiling water. Or maybe they just wanted to see Lui City become busy and chaotic under their watch. On the other side, Suifeng, who had escaped from the bombardment of questions and answers from the people, was scrambling to the platform on the protruding edge of the high platform. When he saw his sister standing there overlooking the entire city of Lui, he could not help but ask, Sister, do you see anything? We opened the gate and locked down the city. Will the people of Lui City think we are crazy? Suifeng also stood there overlooking the entire Lui City. He shook his head and did not know whether to laugh or cry. So, we are sure that person or thing has appeared around here. Have you found any clues? Clues, yes, but they were cut off by the conversation. The woman casually glanced at the city below, frowned slightly and sighed. We can't find any more clues. It is in Lui City. We can't find it. It is under the sun, but we can't see the light. The young man scratched his head. It's dark under the light. How about I mobilize some people to look for it first? It's not a good idea to waste time like this. The young man turned and was about to leave, but the woman reached out and grabbed him. She shook her head and pointed up. Before she could say anything, the young man was stunned. Beams of light descended from the sky and landed near the statue. Then, 8 figures quickly walked out of the beams of light. The one walking in front was a young man with a thunderous aura. He was wearing a purple robe, and there seemed to be lightning surging on his body. Someone's coming. They are so fast. The young man scratched his head. The young man who seemed to be bursting with lightning first bowed respectfully to the statue of the origin heavenly god. Then, he quickly walked forward and smiled at Suifeng and the woman. Ha, you guys sure have a lot of people on your side. The inextinguishable multicolored energy beam illuminated the sky. At this moment, there were no more stars in the sky. Only the nebula-like ruins of the sacred manifestation ground did not dissipate. The few light spots in the sky had already disappeared. That was because the multicolored energy beam on their side had disappeared. As for here, Lui City's energy beam was still there. It seemed that this was indeed the center of the anomaly. What's the situation now? He walked up and asked Suifeng. Suifeng shrugged and said, It's just like what you saw. We sealed off Lui City, and then you came. The places that should be sealed have been sealed, and the places that should be controlled have been controlled. It's definitely still in Lui City. But as for where exactly it is, where it's hiding, and where it's watching the show, we don't know. You guys didn't know about the anomaly appearing during the sacred manifestation ritual? Someone couldn't help but ask. Suifeng grinned and said, I wasn't prepared for this at all. I didn't feel anything strange. The rite of divinity started very suddenly. Not many people came, and it didn't attract the attention of anything. How did I know that this? He looked at the sky and saw a colorful beam of energy dancing in the sky. His face twitched when he saw it. Strange phenomenon. Speaking of which, I do seem to have noticed something. The woman tilted her head and looked at him. Suifeng scratched his head and said, I just told you about the strangers who showed up at the divinity ceremony. One of them gave me a familiar feeling. Well, it's the fried egg you made last night. Oh, I'm sorry. When the young man saw the interaction between the two, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry and shook his head. He quickly waved his hand and said, Fried egg? Ahem, I mean, what is the familiar aura you mentioned? It's familiar. It seems like we have been together for many years, but there's something strange about it. Suifeng rubbed his waist and grinned. I also felt that something was strange. If it wasn't for that strange aura, I wouldn't have gotten close. It's just a few strangers, and I've seen a lot of them. But that aura. It's familiar. Don't mention the egg again. The woman frowned and said unhappily when she saw the strange look on Suifeng's face. It was as if he was thinking about something. Suifeng scratched his head awkwardly and thought about it seriously. He thought about his short life millions of times. Then, he crossed his arms and suddenly clapped his hand. I remember now. If I'm not mistaken, I have seen that strange aura once before. The young man with lightning looked at him and signaled with his eyes. Suifeng thought for a moment and said, It's the aura of the fusion of the origin energy. I once saw the origin heavenly god and the others. I saw this strange aura when they were messing around. It's like the aura of two energies after they collided. The atmosphere at the scene immediately stiffened. Chapter 17:14. They were people trapped in prison. It was unknown how many years ago they had been cut off from the entire world. Since then, they had been here. They had been stabilizing in this corner of the world, but it was also a false stability. They did not know what the outside world was like, nor did they know what would happen in the future. Would they continue to hold on to this simple stability until they were destroyed together with the void, or would they just treat it as if nothing had happened? A long time had passed, and now, they could no longer remember the contents of their conversation before they left. What they had said, what they had been told. They could only remember the superficial part, and it was this simple part that made them stay here and wait. What were they waiting for? They didn't know. Time might tell them the answer, but it would also test their patience, and it would wear them down much faster than the former. It has the same aura as our teacher and the others after the origin energy collided? The face of the young man covered in lightning twitched, and his face was full of disbelief. Are you seeing things? Or are you mistaken? Could it be that it's just the result of a relatively strong and rare junior from some family? I'm sure. At least, I'm exceptionally clear-headed today. Suifeng spread his hands and smiled bitterly. It's definitely the same as the origin heavenly god and the others. No, it's at least as strong as their origin energy. Do you think that our half-baked inheritances, could compare to the level of our honorable god? Everyone shook their heads vigorously. Impossible, completely impossible. The difference was too great. Even if they were also inheritors who had mastered the power of origin, in terms of the quality of the inheritance. Well, they shouldn't say that. It should be said that they were only at the level of receiving the inheritance. There was definitely a huge gap between themselves and the inheritors. Am I right? Suifeng put on an even more bitter smile. Besides, if they were really on the same level as us, I wouldn't have sensed the anomaly and approached them. It was because I felt that something was wrong that I went over to take a look. Little did I know that I couldn't figure out what it was. When I realized what was going on, I was already nowhere to be found. Sui Qing looked indifferently at her slow-witted younger brother. After a long while, she sighed softly when everyone else was similarly speechless. What is that person like? Well, let me think. The young man scratched his head. The aura left behind by that person had disappeared, so he could only rely on that one encounter to feel it. However, when he tried to recall, he felt that his memory was a little blurry, and he could only remember some parts. I just stood by and watched for a while, so I don't really remember him. He looked thin and tall, about 1.8 meters. He had short black hair, and some of it seemed to be dyed gold. The clothes he was wearing were of a style that I had never seen before. The white base material was dyed with alternating gold and gold patterns, and on his back, the windbreaker was still a cloak. There was a strange pattern engraved on it, and it was a bit abstract. As for his appearance, it's completely blurry, but based on my intuition, he should be a handsome young man like me, full of vigor. Sui Qing was speechless. You know that too? Strange clothes, strange style. The young man crossed his arms and muttered. As expected, it's very likely that he's from the outside, and there's a high chance that he's an inheritor like us, and his level of inheritance is much higher than ours. Suifeng scratched his aching head. I didn't think of such an example. Her Eminence doesn't have many inheritors, and we can count them with 2 hands. If hands aren't enough, then add a pair of legs, and we've more or less seen them before. But, do you have any impression of such a person? Everyone shook their heads in unison. Anyway, they couldn't remember seeing such a person in their 20 or 30 eras of life. With such a high level of inheritance, it was impossible for them not to have any impression of such a person. Unless one of the gods has been hiding, I really can't think of anything else. Either way, the mysterious person who appeared in Lui's sacred rite should have been left behind at that time like them. Perhaps their nature was the same, and it was Her Eminence's arrangement. Anyway, with his ability, the core defense of Lui City may not be able to trap him for a long time. Give him a little time to slip out while all of us are not paying attention. While it's still not too long, let's go and find him. I'll go first, Suifeng said hurriedly, waving his hand. Then, just as he was about to dash out, his sister pulled him back. Sui Qing could not help but sigh. Don't be hasty. Sui Qing glanced at him, and then at the young man covered in lightning. The stars are still moving. We don't know why he's here, and if we make contact, well, there's no point in speculating. We have to make contact first. The young man with lightning waved his hand. There was no point in making too many guesses at present. Instead of spending time here worrying about something that might be an illusion, it was better to find him and talk to him face to face. The main reason was that he was in Lui City at this moment, right under their noses. It wouldn't take much effort to find him, and it would be more straightforward. Moreover, if the other party really had an impure purpose and an unknown purpose, it was obviously not a wise choice to let him wander around Lui City. In short, they had to find him first. Sui Qing thought about it, and slowly nodded after a long while. All right. Anyway, I'm going to set things up. It won't be too late for you two to talk here. I'm leaving. As soon as she nodded, her brother dashed out like a gust of wind and disappeared from her sight. She sighed. Mao Maoran let his stupid brother rush out because he was afraid that he would accidentally push things to the worst place. However, it was not a bad thing to let a clumsy person take action. He knew Lui better than she did. It didn't take long for Suifeng to rush out. After a while, Lui City's martial law level was raised a lot. Not only inside the city, but the energy released by the energy barrier was also close to its peak. First, the city was sealed, then there was the phenomenon, and then there was the sealing of the city. This made the people of Lui City confused. No matter how dense they were, it was difficult for them to ignore this kind of abnormal rhythm. Moreover, this was the first time they saw Lui City emitting this kind of aura, which made them a little nervous. It seems that the state of martial law has been strengthened? Jing Yun held her chin with her right hand and looked at the energy barrier in the sky. She turned her head slightly to look at Hui Jun and the young man. The two of them, one was writing noodles and the other was flipping through a book. In the open-air position on the top floor of the restaurant, it felt particularly relaxed. When the whole city was under martial law and the people were nervous and speculating, only this place was still calm and quiet, as if the wind and rain outside were not taken seriously. At this moment, Lu Yeqing, whether on the platform or below, was in a very tense state of alert. He did not expect that there would be ordinary people living in the building on the platform. There were many patrolling guards scurrying around the streets, but it did not cause a huge commotion, let alone panic. This made Jing Yun could not help but sigh. There was the smell of the realm of the gods again. He was originally located in the most troublesome and abnormal place, so he was only left with a weak sense of nervousness. To put it simply, his nerves were so thick that he could not keep his composure. Moreover, Lu Yeqing had been convulsing over the last few days. He had gotten used to it. Although it appeared to have caused quite a ruckus, the situation was actually quite serious. It was said that in the countless years of history of this world, there had never been such an abnormal change in the revealing sacred ritual, which left countless people curious and nervous. It was probably the same for the person in power. That statue was used to maintain a weak connection with the heavenly god of origins, and since that time, the statue had become a mere decoration. Who would have thought that there would be a day when it would make a move again, and such a huge one at that? He thought that if he were to face such a situation, he would have been so excited that he would have fainted. Just like when he saw the little brother barging into that place, he would have jumped up and jumped 3 times on the spot and dragged the little brother for a few drinks. That was the feeling of finally welcoming a newcomer after being isolated by the entire void for countless years. It was the same feeling as when he finally returned to a place with people after staring blankly at the sky for millions of years in the wilderness. Hui raised his face from the washbasin-sized bowl and looked at the energy barrier that was surging more intensely. He then glanced downstairs. There were guards and guards running back and forth on the street. A middle-aged uncle who had set up a stall even waved at the guards and shouted, "Seems like it. They probably thought that we were suspicious after discussing our matter and are ready to come looking for us? Oh, speaking of which, Feng, did you find any useful information?" Yun Nuoxing expressed that she wanted to consecrate the 2-inch thick book in her hand and smash it into the bowl of noodles. However, after thinking for a while, she felt that it would be too troublesome to clean it up, so she did not do so. She just glared at him, and looked at the book in her hand and said indifferently, "How much of the history and legends among the people do you think are particularly reliable? If you break down 1,000 legends into small units and piece them back together, there might be a 1 in a million chance that you can restore 40 to 50% of the truth. That's about it. Do you still want me to find any special information in this kind of thing?" Jing Yun smiled bitterly when he heard this. "Then why don't we just go there directly?" His gaze shifted from the city that was beginning to panic to the sky. He looked at the nebula ruins that was a combination of light blue and orange-red colors. He curled his lips and said, "The origin energy over there is like the ebb and flow of the tide. However, I still can't sense the origin energy flowing in this place. It's so obvious that the energy light is right in front of us. It's just the restriction of the rules. As long as we don't leave our imprints in the conceptual layer of the rules here and don't let ourselves come into contact with the rules here, we will never be able to touch the origin energy here. Yun Nuoshing said indifferently. She closed the book in her hand and sighed as she looked at the nebula ruins. Sacred ritual, sacred ground. What the hell are they referring to? Why haven't those people come over yet? Siyu couldn't help but yawn. She tilted her head and leaned on Yun Nuoshing's shoulder. Why don't we take the initiative to go over? It's too boring to stay here. Directly rush into someone's house? I don't have any objections. Jing Yun sighed and stood up. He was indeed a little bored. Moreover, the void front line wasn't idle at this moment. It was meaningless to stay here and play hide and seek. Hui raised his head when he heard this. After a while, he raised the entire bowl and drank the noodles and soup. He placed the bowl heavily on the table and let out a long sigh. His face was full of comfort. Then let's go. Yun Nuoshing. As expected, he still wanted to beat this guy up. He sighed and stood up. He was about to bring people and directly rush to the few people in power who were doing something unknown. Then, just as the previous plots had written, when they were about to do something serious, this world couldn't wait to press things on their faces. This made them grit their teeth and feel helpless at the same time. The word pain in the balls was really written all over their faces. That was a very sudden feeling that made Yun Nuoshing and the others stunned. At first, it was just a strange reaction in their senses. It was a very strange feeling. They suddenly raised their heads. The nebula ruins had expanded to cover the entire sky. It seemed that they were really falling into the nebula ruins along with this planet. However, their spatial senses told them that this planet didn't deviate from its own orbit. It seemed that the nebula had expanded by itself. What followed was an indescribable energy reaction that burst out from the center of the nebula ruins. In just an instant, it spread to the entire starry sky. This is the aura that we sensed. It's the rules and order of our era. Jing Yun was startled. An invisible wave of energy silently swept through the entire starry sky. Everyone instantly sensed it, and their expressions changed. This was exactly the same as the aura they had sensed from the fragment they had used to open the door. Yun Nuoshing suddenly turned his head. The colorful energy beam that burst forth from the Statue of Origin was increasing rapidly at this moment. It was as if there were hundreds of suns hidden inside, swallowing the entire Lu Yeqing into the area covered by the light. Yun Nuoshing's face was stiff and dull. It can't be, right? Aha, this is really… Is it going to explode again? You better shut up. Everyone turned pale with fright and hurriedly put up an energy barrier. They were already completely enveloped by this abnormal origin energy light, and it looked as if they had fallen into the light. That surging energy reaction, that violent energy shock, and that broken mouth that had been consecrated, then they didn't know what to say. Could it be that they were going to set off fireworks in Lui City? The dazzling light blinded everyone for a while. Even their senses seemed to have been burned by the light and lost some of their senses. They couldn't figure out where they were in a blur. Fortunately, this feeling was only temporary. It was as if they were stimulated by the light and were dizzy for a while. After a while, they gradually came back to their senses. It's all blown up? In a daze, Yun Nuoshing heard someone's uncontrollable nagging. Black lines drooped down from his face. I beg you, hurry up and shut up. If you have time, can't you use your blessed mouth to chant death to the underworld a few more times? Hui laughed dryly. He tried hard to open his eyes. At least he could feel that his eyes were open. His eyelids were rolled up, but his vision was still the dazzling white of the moment before he fell into the star. The white image occupied his entire eyes. It was as if he could still see the last scene he saw before he lost his sight. It was Hui and the girl's slightly panicked appearance when the light struck. Shoo, don't make a sound first. Now even the senses of your soul have been deprived. In short, let's recover first and see what's going on. I instinctively feel that the atmosphere in this place is not right. Jing Yun's voice came from his right ear. What followed was a long period of silence. There was no sound in his ears. Coupled with the current situation of blindness and sensory loss, he was confused. However, he could feel that his body was still in good condition. He could even touch himself to confirm that his consciousness had not drifted out. His body should still be in the space of the main world. It was quiet, as if he was in the middle of the night in the wilderness. There was no sun, no moon, no insects. Everything was silent. Even the passage of time was difficult to judge. It was as if this abnormal state would last forever. He had lost his external senses and his eyes were not working well. At this moment, the only thing that could be used was, well, the most basic touch was left. Yun Nuoxing tried to release the part of the true touch that was suppressed by the energy life and tried to move his hands. The air was slightly cold. It did not seem to be the same as when the sun shone on Lui City. It was as if summer had suddenly rushed into autumn. Something cold was spewing cold air in all directions. What he touched was that breath, and then there was nothing. "Can't I move?" Hui said in a low voice. "Are we playing the role of a wooden man? I feel that the atmosphere around us has changed." Feng Qinghuang could not help but speak when she heard the voice. In this confusing situation, if she did not say a few words, she would not know what was going on. "Are we still in the same place?" My main body's spatial sense did not detect any signs of spatial movement. Although I have lost my external senses, I can still figure out where we are. We should still be in Lui City. Jing Yun also lowered her voice, trying to keep her voice stable. "Probably? Switch to the soul perspective. Hurry up." Yun Nuoxing's voice suddenly came from the side. From the sound of it, he seemed to have walked a short distance away, causing them to be startled. They hurriedly took a deep breath, then calmed their minds, closed their eyes, and mobilized the power of their souls. The buzzing of his spirit suddenly sounded in his heart, and a circle of transparent, dark, and invisible energy rapidly spread out with him as the center. When it spread to the limit of its distance, it solidified everything. When he tried to open his eyes again, he could actually see something. "I can see," Hui exclaimed in a suppressed voice. He quickly turned to look at the place where Feng had just made the sound, and then his eyes widened in horror. F***CK? This shocking situation caused Jing Yun and the two girls to become nervous and frightened. They hurriedly adjusted their soul vision and opened their eyes to look. Their gazes were also stunned, and they were completely stunned. What came into their eyes was still the appearance of Lui City. The high platform was still the high platform, and the main body was still the main body, but everything had changed. Dark cyan and faint black aura shrouded the whole world. All the colors of Lui City had faded from their sight. They were all reconstructed with this only one color. Between the tall buildings, there were wisps of unknown aura stained with dark cyan and dusk in the sky. Even the high platform made of white jade did not escape this redying treatment. As for the sky, it was also dark, as if the sunny day in June had fallen into the gloominess of eternal night and winter in an instant. The whole world was therefore cold and silent, and there was no more sound. The scene in the distance was surrounded by endless haze. They could barely see 2/3 of Lui City, and this was not the limit of their original vision. Something must have blocked their observation of the outside world. Jing Yun's mouth was wide open for a while, and then she quickly used various methods. Oh, she had not recovered yet. No, she seemed to have recovered. Your senses have recovered? Yes, it recovered after switching to the soul perspective. Yun Nuoxing reached out and touched her eyes, then nodded. I have just seen it again. The spatial coordinates have not changed. The void has not moved, we are still in the same place, still in Lui City, and even the spatial level has not changed. But Huey's face twitched. Then what's going on? What's with this haunted scene? Yun Nuoshing thought for a while and decided to say it bluntly. Soul out of body. The four stared in horror. Ah, it's really an out-of-body experience. I'm not talking nonsense. Yun Nuoshing rubbed her bangs and said softly, It's dragged in for unknown reasons. I don't know if it's related to the nebula ruins, or the statue of origin that appeared at the same time. Anyway, our souls have been dragged into another place, and then if we use the original method to sense the original things, we should see that nothing has changed. The implication is that the body is still in the original place, but the soul has gone somewhere else. If we want to do something here, we have to directly use the soul. Fortunately, we are all energy life forms, and the soul itself is not a weakness, we just have to get used to it. The rules and order here are at the level of the mythological era. Do you know anything about it? Yun Nuoshing looked at Jing Yun and said. Jing Yun shook her head hard. I'm not sure, I've never heard of anyone who can do this. The god of origin can, but I don't know anything about that. Hui Chao looked in all directions, and suddenly waved at Maple and the others in horror. F***ck, come over here quickly. The empty street, the entire empty Lui city, the scene of silence everywhere really made people wonder if they had seen a ghost. And this was just the beginning. After he exclaimed, when Maple and the others came over, there were clusters of free energy particles gathering on the street, converging and forming into a vague human figure. Then, as a ray of gray light fell from the sky, the vague shape instantly became clear, and turned into a person with a concrete body fell on the street. Yun Nuoshing and the others. F***ck, streaks of gray light fell from all over the entire Lui city, frequent, continuous, and very quickly. Figures fell from the sky, and at the same time, the Lui city, which was as silent as an eternal night, quickly surged with a large amount of life aura, crashing into their senses, making them shudder. Half a minute ago, the Lui city was still lifeless, but now it was filled with life aura, and the middle-aged man below the restaurant was still shouting with all his might. Chapter 17:15. Dark green and gloomy black lingered in the sky. Or rather, the sky itself was dark in color. Then, it pressed the air that was stained with all kinds of strange marks on the ground. So, the entire world was filled with this strange aura. No matter how they looked at it, it didn't look like something that should exist in the mortal realm. It looked like a haunted place that could be haunted at any time. Just now, they had an out-of-body experience. Then, they saw an empty Lui city. The atmosphere was oppressive and gloomy. It was already very strange. But this strangeness didn't last long. Lui city, which was as empty as a ghost city just a moment ago, was now filled with life. Along with the falling of gray light, the entire land was quickly filled with vitality. It was a sight that made their hair stand on end. Paper pinwheels for sale, freshly made paper pinwheels. The voice of the middle-aged man downstairs still attracted his attention. This doesn't look like a normal development. Hui was sweating profusely. He wiped his forehead and covered his face, indicating that he did not want to look at this strange world. However, he accidentally saw the dark blue sky outside through his transparent palm. He smiled bitterly and said, "What the hell is this?" Yun Nuoshing glanced at him. "If you want me to explain, our souls have been dragged into another place. And this place is a replica of this city. No, it should be the original appearance of this world. That's it." He paused for a moment and looked at the unusual situation around him. Then, he spoke with uncertainty. "However, only souls exist in this replicated place." "That's right. It's not just us. Every living being that appears here appears in the form of a soul before us. The entire world is filled with the presence of souls that won't disperse. Even the things that exist in this world are somewhat affected." A space forged by souls? Feng Qing Huang looked at the people coming and going on the gloomy streets below. The soldiers and guards were still patrolling. With her current eyesight, she couldn't see the barrier that shrouded Lui city. The presence of life is very weak. It's very weak. It's almost at the lowest level of the presence of a soul. In the time it took for Yun Nuoshing to be stunned by these words, a dark beam of light suddenly descended behind them, giving them a fright. Then, more than 10 figures appeared from the beam of light, and then they walked towards the other parts of the restaurant in a daze. After walking more than 10 steps, the expressions on their faces quickly became lively, and then they revealed expressions. The expression when they were talking, or smiling, or suddenly feeling helpless, and this face. They were sure that they did not see these people on this floor of the restaurant just now. Mr. Feng, what's going on? We poked Yun Nuoshing in a daze. If it was just the light bursting out of the Statue of Origin that dragged everyone into this inexplicable space that seemed to be made of souls, then this part, what was going on with these inexplicable people? Yun Nuoshing covered his face. Don't ask me, I don't know anything, this is not my space, what's the use of asking me? Siyu looked around. Although she was a little nervous, she was not afraid. Suddenly, she had an idea. She raised her right hand and shouted, Buddy, Bill please. Hey. Yun Nuoshing and the others. Yun Nuoshing and the others were stunned as they watched Siyu and the waiter talking. After a while, the little girl came over and grinned at them. It seems that we can talk normally. I thought we were invisible. Well, the girl's mind was as magical as ever. At least, they didn't think of this part just now. The new round of vision did not just appear in the restaurant, but also in various places in Lui City. They guessed that there might be such a new round of movement in a distant place, but they couldn't see it. The way to distinguish was very simple. In the first round of light they saw, each light would only show one person, but this time, more than a dozen people squeezed out of the light. The people who appeared here first had no feeling of the people who appeared out of thin air. It was not a feeling that they were accustomed to. It was, they didn't take it seriously at all, or they couldn't feel it at all. The waiter charged them the bill. More than a dozen people who had just appeared in the restaurant sat down in front of the waiter, and no one felt surprised during the whole process. The life force in Lui City skyrocketed once again, and a new round of phenomena accompanied by more life force poured into this space. In a short while, the entire city was filled with life force. At this moment, Lui City's population was truly comparable to the size of this city. I felt that there were very few people in Lui City before. Jing Yun looked down and turned back. Now I feel that it's not normal. Anyway, let's go down and have a look. It's not a good idea to stay here. That being said, whether they were standing in the restaurant or walking on the street, they could not think of what to do at this time. Although the situation in front of them was a little strange, it was not completely unacceptable. They had seen many strange things over the years, and in front of them, well, everything was unclear. They just had to attribute everything to an out-of-body experience caused by an abnormal space shift. As far as they were concerned, they still had their own strength, and they did not have to worry about not being able to handle anything strange in this abnormal space. The street was much livelier than before. There was nothing unusual about the conversations of the many souls, and they did not manage to pry any more abnormal information. Everything was normal. The people walking on the street were in a hurry, and those who were smiling as if it was a matter of course. The people, who were sighing with a bitter face, seemed to have difficulties and hardships that others could not detect. A group of souls walking on the street made the street a little crowded. Although they were souls, there would still be bumps in size. According to the original understanding and situation, a normal soul would not have this kind of touch phenomenon before mobilizing the power of the soul. But here, forget it, he could not figure out what was going on here. It's like walking in someone's dream. Siyu ended her observation of the surroundings and said to Yun Nuoshing and the others in a low voice, everything around them, or to it, no matter what strange changes it has undergone, no matter what it suddenly becomes, it's a reality recognized and modified by the will at the top of this world. However, we're outsiders, so we'll feel strange and confused about everything here. That is indeed the feeling. But the difference is that this is indeed a space of the real world, and we are not here in our true form. We are just a soul, a strand of wandering soul. Jing Yun shrugged. She quickly adapted to the change of the abnormal scene. If she felt it carefully, she would find that there was nothing abnormal in this place other than the changes in the aura of this world. They were not bombarded by billions of origin energy as soon as they appeared, nor were there countless abyssal death mist spawns or chaos soldiers. This was just a scene and a map change. It was not a big deal. The scene surrounded by dark green, although it was majestic, it made it difficult to feel the liveliness and restlessness that should be when the aura of life was boiling. On the contrary, they felt that there was a chill in this place which made them shudder. The more people gathered in a place, the stronger the strange cold feeling was. Let's go straight to those people. Yun Nuoshing sighed softly and looked around. Then she turned and walked quickly in the direction of the platform. Hui and the others quickly followed. Looking at his serious and dignified expression, although they did not know what happened, they had to follow in a hurry. Bypassing the crowded road in the city, they came to the bottom of the wide road that led to the platform. They had planned to fly up directly, but before they were pulled into this space, they remembered that the sky of Lui City was controlled by an energy. As they were not sure if this space that replicated the entire world also had that energy, they had to walk. As soon as they arrived at the bottom of the wide path, they could see the statue of the heavenly god of origin. Half of the statue was covered by the dark green sky, and they couldn't see the bottom half of the statue. The countless strange phenomena that had appeared earlier had all subsided, but the energy seal at the bottom of the wide path was still there, preventing anyone from entering the range of the high platform. Yun Nuoshing was startled. Just as he thought that he would have to mess around, he suddenly saw a blurry figure at the entrance of the high platform. The figure was dressed in dark gray clothes, with a head full of black hair, and a pained and worried expression on his face. It was the young man who had come to greet them during the sacred manifestation ritual. The sound of scattered footsteps startled the young man, who was staring at the seal and had a headache. He quickly turned his head and saw the group of people from Yun Nua planet walking over quickly. He quickly put on a happy expression. "Ah, it's you guys, the newcomers of the sacred ritual. Why are you suddenly in a hurry? Did something happen?" Yun Nuoshing stood a meter in front of the young man, staring into his eyes. Even in this dark place, the light emitted from her colorful eyes was still too dazzling, almost illuminating the nearby space. The young man was nervous and asked, "What's wrong?" "If it's because of the tense atmosphere in this place, I'm deeply sorry. I didn't expect it to happen in such a short time." "The god of origin," Yun Nuoshing suddenly interrupted him. "I've left enough clues and enough information for you to recognize who we are. What role do you play in the hundreds of escape routes left behind by the heavenly god of origin? Helpers? Or the group of people who were entrusted with this task?" The young man's expression stiffened. His entire body froze the moment his face was filled with smiles. Only his eyes could still move. He stared straight at Yun Nuoshing, carefully distinguishing the aura. After that, he trembled again and muttered in a daze. "So that aura is yours. I actually mistook you for someone else. The aura of the fused origin energy. You recognized it? I thought you didn't. That made me hesitate for a while." Yun Nuoshing was slightly stunned when she heard that. The young man shrugged. "In other words, that was a signal that you deliberately left behind to confirm?" "Yes." The young man smiled bitterly. "In other words, both of us were confirming each other's situation and kept guessing. However, we just couldn't meet up and cause a storm." That's part of the reason." Yun Nuoshing's face twitched a little. That was the reason why he was here. Although he had said it happily, he was actually not ready to meet the inheritors from the mythological era. He had been hesitating. He wanted to slowly investigate the matters of this world while waiting, but he did not expect that there would be such a drastic change. Not ready to meet them directly, waiting until I'm almost ready. So, what happened to this world? How did it become like this all of a sudden? That's... The young man scratched his head. Suddenly remembering something, he waved his hand and opened the seal on the wide path. Gesturing towards the door, he said, "Some things have to be told from the beginning. Anyway, how about we talk as we walk? It's a rather dull and tedious story. However, since you can talk about the hundreds of paths, I think you know about it as well as we do." Yun Nuoshing and the others smiled bitterly. No, they knew a lot less. They only knew the beginning. Although they had come into contact with a few of the hundreds of paths, they did not know as much as these scions of the gods and scions. In fact, they had to rely on guessing to confirm many things. The young man spoke rather quickly, and many of the things that he mentioned were actually quite similar to what they knew. The war between order and chaos. One day, the heavenly god of origin suddenly gave the order to gather all the inheritors together and throw them into a space. That was the whole process. After that, they had to wait for a long and boring time. They kept waiting and waiting. What were they waiting for? They did not know. In short, they kept waiting and did not even know what had become of the outside world. When Her Eminence and the others gathered us together, the war with the void of chaos was very intense. They suddenly gathered us together and told us that something is going to happen and we need to prepare in advance. After that, they packed us up and placed us in this world. This is a rather long mission that may not end until eternity. After that, they completely cut off all connections and all means of contact with the void outside. We don't know what happened after that. The young man sighed. We don't even know what happened to Teacher and Her Eminence. No matter how we called out, there was no response. After that, who knows how many years had passed, and we kept calling out again and again. Now that I think about it, it was indeed a long time. Who knows how many years have passed, but we are still waiting for a long time. We don't know what we are waiting for, and we don't know when the end will come. Yun Nuoshing, Jing Yun and the others looked at each other and quickly conversed in their souls. Jing Yun spoke. It seems that they were sealed in the later stages of the war between order and chaos before being thrown out of the upper realm. They probably wanted to avoid the most intense impact of the battle at the center of the void, and also avoid the void turbulence at the same time. So, it was indeed a backup plan early on. We muttered. They might have predicted something early on, so they arranged in the void to constantly search for ways to keep some things after the void was destroyed, just to avoid this certain death situation. Ahem, that's all I have to say. The young man cleared his throat and squinted at Yun Nuoshing and the others. Although, the origin energy in your body feels weird. Although I can confirm that it's origin energy, I still feel that something is off. I've already stated my identity, so shouldn't it be your turn to speak? You are the last batch of Her Eminence's heirs? You've been staying outside all this time? How is the void now? How are Her Eminence and the others? Has the storm stopped? Are you here to help us open the door? Yun Nuoshing and the others could not help but smile bitterly at these words. Especially, other than the first and second questions, the others were not easy to answer at all. Helping to open the door. That's right, they were here to open the door, but the storm outside had just passed and it was turbulent again, so they were not here to free you, but to lure you to the front line of the void to continue fighting. How were they supposed to say this? Stand still first. Yun Nuoshing cleared her throat and stopped the young man. The young man was stunned. What's wrong? Yun Nuoshing took a deep breath and was about to speak when she suddenly asked, Do you have any heart disease? The young man's face twitched. No? Do you have any diseases in your soul? How's your spirit recently? Did she not sleep well or eat well? Why was she so flustered and upset? Do you sleep 7 to 8 hours a day? How's your stress resistance? If I hit you with a stick now, would you hit me back or would you ask me a few questions in confusion? The young man's expression was very strange when he heard those incoherent questions. It was not just him, we and the others could not help but cover their faces and look away, indicating that they could not bear to watch. Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly and her expression changed a few times. I think I know that you want to talk about some big news. Just say it, I'm mentally prepared. I'm not that weak as an air. Then listen carefully. Find something to hold on to. Yun Nuoxing coughed softly and took a deep breath. Listen to me, Origin is gone forever. Your gods are all dead. Like a comet colliding with the top of his head at a speed 1,000,000 times faster than light, the young man instantly stiffened. Even though his body was also transparent, one could see that his face was instantly pale. His eyes widened as he stared at Yun Nuoxing. After a moment, he took a deep breath and his head fell back. We quickly went to the young man and pulled him up from the ground. He could not help but smile bitterly. What happened to not being that weak? Why can't you just listen to the beginning? Jing Yun smiled bitterly. She crossed her arms and tilted her head as she sighed. The heavenly god of Origin. Even I was stunned for a long time when you told me the details, let alone the inheritors. To us, it is a spiritual pillar. To the entire Order Void, it is a spiritual pillar. To the inheritors, it is even more so. That's what I mean. When reality smashes down, the weight, the heaviness and brutality that transcends time and space, we struggled for a while before the young man slowly regained consciousness. He stood up and sighed. Sorry, I forgot myself. You mean my mentor and the gods are all? I don't have to lie to you. Time has passed in the present realm, and it has been 11 eras since the Origin was gone. The young man's eyes widened again, and his breathing became heavy. However, he would not faint for a while. Yun Nuoxing thought about it and took the opportunity to tell him everything. The end of the mythological era, the destruction of order and chaos, the birth of this era, and big trouble. Yes, the big trouble of this era, and it was also related to chaos. For the young man and the others, it was probably one wave after another. Yun Nuoxing spoke very quickly, but he did not explain everything in detail. It took him about half an hour to explain everything. During this time, the young man almost fainted several times. It seemed that the impact of the eternal death of the heavenly gods of Origin was the greatest to him, so much so that the later news, which was not that shocking, made him feel like he was going to die at any time. Also, he was stunned for a while and stood still for a while, which made him feel like he had walked a long and arduous journey. That is to say, you are from this era, and you have not really come into contact with Her Eminence and the others? The young man was shocked. It was directly ordained by Her Eminence more than 30 eras ago, across time. At the mention of this, it was Yun Nuoxing's turn to be embarrassed. Although he did not want to nod or admit it, it was probably the truth. The young man looked at Yun Nuoxing blankly, and sighed after a while. It's not that I can't believe it. After all, Her Eminence and the others have done more miraculous things than this, and I'm used to it. Whether you are from this era or the previous one, well, you are still a successor, and that will not change. What's wrong? Yun Nuoxing's slightly twisted and ferocious face stunned him, and when he saw the others smiling bitterly, he was even more confused. No, it's just a pain in the ass. Yun Nuoxing sighed and waved her hand. Now let's talk about this world. What's going on with this strange, weird world? About that. The young man took a deep breath and put on his most serious face, and we and the others could not help but become serious as well. After a while, the young man slowly said, Actually, I'm not sure either. Yun Nuoxing and the others were speechless.